What is everybody? Welcome to Truth and Transparency. Happy Friday. Idaho4 episode, Friday night, live. Bill Thompson knew it wasn't Bryan Kohberger's car at 2:44 a.m. And let's celebrate. Get inspired. This is a brand new video from our boy Mark.
Hello, YouTubers. Plunder True Crime did a video on the newly released car going through Pullman on November 13, 2022. And this still frame is at 2:44:08 a.m. And right here is the car. And that's a headlight right there. That's a fog light. That's a headlight. And that's a fog light. And you can see this is Stadium and Nevada East. And right there, you can see it's video time 1 minute and 20 seconds in is when you can really see it. You can see the car moving, but right here is just the still fog light. Okay, this here is a 2013, same thing as a 2011 through 13. And you can see the shape of the fog light looks similar. We'll go back to it in a second. Here's a little bit more close up. So it's kind of like the 2011 through 13, but it could be a 14 through 16. I'll show you that right now. This is a 2015 specifically, but it's the same with the 14, 15, and 16. And there's the fog light right there. So it still has that same shape, except it's got this extra piece of trim work right here. So what year is that car on Plunders? It could be an 11 through 13. Most likely it is. Or it could be a 14 through 16. Now let's have a look at BK's car. Okay, here's BK's car. And as you can see, it's got a black insert. It does not have a fog light.
You cheap son of a bitch, Kohberger. You're cheap ass. Welcome to the transparency. Kohberger being a cheap ass paid off though, because Bryan Kohberger's car does not have it, has the insert there. But more importantly, it has.
So that car is not BK's car. Let me know what you think in the comments.
You're going to let him know here soon. Let him know in the comments. Wow. Now, if you guys remember, Bryan Kohberger bought this car in April of 2022. And everybody wondered, why was Ralph, the guy that sold him the car, on the witness list for the defense out of Pennsylvania? Ralph's a way older gentleman. Don't know much about him except for he was like, what the hell do I have to do with this case? I don't even know. I don't even know. Okay. What he had to do with this case and why Ann Taylor called him as a witness that I believe, and it's clear as day now, is did Bryan Kohberger, when he bought the car, did that car have a bug guard on it? As you can see right here, bug guard right there. Now the question is when was that bug guard put there? But I can tell you this, that no video that has surfaced to this day has a bug guard like this. Okay. Whoop. Go find me one. Go find me. Back in December of 2022, I said this should be super easy for an expert that ever took the stand to be able to decipher 4 very important parts of the car to make it either if it's a 2011 or 12 or 13, because it's going to be a completely different category than a 14 through 16 because they switched the make and model of it. They switched it up. And that's why I'm like, how can you ever say that you're looking for a vehicle that could be technically 2011, 2016, because there was such a big difference when the 14 came out. By God. Welcome, Truth and Transparency. Happy Friday for everybody. Woo, 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 woo. So Ralph, he can only be relevant to be on the witness list to talk about, well, usually when people sell cars, they have a picture of the car that they sell. And there would be like an ad for it. And so here, this is my car. This is the front side, blah, 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 blah. And Ralph, I think, owning a lot and knowing cars, and hey, when you sold Bryan Kohberger that car, did it come with a bug guard? I went back down. I'm going to pull up from 2022 a video I made about this whole Elantra bullshit. Bill Thompson knew, everybody knew that car at 243 was not Bryan Kohberger's. So what the hell's going on here, right? Oh, let's take a look at something. Let's go with this. This is going to be a video that I made from 2022 in December. So almost 3 years to the date. Pull this up. Oop, videos. Title is Did the FBI Really Get the Wrong Year? The Wrong Car? Again, let me just check the date here really quick. I wanted to see, this one was April 11th, 2023. So I have to go back one. So I guess we'll show this one first, but because it has all the different. Moscow, Idaho, the University of Idaho. Student murders. November 13, 2022. 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho. A four-door sedan was seen in the immediate area of the crime scene, arriving at 4:04 a.m. and seen leaving at 4:20 a.m. This camera footage was given to an FBI forensic examiner with 35 years experience, 12 of those with the FBI. This FBI agent has specific training to include identifying unique characteristics of vehicles, and he uses a database that gives visual clues of vehicles across states to identify differences between vehicles. Let me ask you guys a question. You guys have seen the report. There's a 3-page report. Immel out of the FBI, I don't know if he's Salt Lake, but nowhere in his report anywhere, nor when any of the investigators are watching any of the videos, the surveillance videos, did they ever say, hey, we're looking for a car also that has a bug guard on it? How does that miss every single report? Well, according to the police, they're going to say that he put the bug guard on afterwards. Was it that Ralph was going to say, oh, no, he did not, because he bought that car with a bug guard on it? That's the only relevancy that Ralph brings to the table. The guy that sold him the car from the dealership that his family owned the dealership lot. This is why Ralph was summoned by the defense out of Pennsylvania to testify, and that he had relevance. This was very relevant, absolutely relevant. So, but go back to the reports. Not a single report. Are you going to be saying that something that's interesting about the vehicle is that it had something this with it or that with it? Nowhere. Not in a single report does anybody say, watching any video, that, hey, that car looks like it has a bug guard on it. These are FBI experts. Do you just get this stuff wrong, or is there something else there? The neighborhood of the King Road crime scene had numerous cameras, of which was turned over to this FBI agent. From that footage, he initially believed that the suspect vehicle 1 was a 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra, a white Hyundai Elantra. The date on when these video clips were given to FBI is unknown, but we do know that on December 7, 2022, Moscow police issued a press release looking for a 2011-2013 white Elantra and used a stock image photo of a white Elantra in the press release. Logic would tell us that up and until December 7, 2022, there were never any issues or discrepancies surrounding the description of the vehicle seen in the immediate area of the crime scene around the time of the murders. The same FBI agent who examined the footage surrounding King Road used that same footage again to further review that footage, and during that further look said that now it could actually be a 2011 to 2016 white Elantra. Again, the dates of all of these reports will be very important in trial, but they are unknown today. Because it is a fact that December 7, 2022 was the date that the public was told by police to help them locate a stock image of the white 2011-2013 Elantra that was seen in the immediate area of the crime scene. And at no point was it ever modified to include 2014, 15, and 16. So all right, I have a lot to say. I'm going to back this all up. So much to say. Okay. So logic would tell you, right, if you're only putting out be on the lookout for an Elantra and that's the year, like that means you're not questioning what year it could be. This is where it should blow everybody's mind. What it should blow your mind to is that the FBI did not say that this is the only vehicle. They said that certain cameras were consistent with certain class characteristics of a fifth generation Elantra, a light colored one. But what it completely left out is the fact that there was 7 different charts, meaning 7 different make and models that actually could match that vehicle. So the FBI never came out and said that it's only an Elantra. So one would have to ask themselves, why are you saying be on the lookout for only an Elantra? Also, Ann Taylor argued and said, listen, you did not change the year to expand all the way to 16 until you actually had and have located Bryan Kohberger's vehicle. Well, I am now able to say without a doubt she was 1,000% correct, because the Be on the Lookout came out on 11/25 to local law enforcement, 11/25/2022. On 11/25/2022, very strange. Same day, Bryan Kohberger's car was located. It was the first 7 Elantras to be spotted with, and they just were driving around. When you come across one, write it down. Don't approach them. Just when you come across the vehicle, mark down the plate number, and then if you can get to the VIN, because it's like parked, get the VIN, and then give us the information on the address and all that stuff. This was supposed to be a vehicle that was one of 22,000 in the area. They're able to come across this within the first 7 documented Elantras. They didn't change the class characteristics to expand until 2016. So they just had 2011, 2013. They didn't make that expansion until 11/26. And it's all in the FBI's report. How Judge Hippler can literally look this way or be blind to the fact that Ann Taylor provided that information, and he's writing in an order that no, they did not switch the year after they identified Bryan Kohberger's car, because his vehicle wasn't identified until 11/29. Yeah, no, that's by WSU, guys. Okay. The Pullman Police Department, they found his car. And they tried to keep that out of every single report. In fact, there was no report written on finding that vehicle until after the plea deal on 8/14/2025, when Chris Engel types one up a month and a half after the plea deal. Woo, daddy. Congratulations, new members. Purple Butterfly, welcome. Chris, welcome. B is for Becca. What up? B, Randy J. It's Friday. Yep, let's go. Thank you. Thank you. Not sexual at all. What a name. FOIA Funding Friday. Yeah. Speaking of FOIAs, we'll get into that a little bit later. Okay. So, going through things quickly because some of the stuff is repetitive, but we have to make sure that we touch base on it because we're going to bring some stuff full circle. So, without a doubt, let me just press play back here again. Let's take a look at a 2000. Let's see. Okay, so this is a 2011, so this is back. And what the inserts meant back then is it looks like there could be a fog light there, but it's not. It's like the cheap version. Okay, so this was like a 2011. And what I started pointing out was when they started changing some stuff up here, like 2011, when you look at the back end here, see where when we've gone over this, see where the reflectors are and how they're on the inside underneath here in the back. Also, so the tires changed. Back reflectors, so they went from having like this, I don't know, 9-spoke bullshit, getting like 2012. Again, it kept that same look with the tires. What is that? 1, 2, 3. I think it's 9. Also, the mirrors, they did not get the option to have like your blinker and shit on the mirrors. See right there, 2012, they kept the reflectors on the inside. And watch what happens. You're like fashionable. 2013. Same thing here. No, the mirrors, the tires, the back, the fog lights, the way that it's outlined. Those are the 4 main. As you can see right there. That could be right here until 14 comes. So right there's a good look. Right there. So you can see how that version right there those are not fog lights. It's the indentation of it and their inserts. And then what my big thing was back then, I said, there is no way that there would be some type of discrepancy and gap like this. I said, unless you have the worst camera footage, that it could potentially put, you're grouping a lot into it then, because it's that fuzzy or blurry and then here's the 14. Now this is where everything changes. 2014 is when they decide, hey, we're going to do we're going to fuck with the body. No, I'm sorry. It was the 14. The 14, the only thing that they changed was the tires. I take that back. Fucking with the body. They changed the tires. They added the mirrors so you could do the blinkers in 2014. Remember, this is the shitty one. And so if you got a shitty, see, if you have what is it, like the SE or something? But they changed the spokes here with the tires. Your lights, the grill with the 3 in the middle there. Blinker. And then 14, or the 15 and 16 is when you get into this specific. One more. 14 here. Do you notice how there's nothing's lighting up your license plate back here? And you can see right here the inside, like the reflectors are on the inside. Now watch what happens here on the 15 and 16. There's your little fin right there. Fins to the left. Ready? 15. This is the hatchback. But this is the first year that they changed this, the fog light, in terms of it's got like this backwards L look to it. So that's the first year. So 11, 12, 13, and a 14, you're not going to have that. You don't get that until the 15 and the 16. Also here, you're getting into then, this is your 5-spoke. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Your mirror still has your blinker. Again, these are all things that we broke down. Like there it is, like crazy people. Back in, like I said, 2022 in December, right when this happened, I was like, this is wild. Okay, because at first, from a 2011 to a 2013, the way that it came out when we all saw the Be on the Lookout, it was like fine to be like that because it was the same body. There was no changes made in the 2011, 2013, that gap. When we got the actual here's a probable cause, and you're reading this, and I was like, dude, that's a really big, like 2011 to 2016. I was like, that has to mean, if they're not totally fucking lying, which they are, but if they weren't, I was like, then this means it's super, super horrible quality that, you can't distinguish something, and so you go back and you dissect what could be, like, there should be specific things. And this is what I pointed out. I said, listen, you're looking at lights right here, fog lights, and then boom, right there. They made a huge change here in the back of the car. Now you're going to see the reflectors come to the outside. Okay, so you got your 5 spokes with your wheels, and right here is where your fog lights. Obviously, I just showed you that change, but your reflecting lights on the back here, and your tail lights here, or I should say underneath them, they go from being in the inside and underneath to then being on the outside. And I'm like, okay, how can they not? What the hell? And you know what it is, though? Like, we're not better than the Moscow Police Department and the feds. Okay? What we're showing you is that this, I don't believe, is a fuck up. I believe that this was done on purpose. Okay? Like, you can't, a fourth grader would get this right. Like, and watch what I do at the end of this video. I'll never forget it. I love the game Photo Hunt. And I'm like, come on, guys. You all remember Photo Hunt. And then this is your 16. That's the hatchback one. And then here I want to put some of the wheels. Yeah, use it to show it. Okay, perfect. Other the emblem and stuff, like, there's your 5 spokes still. It's your basic piece of shit. There it is. And then you have to go to like the lowest grade, and then you look at the pictures that. So I'm gonna go pull up. Well, here. See a little bit. I was like, I don't know how close they can get to, because I was showing all the new features. Right there, your little thumb press. They put the 2-portion mirror. It was available then, your left corner. Oh, and then they also changed how they were using the word Elantra on the back left side. This is me. How does there you go.
FBI agent initially did identify a 2011-2013 Ford Elantra as the sedan that arrived at 3:29 a.m. and passed by multiple times, to then say, well, yeah, it could be a 2011 to 2016 Ford Elantra. There has to be a reason to justify the modification, especially because of the huge difference when it comes to a professional eye for 2011 to 2016.
Or how about the fucking professional software? You're not fucking this up. You're just not. And then they didn't, you guys. They didn't.
To your average user, it's not going to seem like much, but to a professional, there's a lot of differences. Have you ever played Photo Hunt at a local bar?
Yeah.
Well, I have, and guess what?
Yeah, I remember. You guys remember this video now? Okay, so I put that one out in April. Now let me show you the one I put out in December. Believe it was December. It actually may have been in January now that I think about it, because we knew about the DoorDash driver. So I want to go back really quick though to show you something with Okay. Okay. So let's take a look here. Here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spokes. Okay. Right. Everything that lands 5 spokes. Okay. So this was when we know that it has to be past 2014, this car, because after 2014 is when they changed to the 5 spokes. Okay. Like clear as day. Then you're like, oh wait, look at, here's the backwards L. So when do they move that up that way? Then that you're getting to the 15. So the wheels make it a 14. That's when they started, or I'm sorry, in 15. This then makes it the same thing. So when you're able to like just go off the checking list, but then here's your big like weird part, which is, I don't know why these pictures are such shit, but the light here, you know, like how it's going to have like that more like upward curve. I don't know if maybe like the bug guard's taking that away or something. But I'm going to pull up the video one more time of plunders to take a look at this. But,
have a nice day.
Oh,
Black. Look at BK's car. Okay, here's BK's car.
Okay, so that's the insert.
And as you can see, it's got a black insert. It does not have a fog light. So that car is not BK's car. Hello, YouTubers.
How do we get that? Okay, so right there. And this is the most important one, is that this is no oh, hold on, I pressed play. I wish that wasn't that word.
Going through Pullman.
I have another one though.
On November 13, 2020.
Right there, that's the view I wanted. 244, the most important video. You guys, Bill Thompson knew this. Nick Balance knew it. Payne knew it. What's his name? You name it. Everybody that was in the command room, it was a living document. Okay, everybody knew this. This is the vehicle, this is the camera, and they tried to put Bryan Kohberger's phone moving in concert with this. Okay? Except it doesn't. BK's car goes one way right here. Okay? Where that phone is and where it ends up over the next span of 7 minutes is the complete opposite direction. So much so that one would even have to ask that this car, it's not even that it's not Bryan's car. Okay, so then you have to ask yourself, well, how did you ever put the phone onto this car to begin with? And that's the thing, is that they never did. It wasn't like GPS located, because I would love to see that. It's more like it's in this radius type of thing. And why they went ahead and said that, and why the timing advance records are so important, is because they were acting like they didn't have that, so that they couldn't GPS locate and use timing advance. Because if you did do that, then you would know just from that. And that's the whole big part of the argument. That's the state saying we never had his timing advance records. We just had to go off of, the old way of doing it. Like, he's in this area right here. This is unfucking believable. Not only do they lie on the probable cause, then when all the evidence is in front of everybody, and that's why Cyril was like, you have to be like, this is obvious to a 4th grader. So any reasonable jurist who, hey, Hippler, like, what are you doing now? Like, we presented all this stuff in front of you. Like, how do you not give a Frank's hearing? Like, this is all lies. It began in lies. And they have to then continue to lie. Otherwise, they are losing everything. The warrant that they got, the arrest, the DNA that they were able to get, all of it's gone. All of it. Every single search warrant that matters in this case came from the Exhibit A to make the probable cause that way, which is embedded in lies. And now you want to tell me, hey, Lana, why did he say he was guilty? That has nothing to do with my argument. I don't give a fuck about that. Don't give a fuck about that. I want to know when the first mainstream media people are going to pick up and say, hey, this is something that we really need to talk about. Wow. Like, you have access to FBI retired people, what their expertise is, and you have the exhibit A and everything that it said. You have Ann Taylor's arguments and what she said. Then you have Ashley Jennings saying, well, what does it matter about 7 minutes, even if it was, as she's spinning around like an idiot. Okay. And then after that hearing, she goes to try to move to suppress anybody talking to anybody during the trial about timing advance. There was no probable cause in this case. None. Because they did not put IGG on the ticket. There is no probable cause. Everything would go. Every single thing would go. I can't answer for anybody on why they took a plea deal, so I just hate when someone says, well, why did they do that? I'm not that person. I have no idea. I have no idea why the lawyers would be advising the way that they did. I have no idea. None. It doesn't matter for my argument. You're moving on to a different topic. The topic is here in front of our faces. This channel was not tricked, never once. We will keep on asking the tough questions. We will keep on proving and showing, hey, this is what we've been always saying. And the government lied. They lied. And they all knew it. And they all covered for themselves. And now you want me to believe in a plea deal? Absolutely not. No. Because I don't ever believe in that the means justifies, or that the end justifies the means, and vice versa. I don't believe in that. I'm not that person. I would never raise my child that way. Nope. Never, never. Never, never, never. They all knew it. All of them. They knew it so much, you guys, that's why I know that the timing advance records exist, because they buried them. But when we know that they slipped up is when they want to say they made a mistake. And they said that Bryan Kohberger was on the towers 23 times. Remember that? He was sharing. He was on the same tower that was serving the house on 23 occasions. Okay. That was a big problem. So much so that then Steve Gonzalez is coming out and saying he's going 5 steps further to talk about the exact location of where Bryan Kohberger was at. Like, to say, like, I know that he was at that house. He was watching them. He was stalking them. The only way that you could know that is if you had his timing advance records. Do you understand that? You cannot make that assertion without that. GPS, timing advanced. And that's why what they changed in the probable cause, they changed it to, that Bryan Kohberger's, where they got the warrant to be able to get the historical data going back till June. They said that on 12 occasions, he was on the same tower as what the house uses. Well, guess what? You left out the fact that, so I have it right here. I went back and pulled up the pictures that they took in Bryan Kohberger's apartment. And they specifically said that only on one occasion was Bryan Kohberger ever on the tower when it wasn't past, like, it was like in the early morning hours or whatever like that. That is absolutely a fucking lie. I went back and pulled the Marshall's receipts. Okay. Marshall's is located at 2230 West Pullman Road, Moscow, Idaho. Okay. He was there on 8/31/2022 and 9/19/2022 at 8:43 p.m. and 7:20 p.m. According to the affidavit of Slavinsky, the expert for Bryan Kohberger, the same cell towers that the house services is what services basically all of Moscow and everywhere where you would go shopping. So how you'd want to pump this narrative that he was only ever over there in the early morning hours, like what? Like you guys just went to the house, but remember again, you have these receipts. They clearly show Moscow marshals 7:20, 8:30. What? Then they go as far as to say that guess what? Bryan Kohberger stopped using his debit card, and a gentleman was going to testify by the name of Michael Douglas, not the actor, but he's with the FBI and he did some task force stuff. He's up in Coeur d'Alene, okay? And he was going to testify as an expert witness, even though it's like really not like an expert. He was going to testify, and they come out and they announced that he was going to testify to say that Bryan Kohberger stopped using his debit card, that he was just, he wasn't making card purchases and he wasn't going to the ATM, all this crazy shit. You guys, this is all wild because that's just not true. There is legit, after the murders took place, Bryan Kohberger was using cards. This is nuts. These receipts are all here. And I think what they were going to try to go with that is that they were going to try to say that this bug guard was put on afterwards, right? And that he must have paid cash for it. What the fuck? Or the argument's going to be like, yeah, he probably took the bug guard off, left, went and did it, and then knew to put the bug guard back on because he knows how to be undetected. Does he know how to make his car into a different year? Does he know how to put fake fog lights on and to give himself lights? I mean, this is absurd. This is absolutely absurd. And you know what? Until you see a case in front of you that Karen Reed, for example, how does the taillight get on the lawn? And it's really her taillight, right? And the cops like, hey, they got that car right away. They towed it. Man, well, then you would have to believe if you're going to find her not guilty and that the car didn't do it, it really helps when you have experts saying that man was not hit by a car. But there's only one way that taillight got there if the car didn't hit him. Somebody fucking planted it. All right. And here, instead of planting taillight, they planted, they fabricated the phone records. They fabricated evidence before an arrest to make an arrest.
And this still frame is at 2:44:08 a.m. And right here is the car, and that's a headlight right there. That's a fog light. That's a headlight, and that's a fog light. And you can see this is Stadium and Nevada East. And right there, you can see it's video time 1 minute. K's car. And as you can see, it's got a black insert. It does not have a fog light. So that car is not BK's car.
I want to know how 15, 20, 120 people, there was 120 law enforcement agents that worked on this case. How can all 120 of you motherfuckers seriously sit out there, every single one of you, and keep your mouth shut? How do you literally sit in a room prior to an arrest during complete chaos. No wonder, remember we said, like, Jesus, Steve, like, he's going ham on, like, what's going on? Why do you think they shut out, hey, we're not going to tell you things anymore? Because they couldn't tell him anything anymore, because they needed to fucking fabricate all of this shit. What are you going to tell him? Don't say anything, because he's talking, and if he says something, it's going to come back and haunt him. And guess what? It did, in my opinion. It did, because when Steve's talking about the fact that I don't believe Steve would just make stuff up and say, yeah, the car is at the house and it's doing this and doing that. I believe that he was told that. And he was told that because they had the timing advance records. Okay. He was told that. He was told that. And now either Steve was lied to left and right. Let's be honest. He knows that he's been lied to. There is other male blood inside that house mixed with victim blood on a knife sheath that is not Bryan Kohberger's. If that's my kid's murder scene, I am saying no fucking way. And after this comes out, no way. What the hell is going on? Who else is involved in this? Do we even have the right person? Who else is involved in this? This is crazy. This is crazy. Crazy. I want every single person that was involved in my kid's death. I want anybody that knew about my kid's death prior to cover up. What the hell is going on? They all knew. They all knew. Everybody that was in that command room, well, depending on how they were serving up these, that's why I think Emil's report is really weird. I think that Rob Hill most certainly knew. Emil, depending on where he was located, because if they were emailing him stuff, I'm just curious on that, where he was located. But Blaker knew. Balance knew. The two prosecutors knew. Everybody that's making decisions, every single person knew. What you don't expect is, I expect that lying, one thing, right? You're caught red-handed. Here, Ann Taylor puts 1,000 pages together in a motion to have a Franks hearing and lays all of this shit out. And now you have a judge, in my opinion, that's now complicit in this. Because how do you look the other way? What the fuck are you doing? He's over here talking about, oh, it doesn't matter how you got to the probable cause or when you gathered the evidence or whatever. And it's over here. It's like, yeah, it does. Your timeline matters on when you're investigating a case and how you're gathering the information that you're, that you should be able to answer the question of what came first. And when did you know about that? That's exactly how you develop probable cause. Oh, here, let's go gather all this information. And then it doesn't matter whatever date we did any of this, but then when we go down to write it down on a piece of paper, it just matters that we have all of this stuff. What? Okay, Hitler, whatever you want to say, but guess what? It's still wrong. It's still wrong because it's lies. Because the phone did not shut off at 2:46. The phone shut off at 2:53. Those 7 minutes put the car we're talking way over there. Woo! You developed to be able to get that warrant signed because you put the phone and the car moving together. That's how you were able to say that vehicle leaving out at 2:43, that's how you sold it to the judge that's the white car that's going to end up being on Indian Hills and it's the white car that ends up being on at 302 that's Floyd's. None of that is true. None of it. None of it can be true. Why? Because the car at 243, as you can see, is not Bryan Kohberger's. It has fog lights inserts. Then the phone wasn't shut off at 246. It was actually shut off at 253, and they hid that fact. And then they also buried the timing advance. But then there was a map that they had, though. And Payne testified earlier in pretrial, and he said that he saw the timing and he saw a map and he saw Bryan's timing advance records before. All of this is stuffed in and shown. And we all said Ashley Jennings literally walked herself into a Frank's. And then it comes back that every single thing that in the order and all the different claims that they made, when you read now Hitler's orders in the books that he would write with his orders, you know, when Bev would write an order, she would just like deny something and give like no really explanation. Zoop. Yep, there were emails about the fog lights with Immel, I believe. Well, we haven't seen those yet. We're going to be waiting on those. But there was definitely the emails to signify what videos they were saying that they were looking at. And then Ann was like, they aren't even talking about the one that's right next to the house. They're over here talking about this Ridge Road one that they're trying to say, hey, this is that car. It's not it. It's not it, which then this is zero relevance then. This is where Ann Taylor was going with her argument to say, listen, none of these people that aren't experts aren't going to be calling this suspect vehicle 1. There's nothing to link all these video. There's no video that links all of these sightings all together. So you're not just going to do that. That's you're speculating. You're not allowed to do that. Okay. Which she's absolutely right. And then Judge Hilper comes out and says, basically tells the prosecution how to go about it. And basically you're going to call a witness that's an expert first to the stand and go through it first with them. So that once that opinion's out there and that's what he does and says, that then these peon detectives will come from behind. And when they take the stand then to talk about it, it was off of their expert opinion. And it's wild. And I don't think Ann Taylor's also arguing the fact that, listen, you cannot let the jury get confused. You cannot allow something to take place that it then, you know how long cross-examination is going to take to rectify the fuckerage that would go on? Every single witness was going to have so much time before the jury could actually hear from that person, because every single person, Ann Taylor was going to be having so much like voir dire with each person prior to their testimony, where she was basically going to say, hey, well, I have to voir dire this person for this capacity reasons outside the presence of the jury, because we're objecting to X, Y, and Z, and we need to lay some foundation here to see what their personal knowledge is of certain things. That was going to happen with so much shit because of this working live document, because of people signing affidavits, but it's not their work. It's this person's work, or, you know, there's reports that don't even exist. So there's no chain of custody. I mean, it's crazy. This trial would have taken a year. But they literally thought that they would just show the jury, hey, there's touch DNA on this knife sheath. There was blood in the house we didn't care about. There was blood on the sheath we didn't care about. But that's why Jay was like, it is crazy to believe, or that you want the defense to believe, that there's all this possible evidence, other evidence, right? And the only thing that you seem to care about is something that's so easily to be mobile, right? Hey, take this down there and, you know, do what you do with it at the lab. And you decided to go not with any blood evidence, but hey, there's this invisible I don't know what the hell was on here, but we got DNA on this. You lie. It wasn't the button snap. It was the strap. Nobody ever knew that you tested it twice. I think the jury would have been so confused looking at all this crap. This is just wild. So I was also going to look at more stuff. Okay, so we're going to talk about Bryan Kohberger's office some more. Okay, what are the odds that you guys remember how bare that office was? There was nothing in it, right? That office was totally wiped out, cleared, nothing except one area where there was like 4 or 5 books, and they matched the books that were in Bryan Kohberger's house or apartment, rather. We don't know whose desk that was. Remember I said, I was like, depending on whose books those are, where that's really interesting, because there's nothing in there. I mean, literally nothing. I can pull up here. Let's pull this up. Oh. Okay. So, okay. First of all, they've been putting black blobs over everything, okay? I think it's ridiculous that they did not put a black blob over that door. I'm going to tell you why. Because of this narrative. Right here. 10H. All right. They've been putting stuff up. Look at. They cover up all of whatever this is, whatever that is. They leave student hours like that, but the rest is covered up. They don't cover up the ally. Okay. Now, because of the narrative that's going on in this case, I think this is absolutely ridiculous that they would have left this. Okay. This is why. If you're going to cover up a magazine that's on a fucking wall in a room or in a bathroom, a magazine, a picture of a bunch of different people from a magazine, you cover that up, right? For what purpose? Oh, because it talks about the eyebrows and zooms in on eyebrows, right? Well, then why aren't you covering up the ally? Well, no, because that shows like Bryan Kohberger, man. Like he fucking hates gay people, right? Ridiculous. All of this, all of it. Ally, that can stay. Now, here we go. Remember I told you guys when they went to go fill out their reports, the one woman decides that she's taking notes and she does not mention. So she writes down in her handwritten notes, she talks about this cabinet right here. But then when she actually transferred her handwritten notes to the typed up, we compared it. I was like, wait a second. Why did she leave off the cabinet and that it was locked and all this shit? Like, this is pretty big. Like, what are you doing? Like that. We would have never known that had we never gotten the actual handwritten notes, right? So you walk into this room and look at this. This is WSU. Now, this is if I was Steve, okay? I'd be really thinking about why and how. Okay, these people they were planning on having, ready? They were planning on having what? These TAs, they are keeping, was this not going to be their office? Like nothing, like they took pens out of there that, why would you want to ever like clear that off if you're just going back there? It's not like you're leaving for like 4 months. I mean, really? There's nothing in here. Absolutely nothing. WSU, nothing, right? Nothing. Nothing. Now think about who the families are going to go and sue. WSU. If all these kids left to go home for the school break, right? I have some questions. I want to know when these students that would not, I mean, Bryan Kohberger here looking at this picture, is this how you left your office? Is this how the office was left when you left? Just curious. All these people that Ann Taylor put on the witness list that were from WSU and that he worked with in this room. Nye Young, Nayoung. Yeah, Nye Young. Yeah, right here in this room with Bryan. I was able to look at one of the pictures of now think about this whole entire room. All of it. Ready? Nothing. The university provides nothing for TAs. That has nothing to do with what I'm saying. If this is going to be your office for the next semester, right? Who the hell goes in there and is like, well, I have no idea if that's going to be my office. No, it is going to be your office because all your name tags are outside the door. Okay. Who would ever take every single thing out of there? For what purpose? For what purpose? But then not ready? What is the purpose of this picture right here? Very weird angle, don't you think? What is the purpose of this right here? Well, I think the word army is really interesting. But this room has nothing in it, and yet this whiteboard here, they didn't put blocks on everything, and I was able to see that right here is Nye Young. Okay. And Leon, Leon. He was interviewed. All this shit written on it. Explain this to me. You have somebody that's OCD. You're going to leave all that shit up on the board? The hell you are. No, you're not. Everything is gone. Hey, we're going to just leave all this shit up here, though. Isn't that weird? I'm just curious if these kids were the ones that actually took everything out of here. Or if WSU did it. Did these kids clear out this office? Or did WSU clear out this office? Look at that. Oh, wait. Right here. Boom. Whose books are these? Whose Starbucks is this? Come on. Yeah, he would always just be lurking around with his coffee in his hand. And okay, so you're trying to say this is his desk. These are his books right here. Well, that's interesting because these are all the same books that were in his freaking room, in his apartment. All that right there. Go look. I just personally think that WSU literally took everything out of this office and cleared it all out. Because there is no, I'm sorry, I can't imagine that your desk, if you're planning on coming back and that's going to be your office, that you didn't, if you had paper in there with pens and you're like a calendar, you know what I mean? Like, and then what's really weird, right? I said, well, let's get a picture of the garbage cans. Like, why wouldn't this be taken down? What's this? Every single thing is fucking gone. Right here, this. Look at, everyone has, boom, these garbage cans underneath it, right? Look at, boom, under that one, that desk, One's under here, over here, right? And wait for this. They never even tried to open up this cabinet because it was locked, they said. But we wouldn't have known anything about that because it was in handwritten notes and not transferred over in typed up notes. Like, what an investigation. And they thought to themselves, I mean, I don't know, do we have to get a warrant for that separately because it's locked and it needs a key? We'll start amending your warrants. I mean, this is a quadruple homicide. I think I'd want to probably get in there. Right? For all we know that they did. Who knows? But let's go to this little part right here. Oh, there we go. What is this shit? What is this? Like, look at this. And I'm going to tell you what's going on here. The name of Leon is over here. The name Nye Young is up over here. And that's why they put black marks over it. Right there you go. But when you go to the side version, they didn't put this. I was able to get it. Who has a whiteboard and doesn't have an eraser? You know? Who has a whiteboard and not an eraser like that? Very bizarre. Very bizarre. Okay, now look at this black box right here, right? It wasn't on the side one, and it said Army. It's all it said was Army. Army. And they forgot to put a block on it when you get the side version. Why would you need to block out the word Army for all of us to see, but they didn't do it on the one picture? You guys, these kids were killed with an Army-style knife. And just the word Army randomly wrote in the side corner right there where Wi-Fi Army owned. Why would that fucking be there? Right here, right underneath where the marker is, the word Army was wrote right here, making absolutely no sense with anything else. And we wouldn't know about that at all had they, when they were going through the redactions, they just forgot one of the pictures to redact. And so I was able to see the Leon name. I was able to get Nye Young. And I want to know if they got any of these people's DNA. They asked them for any of their DNA. Just curious. But where is this last? See this right here? That's right where it just says Army. It's fucking stupid. Opens up this drawer. Okay. Like, what is that? Somebody had like a Band-Aid fetish. And it's like, yeah, you remember that selfie man? And he has like that thumbs up and he has like that. I mean, this is just ridiculous. I mean, are they trolling? Like, who, how would anything even get like this? Who would be sitting at their desk and just like, God, you know what? Let me just open this up and just start ripping to shreds my little pieces of paper from my Band-Aid. And I mean, what is this? This is fucking so dumb. It's just, that's not even how that would look. Like, these are like chopped up, like adhesive endings in yeah. Anyways, then you move on to, let's get to this. Thank you. So important. Oh, there we go. Gender, nature, and nurture. There you go. Well, there we go. Look at that. You're going to clear all of this shit out of here, only to go put it all back in a couple weeks with all these other people. Door, Bryan. The desk by the door is Bryan. I mean, what does that even mean? How stupid. Fuck. Very bizarre. Okay, now here we go. Dead. These rooms have nothing in them. I can't. Nothing in them. These rooms have nothing in them. Nothing. Where are the janitors? This is what they're supposed to do, right? They can throw away garbage and shit. How in the world does this have this in here? If all of them left, and janitors come through, and what do? They're supposed to go into the rooms and they change the garbage bins. Every other garbage bin, nothing's in it. This one, well, we got to show you that we got this Starbucks cup here. We got this coffee here. And look at all this Starbucks. Look at this man in his Starbucks. And he's getting all these tickets because he's just strolling in late because he's just going to Starbucks. And who does he think he is? I'm just like, how is this even still here? So, and then you guys aren't even going to... Ready for me to tell you guys something right now? Ready for this? I'm just going to say it. Dude, these cups aren't even used. These are not even fucking used. Okay? Look, zoom in on, and I'll do it for us. Look at these lids. Whoever takes a sip of coffee, okay? Wouldn't you want to try to get some DNA off of this shit? If it's Bryan's? Look at, does that cup look at it remotely like somebody was sipping out of it? Where's the brown stains? Suck my tits. This is crazy. These cups aren't even used. These cups aren't even used. Perfect lid. Perfect cup. Look at this. Look at this clear one. Not even used. Give me a break. This is insanity. You guys want to see Lana go wild? You guys want to say about let's hive it out? You want to go conspiracy theory? Dude, this is absolutely unbelievable. Unbelievable. No wonder they're going to get their asses sued. Steve, take them for every fucking penny. But go the distance. Get all the discovery. Look at it. Starbucks will happily give you empty cups if you ask. I know, unlike other places that they want up $2. But why wouldn't you even think of saying, hey, should we try to get some DNA off of this? Because, I don't know, we're, it's just here, it's discarded. They took nothing in the return from the search warrants. Nothing of evidentiary value was in this room. Nothing of evidentiary value. Dude, they went to Pennsylvania. Dumpster diving. Think about this. This is what I personally believe is that they came past this room. Okay? This is discarded. Look at that. Perfect cups. No coffee's been in any of this. No, nothing was in the plastic cup. I mean, you literally can't make this up. Just like that bedroom. And then you remember the one person they interviewed, they're like, that's not where Bryan told us that he lived. Or because at his apartment looks just as odd. So yeah. So somebody decided to, or all of these cohorts were just like, hey guys, we have to clean we have to clean our office, so that means take everything out of it and run. Clean it up. Just make sure, there's no food. That's what they always told us in college. Like, it was just like in the dorms. You're not leaving food in your refrigerators. You're, giving us a list of stuff. We would close up for Christmas break. We had to do certain things in the athletic dorms, and they were like on us about it. Thank God it was only 1 year of that. But no. Why the hell would you need to literally everything? All of your pencils, all of your pens, nothing. All of it now. So bizarre. This says course semester over here. This piece of paper says underscore. It says spring of 2021. This one right here. TA signature, mentor signature, department chair approval. Here it is. Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology. Contract for graduate students teaching independent sections. And it says it says spring 2021. Well, that's funny because it would have been spring of 2022 or 2023. What is this doing here? Really bizarre. Perform duties and services consistent with this contract up to 20 hours per week. Maintain a work/time log. That's what I want to see. I want Bryan Kohberger's TA. I want his office hours. I want to know what his office hours consist of, because I'm on this hunt to find everything I can on these tickets. You guys, this kid was getting tickets, okay? Like every week. That's crazy. You would white Honda Elantra we're looking for. And nobody from WSU was like, oh my God, I ticket a white Honda Elantra like every other week. Dude, that is crazy. They did know. They knew. They've known. God, WSU's like, God, do we turn Bryan in or do we not? Because we don't want to be linked back to us, and that we have the murderers here. I take an Elantra every week. Who cares? Nuts. Attend Zoom conferences as compared to Zoom lectures for each class as the TA academic schedule and by arrangement with the faculty mentor. Support the creation and posting of assignments, including quizzes, position paper, case briefs, examinations, including supporting data, lead technology, wrangler. Grading assignments and share responsibility for student communications, advise as to concerns regarding plagiarism and cheating. Present to the class on occasion. Outline of duties and expectations for the mentor. Routine meetings with the TA to discuss class issues. So that's the other thing, is these routine meetings with the TA to discuss class issues. I want to know when these routine meetings were versus when these meetings of like, what the fuck, Bryan? What the hell are you doing? Share responsibilities for items 5, 6, and 7. Okay, so the other thing is that if you guys want to go down the route of this motherfucker was framed, then you really need to look at the people that were reporting him. Okay. Because it's really kind of crazy that you have people saying to police officers that, God damn it, he's going to get a fucking degree from here and he's going to go on to be a professor and sexually assault people. What? Like, how do you think that of somebody and you do not report them to like authorities? Like, what would I coach for a living, man? We are automatic reporters. If I thought one of my kids was going to be I don't know, if they were like, I would have to bring something to the attention of the school. Like that's a serious, crazy statement to make and not do anything about it. Thank you for becoming a member there, Marcy. Appreciate you. Love your content. This case is addicting, but so frustrating. It is. Shadow Ghost. I agree. This case is addicting. Ever since I've looked into this case, I now get frequent migraines 3 times a week. I think what makes it the most ridiculous is that there wasn't a trial. If there was a trial, we got it. Woo! Goal? Fuck yeah, goal. We got goals. Nice job, Bunny Murphy. Appreciate you. $5. Thank you so much. Kumi, is that it? Kumi? Crime tourist just arrived, ready to celebrate. Let's celebrate. What do you guys got? What do you guys think? Gifted 5 to the transparency memberships. Cheers. Sherry. Thank you so much, Sherry. The Dark Diaries member for 4 months. Boom. Thank you so much for your membership. Appreciate you. Bill Thompson needs to be in jail. Bill Thompson, literally, him and Molly, besties. Deborah, how are you, love? Thank you so much. You're determined, passionate, and keeping it real. I tried 31 months. Thank you so much. Deborah, we try over here. Give Moscow. Oh, yeah, we're. So, in the latest of the FOIAs, so I said we're going to get to that. What were the parking tickets for? I went over that in the live. They were $60 a piece, so took it down into like there's a key, so you can only have like if it was a $60 ticket, then that fell into certain categories that it could only be. And if you didn't pay within, I forget if it was I think like 30 days, it had like a date, like a due date, and if you didn't pay by then it was like a $30 fine, like a fine for not paying, and so then it would be 90 total. So his was either parking in a parking spot that was like not for to park, didn't have the right pass. Yes, I think there was like 4 different things, but they're pretty much that. So FOIAs. Okay. So they're trying to tell me that they, regardless of whatever's out there or whatever rulings out there, is that they, until the appeal is made, they're not going to give out any bedrooms. Any bedrooms. Like the spare bedroom. Are you kidding me? Who has a privacy interest in a room that's not even fucking occupied? How can you claim privacy on the spare bedroom? It's nobody's bedroom. What's up there? So, I didn't even ask for Ethan or Xana's or Maddie's because I wanted Dylan's. She's a witness. And Bethany, she's a witness, and the spare bedroom, unredacted. There's nothing to redact. And I turned in the Judge Hippler's order like it's sorry. So that's going to go into an appeal. Then I asked for the law table as well as like 17 things because I was very specific about what I wanted for certain things. And they flat out said that we're going to give you all the initials. And a couple of them I want to be really specific on because it's it's every Elantra that was turned in, and it's on a table that the FBI was doing with the campus people, and it's the 7 make and model vehicle. I mean, I said, I don't even have my dog paperwork yet. Where is my fucking dog paperwork? So let me actually take a look. When I'm talking about how specific I was, and I know why they're asking, because I think it's like about this. It's like, hey, if you can't have it your way, do you even want us to still do it? Like, to give you the amount that it would be. And yeah, there's certain things, like, of course, but let me pull that up actually. These fucking bastards. Oh, there it is. Okay, here. So I'll share. So I wanted things like documents, police property DVD, only redact addresses, phone numbers, and license plate numbers as per Hippler order. The police property DVD is allegedly was given to Detective Blaker because some guy came forward that works for Police Properties and was like, hey, I'm the manager at Police Properties. Do you want me to give you the name of everybody that lives in every single building in Queen and what they drive? This was right after the be on the lookout for the white Elantra. According to Blaker, that's how that happened. So, yeah, I want the Police Property DVD. And so basically, like, for that, I would be getting it with initials instead of. And so I'm going to ask if it's coming with the car. The initials, car make and model. I don't want any like license plates or anything. I just want to know what type of vehicle they drive. Okay. If it fits the description of one of the 7. And then from that, because what I'm trying to show is that when you would have got that information, what did you do that would have been like, okay, hey, these are the people that live in Queen that match the make and model of the vehicle that we're looking for. We should go talk to them. And then did you? Because that's what you would do. You have a fucking person or people out there that just killed 4 students, and you think that there's this vehicle and those cars. Come on. Like, let's get on it. And then when you were getting these, that's why the other thing is that I personally believe that they had to say, hey, don't go and approach anybody when you see this Elantra. Just write down like the information. And I just firmly believe that the reason they said that, they're going to say we wouldn't want to spook anybody or whatever. I believe that that's all fucking bullshit. And that they said to do that because then when they go to testify down the road at trial, well, why didn't you interview this person that had that car? Blah, 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 and da-da-da. Well, no, because we just put it out there not to do that and just to gather the information. It's to like quash that. Like, well, why didn't you talk to this person who had that type of vehicle? They're going to say, we weren't talking to anybody. You get it? Like they protected themselves for that purpose, in my opinion. You know, but that goes against what Chief Fry and them were saying that, hey, come forward. We want to talk to anybody that has it, blah, blah. We don't know what you would know. And we want to talk to anybody that, you know, it doesn't make sense. If your purpose was to talk to the people. So that really wasn't your purpose, but you told people that, the community, to, you know, point out these cars to law enforcement. And then what are they going to do? Or are you just going to plan on, because then Ann Taylor was ready for this one. So then you were running the plates to see what if they had a criminal background. Well, my client didn't have one. So then what? Basically, she was going to go down the list to say, yep, he didn't meet that. He didn't meet this. He didn't meet this. He didn't meet. Why were you keep going then? Why did you keep going with this person? You know, what made him be any different than why you stopped with, you know, this person per se, after you know, a couple dead ends. You kept, you know what I mean? Like, so much so that you went to Pennsylvania to go get DNA, you know, and what's going to be the answer on that, on the stand? And the answer is going to be like, that wasn't my decision, or I didn't, hey, I was just told what to do. And then they're going to say, well, who gave you that? Who told you what to do? Who told you that? Or who gave you that assignment? I don't remember. I don't recall. Like, it's a big circle jerk. And then you don't recall because you don't take good notes, because you didn't fill out reports for yourself of what you did in this case. There was no investigation. None. Just like in Karen Reed's case, there was no investigation. The difference is that there was an arrest within a day. There was a fake investigation and then an arrest, in my opinion. Why are you searching for white Elantras, or any Elantras for that matter, in a part of Washington that in no way, shape, or form ties to Bryan Kohberger? Who did you really think that this was? Or what the fuck were you doing? And no one's going to answer that? Like, no one's going to, hey, why are you looking for, who told you to go around, driving around to these addresses to see what cars were in the driveway? Because you believe it was somebody that borrowed a car, or that you believe it was multiple people. And so you're trying to figure out, since Cole doesn't have a car, or that this kid that you think that it is, he doesn't drive that type of a car. But why did you think that that car was involved? Cars didn't kill anybody here. So why are you like, you know, well, because it arrived at the time and left at the time of when the murder began and ended. You know what I mean? Okay. And how do you know that? Because of Dylan and Bethany's text messages. Oh. But not because they called 911, and not because they were scared. So whatever was going on in their house could have been something that had nothing to do with the murder at that time. Well, she said that she saw a masked man, but she also said that she wasn't scared. And she also said that she thought it was a firefighter. And she also said that she saw a truck when she went downstairs and looked out the window. Not a car, right? Well, we know that it's true. We know that she must have saw something because people are dead. Okay. But this couldn't have been at 3. And then she thought maybe she didn't see what she saw, so she goes back to lay down, and then she woke up again. And then when she was out there, then she saw, holy shit, it is real, and then ran downstairs. Like, it couldn't happen like that. And so that really people were killed at 3:30, you know, and then she didn't believe it, so she goes back to bed. And then it was, she told you that she has all these nightmares. And that's so, like, the whole texting them began then. After Bethany calls her, you know. Isn't there a chance that she would have saw all of this earlier, didn't say anything, goes back to her room, and then Bethany calls her to say what the fuck's going on? Or did Bethany really call you to say, like, hey, I'm home from fucking my boyfriend, or my booty call, just letting you know. You know, I don't know. And then Dylan comes out of her room and she's like, oh my God, what the hell? And then proceeds to say all of that stuff, then saying, no, I didn't hear a fucking firecracker, but No one's answering, and I'm trying to call everybody. You get what I'm trying to say? Like, you see how that could come out when you're on the stand? And the thing that would seal it up is, but Dylan didn't call Bethany first. So doesn't that defeat the whole purpose of whatever like Dylan saw? Dylan didn't alert Bethany. It was the opposite way. Bethany alerted Dylan. So it couldn't have gone Dylan's way when she says, I heard somebody screaming. I heard somebody go upstairs. I heard somebody run downstairs crying. It's more like a story after Bethany calls of then her recalling what was going on earlier. What'd you think about that, huh? Because that's what makes way more sense to me. And I think it would to a jury, especially when you explain the fact that Dylan didn't make any phone call first to alert anybody to anything. Dylan wasn't scared. Okay, Dylan was in her room. She's on her internet. She's saving a number. She's not scared at all. Nothing's going on until Bethany calls Dylan at this time. It was because of what Bethany heard that then Dylan tells her about everything that happened way earlier. And that's how I think Ann Taylor was going to go about it, which is moving the time of the crime up all the way more up into like, she's going to say, yeah, when they were playing that music and stuff like that, that was at like 3. Okay. 2:53, 2:42, 2:53, like that time. The last phone call to Jack. Okay. That's what she's hearing. Going up the stairs, going to bed, bring Murphy in because Maddie lost Murphy. So then Kaylee has to get out of bed, comes running downstairs, goes grab Murphy. Murphy was barking, brings Murphy back upstairs. Especially if Kaylee's phone isn't moving anymore. No more steps are taken after 2:53. Okay, nobody's not having their phone. There would have to be steps and stairs, flights of stairs. There's no way that Kaylee is without her phone, right? She's in that bed. Her phone is like literally on her, under her at the time. We all do it. We walk up to even just go to the bathroom. Our phone comes with us. We leave any portion of our house to go to the next spot, or our phone's coming with us. So if there's no more activity on this phone for Kaylee, no more steps, no more flights, and it stops at 2:50, before 3:00, then you guys, holy shit, right? Kaylee couldn't have been going up the stairs at 4. There couldn't have been, I saw and heard the dancing and any of that. All of that's earlier. And then she's just like, God, I wish she would shut that fucking music up. And then it stops and all the sound stops. That was earlier. And then Bethany calls her. And if you move this up to like that car isn't Brian's, but then it's almost like this. Now this is a crazier argument that you have to think in your head. If you're Ann Taylor, they're over here claiming that a car that's not yours and that you're going to be able to prove to the jury that it's not yours. But that's the car they say is the person that's going to murder people. And the jury has shown that that's not your car. Then do you even have to move the time frame and just like, guys, you know how many cars there are that kind of look like this? It's 1 of 7. Here, it's not his. His phone's over here. They lie about that. Like, this just to me seems like the moment that I would hear if I was a juror that you're lying about the car leaving WSU. This isn't his, but you tried to make it his by fucking with his phone records and when his phone shut off and timing advance records. If you hear that as a juror, you want me to convict after you want me to say yes off of touch DNA on a movable object that has blood on it, victim's blood on it, and it's mixed with somebody that's not the touch DNA. You've obviously lost. Like, you think I'm saying yes to that? Like, I'm not. I'm saying no to that more so than I would ever say no that Turtle Boy isn't guilty of the witness intimidation statute. Because you have to, you're doing the elements, and it's the elements of murder. There's nothing in his car. There's nothing in his apartment. There's nothing. He doesn't know these people. There's no way to link them at all. And then I have no idea how his name came about. Miraculously on December 19th. And then she's going to blow that up. I mean, just wow. And I'm going to go back in that deliberating room. I'm going to say, you guys, guess what? I stopped believing in Santa a long time ago. Not guilty. Not guilty by reasonable doubt. And then the prosecution's going to come in. They're going to be like, who else could it be if it's not him? And I'm going to be thinking to myself, I don't know, every single person that you were like hightailing it and sending police. Like, how about this? Why didn't you guys do any police surveillance and write stuff down and have any police reports that you guys were surveying Bryan, but yet this Jack Showalter kid, you guys put a 2-day team together and followed him around. And there's a report about it, right? But yet you guys didn't do any surveillance of this dude. And then I see his apartment. I'm like, this motherfucker didn't even live there. Like, I would be like, I don't know. What else did they have? Oh, Amazon. But he bought this fucking knife. He bought this knife on Amazon. And I'm thinking, okay. Then I have to hear from the medical examiner. Then I have to hear from, oh, wait a second. There was a cleanup. Somebody cleaned up a footprint. Wait, there's latent print. There's somebody looks like their hands are on the window and they don't match his. And that house is just all whack-a-dacked out. And you have Dylan that's going to get on the stand and say, yeah, we all thought it was Jack Showalter and somebody that definitely knew the layout of the house. And this dude has never been in there. Bryan Kohberger's the dude. Never been in there. And you got... and then you have Dylan saying that, yeah, I thought it was Jack Showalter, right? Jack Showalter is like 5'7". 5'7". The first thing that she would have been saying is there's no way that it could have been him. He's too short. Then we get Molly on the stand. And I find out that Molly is the DoorDash driver who is a meth dealer. Okay? Who happens to be in the area for an extra 15 minutes, is walking up and down aimlessly, acts like she doesn't know where she's at. Been over there, though, and she's worked 18 hours. But then we find out that all this other crap's about to come out. And we see her, the DoorDash driver is now we're all watching body cam of her talking about crazy shit about, I saw Bryan. And meanwhile, she said nothing of the sort in any interview. Now she's over here talking about Bryan and that she saw him. And I'm the DoorDash driver. And I'm going to be like, okay, I think that this person's trying to get out of, wow. Then we hear, well, did you take this person's DNA? Did you, here's a DoorDash driver. Did you ever find out who actually ordered the food? Did anybody eat the food? We're going to find out about that. Where was Ethan and Xana? They weren't even home. When did they get home? Then we hear the dog barks. And then it all makes sense. Holy shit, the dog barks. The dog is what alerted everybody to everything, and nobody realizes it. But that's why Bethany calls Dylan. Because she's like, what the hell? Murphy is going crazy. What is going on up there? And she's over here like, what? What are you talking about? Oh, yeah, Murphy sounds like Murphy's like going away from the house, right? I don't know. I heard them run upstairs and run downstairs. I don't know. And then now look at all the texts. But Murphy doesn't have any blood. Oh, that's right. That's because Murphy was outside. So bark, 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 bark. And then ready for this? Dylan, Bethany, somebody actually had to let Murphy in. And I think the dogs sleep with them then to stay downstairs. But now does that start making sense? That Bethany actually calls Dylan and says, what the hell? Why is the dog barking? The hell's going on? I don't know. And now all that starts. And then that's when Dylan's like, I don't know. Nobody's answering. Because like she's trying to call to figure out where everybody is or what. I don't know. She's calling people because I know from my room, I would just sit there and call people. I'm not going to go out and walk around. And then Dylan, leaves the room, goes and sees everything. And she's like, oh my God, what the fuck? Like runs downstairs and tells Bethany what she saw earlier. And then they get in a car and speed the fuck out of there because they take, remember why did they want the infotainment center of what's her name's car? Maddie's car. They wanted Maddie's. They wanted Ethan's. They wanted the infotainment center. Why? Well, maybe the car speeding away would be the two girls getting the fuck out of there after they just saw that everybody's dead. I don't know. But I would think that they would show up on their phones. But then when I found that they would still be on the same tower, and we saw the whole John O'Keefe and Karen Reed case and how that all worked. I don't know. That's why I would just let's just see their data. If their data is just, I guess it was all wonky in that area too. I've been over there. It sucks. You guys saw when I went live and how it cuts in and out and stuff. Remember when they did a drive test and Cyree testified and he was like, hey, guess what? This is the craziest thing. But they did these drive tests, but the one area that they did not include was the crime scene. I mean, after this video that shows us the WSU car is not Bryan Kohberger's, the cops wanted us to all believe that. They put it in an affidavit so much. Then they testified to all this crazy ass shit to make probable cause. Anything Did any of the cops say, how can you believe anything? I just know that I can't. And I wouldn't. And there was no way that I could think that I could put somebody, as much as I'd want like justice and oh my God, like somebody has to pay for what the fuck is going on here. How can anybody go and be like, I can find this person guilty beyond a reasonable doubt? There would be so much doubt. Like that's like the definition. And the reason that there is doubt, and it's all on the cops and it's all on the prosecution, because you created all of this because you fucking blew it. Your case sucks. There's doubt all over the place because of what you did. And that's why there was a fucking plea deal. That's the answer. If Bryan Kohberger was, who deals with the devil? Nobody. You don't do that shit. Transparency, none of that. Fuck transparency. Fuck the truth. We need our pensions. We need our jobs. And that's what, dude, Steve, these people, and he knows it, they picked their jobs. Their careers. I got to keep my job. No one. Remember what Hitler said? These accusations? How dare you, Anne and Cyrey and Slavinsky? How dare you? This gets people disbarred. This is some no shit. Yeah. And you didn't want to hear anything about it. Why hasn't there been a Hitler order for how long? Over a month? The last time Hitler made an order was, I think, October 10th. I gotta go back and check. Come on, buddy. What are you doing? What's the problem? What's up, Freckle Gemini? If we remember correctly, according to a couple of the people's interviews, when they went to go check out what's Ethan and Xana's Snapchat, they weren't even online. Like they were like, it's like you couldn't even see. They just weren't sharing locations, and that's just really interesting to me. Because then you listen to Bethany, and she's like, well, the day before, I was able to find that they were at Taco Bell because I looked, and that's what's crazy, is that's where he got caught. I looked at their locations on Find My Friends. I looked at their location, so from Find My Friends on, for Saturday morning. Well, why didn't you do that on Sunday morning? Why didn't you do it? Come on, like, the fuck out of here. Those phones are going to show, and I'm going to get those phones. I'm going to get those 3 days, and we're going to know how many steps, how many flights of stairs, what times that these phones were moving. What time did the victims' phones all stop moving? I've never seen a case in my entire life where you're not using the victims' phones to create the timeline of their death. 4 people here, not a single victim's phone, and the data inside of their phone was used to create when they last moved. Very bizarre. It's because the phones aren't opposite of what they're trying to say, of when those phones stop taking steps. Or possibly if they continue taking steps after 420. Now that's wild, wouldn't it be? How can those phones take, if any of those phones are moving after 4:20 a.m., what do you guys think about that? It had to be Murphy. They might have to you are the jury and you're hearing like, wait a second, that think about John O'Keefe, man, his phone. It's not moving. It's not moving. Right there. Boom. Think about name a case. Name a case since literally 2000 and God. they tracked Chris Watts everywhere with his device, his two devices. One of these days I got to bring out my work to show you what they lied about in that case. The guy had his work cell phone and his regular cell phone. Do you guys know anything about this case? When he transports the kids from his house to the fields where he's going to put them in oil tanks, do you guys know how tall off the ground those oil tanks were? Going up just once, you would register at least 2 flights because of how tall it was. It was past the 10 to 12 steps. And so it's whoop. And so he goes up the first time, comes back down, goes up the second time, and comes back down. 4 flights. He has his phone on him. Guess how many steps and flights of stairs were registered during the time frame of when this was allegedly had to happen? 0. I said, now that's a problem. I said, who put the kids in the oil tanks? That's your best evidence to say that somebody else helped him. And guess what? Me mentioning that, I'm supporting Chris Watts. Get the fuck out of here, you dumbasses. That is insanity. That's insanity. Me talking about how all the alarms in the house and what times they were going off, and during the day when Chris Watts isn't at his house, who's inside that house? What's going on here? Well, guess who was watching the house when they were in North Carolina? Nicole Atkinson. Nicole Atkinson had access to the house. She knew the passcode. She had the garage door opener. Nicole Atkinson was inside that house and got in that house way earlier and grabbed Shanann's phone. You want to know how I know that? Because thank God there was a Netflix original made. And Netflix used... So if I take my phone and it's Cellbrite downloaded, and the person that I'm married to, we take their cell phone and it's Cellbrite downloaded, and let's say that all the evidence that was ever used in the discovery that we all saw was from, let's say, Chris's phone, right? Perfect. But guess who was the source for the Netflix original? Shanann and her family. And they used her phone. And they used the bubble text that showed what time Shanann was receiving text messages. And guess what? Ding, ding, ding. The discovery that was put out for us publicly was used on when Chris was sending messages. And so what I was able to, because I needed a big piece of my little puzzle here to be able to prove my theory that Shanann's phone was manually turned off during the day, in the morning, and I had it pinned down that it happened before 10 a.m. And it was between 9:32 a.m. and 10 a.m. Well, how did you figure that out? Well, two ways. On the Netflix original, we all got to see the body cam when Chris comes home and they find her phone in the couch cushion, and it was that kid. Explain something. When you go into a house and you're actually trying to locate a human being, you don't go into a house trying to locate a human being and start looking under pillows for humans that are really kind of bigger. They're not going to be hiding underneath the pillow. You're going to see them right there. Nobody went into that house saying, Shanann, Bella, Celeste, like going in rooms and like looking for people. Nope. That's not what happened. Watch the body cam. Nicole Atkinson's son darts straight for the couch and found this cell phone that Chris hid, that he never shut off, though. He hid the phone and he never shut off because the Cellbrite was showing that all these calls were receiving and coming in a certain order up and until a certain point. And this kid just darts right to it. Fine, woo, hey. Well, then when they found the phone, they had to turn it on. Chris, like, you guys see it. And then they're all like, well, what's the passcode? And Chris is like, I don't know it. And then Nicole Atkinson knows it. I believe that Nicole Atkinson changed it just in case Chris got to it before she did, got back to it before she did. That way it would be preserved, anything that was in her phone, before Chris could get rid of it, throw it away, delete anything. But the problem here is that when Nicole Atkinson went in the house, because, she was calling her friend and her friend wasn't answering. And so she just goes over there, and then all of a sudden she's like, I'm going to go to the hospital. I'm going to go to the doctor's appointment that she had. And I'm like, and then Nicole Atkinson turns in her Life 360. And when I go to Colorado to make this trip, I'm like, dude, there is no way in fucking hell that this trip could be made to leave the house, go to because it's like it's like 13 minutes there, 13 minutes back, 26 minutes. I was like, this means she never got out of the car. So I do the travel. I was like, dude, there's no way that she got out of this car. So there's no way that because it would break up. So I compared the way that your Life 360 would actually show that you would start to walk. So it'd have to break up your Life 360 a totally different way. I'm like, exactly. She went there to say that she went there because she knew. She's like, I called. They're not supposed to give me anything because of the HIPAA thing. She go watch the fucking thing. Anyways, long story short, Chris made phone calls from his cell phone to hers before the phone was shut off and then after the phone was shut off. And all of these calls come in all at the same time when when Chris turns on Shanann's phone. They were all queued up after the phone had shut off, and what ends up happening is all the calls and text messages, they all come all in at once, but it's after 9:52. There's like a huge gap until whatever time he gets home and they get to the phone, and then you could see this gap. But Chris, you could see when he made the calls. And so I have his at, this time and this time, like it's like 11:10, 11:30, because they're trying to call like the Primrose. So it took me a long ass time to do all this. And I'm like, holy shit. I was like, the phone was never plugged in to be able to get juice to turn on. Shanann never shuts off her phone, and it didn't die because the battery was dead. So, and we can, if Chris would have shut off the phone after he killed her, before he left to go to work, right? Everything would have been waiting to be queued up and to come all in then at once at that 1:30 time frame, beginning with the very first call that Chris made saying, hey, if you go anywhere with the kids, let me know. All that text message and the call, and then her friends calling and whatever. But it wasn't that way. It was a portion of it all at the beginning up until 9:52 was going in just like normal, like the phone was ringing normally, which means the phone's on. Then somebody, because like I said, the phone never died to turn off. Somebody had to shut it off. And this is how I was able to prove and to show that. And it lined up perfectly with all of the alerts that went off for the Vivint surveillance camera and what they had. And they had an alarm on their phone, and it sent push notifications to their cell phones. And so I was able to show that, holy shit, Nicole Atkinson was either in that in that house because she slept over in the basement, or she went there bright ass early and was in here by this time. And then she intercepted the call and saw the call when the doctor's office called to say, hey, you missed your appointment. And that's what made her drive and say that, oh, that's why I went there. And that's when they told me that she didn't go because she couldn't tell anybody how she really found out, which was she had her phone. Because what she started to realize was holy shit, it's going to look like I'm the last person with her, and it's going to look really bad. And that's why she said, oh my God, are you guys going to arrest me? That's why she thought she was getting arrested. At the end of the fucking day, all the work I did in that case was about the data and just to show that we were all told a lie. It doesn't mean that Chris didn't kill Shanann. It doesn't mean that he didn't kill his kids. And it's like, why do you have to lie about narratives? Why are you lying about the narrative? It's also why they offered him a plea deal, because it was going to be a very, very messy case. They offered him a plea deal. At the end of the day, if you can say, hey, I want a plea deal, but at the end of the day, the prosecution has to offer you that. I don't care if you want one. I can be like, fuck you. I'm not giving you a plea deal. So then you come to this case. The difference is with the Chris Watts cases is that motherfucker pled, hey, he was arrested in August. He was signed, sealed, delivered. We had the discovery by November 24th, right before Thanksgiving. So, and that came a month and a half after he pled guilty. He pled guilty within like a month or two. Here in this case, why the hell would this go all the way and put families like through all of this to take a plea deal here almost approaching 3 years? That's crazy. I'd love to see Ann Taylor's phone bill and Bill Thompson's phone bill. I would love to see how many hours truly went into them talking. And I think that might be able to be gotten in a FOIA. I think that we have a right to know how many times Ann Taylor and Bill Thompson, or either of them, from the moment of when the families were asked, so go and get the FOIA for the day that the Gonzalez's said, hey, they asked us, like, what do you think about, please, huh? No, what? Oh, yeah, no, we were just, I think that was that Friday. And then, boom, accepted on Sunday, I would love to see how much time was truly spent. No idea. Don't care. I've gone all through this discovery. If David Loach was interviewed or anything was to be had with him, it was all the FBI. I can't find anything where he's being the one that's being interviewed by anybody, by the Moscow Police Department or the Idaho State Police in any report. So go find me the Federal Bureau of Investigation report on that man. But woo. Is Mod Squad in here? Did I see someone say Mod Squad? Lana, do you think there is any possibility that Shanann actually killed the girls? No one attacked me. I'm just curious because her friends made some interesting comments after this. Oh, trust me, there's a lot of things that are interesting with that case. All I know is I think Chris Watts is a piece of shit, and what he put his family through is, I mean, the fuck. I think that's one of the. I think what was the most interesting part about it all is that if you watch, I think that actually was the first case when Netflix ever took somebody's social media and literally there's no one narrating anything, right? Go and watch that documentary again. And they use everything from from her Shanann's social media, because Chris had deleted his Facebook page, but he actually deleted his Facebook page. I can't remember if it was a week or 2 weeks before this happened. They used body cam. It was the first, like, no narration, no interviewing anybody. It was just all straight from basically FOIA requests and social media and whatever they put on the Discovery. That was the first time I've ever seen a documentary done like that. Oh, the questions that you should have is that listen, Shanann found out that he was cheating, okay, while they were in Colorado. 100%. That's a fact. So much so that she told people about it there, and they started like doing what all of us do. Okay, start digging into stuff like his social media, and that's when she realized right before, fuck, he doesn't have, Facebook anymore. Remember how Shanann found out about that? Remember they were trying to make a big deal about the whole dolls being covered, the plastic dolls with like the twister bullshit. Well, I did very, very thorough investigation on that. Chris Watts did not take that picture. Shanann took that picture and sent it to him. And how I could prove that is because of the order that was in his Cellbrite and where the picture originated from. And so this narrative that Chris took that picture, fuck, that is so not true on any level. She took that picture. It was when she was at home. Guess who else was over when she took that picture? Nicole Atkinson. Because Nicole Atkinson cut the grass and had brought over little new outfits for the baby, but Chris didn't know that it was a boy yet because, they were having that gender reveal. They then canceled. Dude. Can't believe I'm talking about it. Fucking sick. But Chris continuing to go back and forth with his parents and, tell him that he wants to appeal this, he wants a lawyer. This wasn't right and all this stuff. And then they get it. They do that because his parents want to know what happened to their grandkids. And they wanted to know if they were never told if Nico was their grandchild. In fact, they thought that Nico wasn't theirs because that's why they thought that they weren't getting any information. And it was like, whoa, what? Just crazy stuff. So I got to spend time with Chris's dad. Chris's dad, if he was going to hide anything or do anything, he would have never told his son to go to drive, been with him to drive to the police department. He's like, wouldn't I have gone and got a lawyer and said, shut the fuck up? And we didn't talk at all. We just went straight there. I didn't know anything. He's like, I get up every day at 6. I go to work. I work 10. I come home at 6. I'm just like a worker. He's a good dude. And I just like, why are these people getting attacked? Like, I just know that his sister didn't kill nobody and his family didn't kill nobody. And they should have been seen as victims. They lost everybody that day too. Shanann was their daughter-in-law. Those were their grandkids. And, helping parents out, that I think everybody should do that. So, but yeah, they were all digging and looking into everything, and I'd love for Nicole Atkinson to do an interview with me. If Nicole Atkinson would do an interview with me, that's the only thing that would make me talk about the case anymore, because I just have like 10 questions, and it would just, first question is did you drop off your car when you flew to Arizona, and did you leave your vehicle overnight in any of the lots? Or did your son or your husband drive you and Shanann physically there, drop you off, and then they left, meaning that when you flew back and you landed, Did you get picked up, right? Because somebody came to pick you up, or did you have a vehicle waiting there? It's very, very important because something's missing there. Her Life 360 data is completely fucking royally screwed up, and it begs to ask that question. The next question I have for Nicole Atkinson would be, you said that you texted or Facebook messaged Shanann. Do you recall if it was text messages or Facebook message when you were doing that like 6:30 in the morning? The reason is and why she always said that it was text messages, and she has a Samsung Galaxy and Shanann had an iPhone. So that has to be SMS to SMS, not iPhone to iPhone. So it's different. They were all kind of like back to back to back text messages. Okay. And in the sense of this, she sends one out at like 6:30, then another one out at 7, then one at 8:30, and then another one at like 11:10 or something, or like 10:45, and she's like, fuck this, I'm just driving over there. Well, the issue that I have, and everybody should have, is that the way that the text messages came in on Shanann's phone, none of them were in the morning while her phone was on. They all come in one after another, all after the phone was turned back on in the queue, wherever it would have been. And that's how they were all, and they were all like jammed up one after another. Like there was no, the ones that when Shanann's phone was on and it was earlier, they should have just been there. Okay. And she never provided, she provided screenshots. And right now, the way that it would look based off of Shanann's Cellbrite dump is that those text messages where she's claiming to be worried about her all come in to her phone and begin after Chris sent the 1:27 p.m. text, which means that those were all staged. But again, I think that she did that because she wasn't scared. She's like, fuck, I was in this house. Oh my God. I think she got scared. Like, oh my God. People thought that she was the last person with Shanann. Then she went to the house. She got her phone. She shut the phone off. Oh, the other way. Oh, I fucking almost forgot. Oh my God. This is the biggest part. Right before Shanann's phone gets shut off. You guys know, remember when it was big when your iPhone started and when you're driving, and then if you try to text me while I'm driving, it would send you a text that would tell you. So you try to text me, it would kick one back to you saying, I'm driving right now. I'll get back to you when I get to my destination. Fucking, I totally forgot about this. This is like bomb. When Nicole Atkinson got in the house and saw the kids weren't there, because her claim is just that she got on her car, looked inside the garage, saw if the car was in there, but that she never went into the house yet. No, she definitely went in the house. She knew the code to the garage. She also had the garage door opener because she, house sat when they were in North Carolina. And she took care of the dog. And the garage alert goes off, and that's why Chris calls, and he's like, what are you doing at the house? And she's like, oh, I must have set the alarm off when I was trying to peek into the garage. No, the fucking thing went up. Okay. She goes in, but that's what she said. And that's why Chris called. Okay. Then she goes around. So when you get into the house and then you go, and you know how you would like walk around if you're trying to like unlatch the door to like then open the main door to let somebody in. Again, then Chris called again because he's like, why the fuck are you on my Ring camera over here? What are you doing? Well, I believe that she was letting in her son that drove over there to pick her up because, like I said, I think there's evidence that she could have potentially spent the night and slept in the basement, and that Chris didn't know, and that she was supposed to help Shanann leave in the morning with all their shit, or throw all of his shit out, you know. Remember how they had that bed all in the basement? Anyways, because there all these alarms are going off in the house. Like the alarms just don't go off for nothing. Like, you have to be, it's because you're moving and you're opening stuff, and it alerts you, and you get push notifications to your phone. So they're going to Chris's phone and they're going to Shanann's phone. So somebody's opening and closing doors in their house. Okay? Boom. So she sees the kids aren't there, Shanann's not there, the car's there, and then she finds Shanann's phone. And after the call comes in from the doctor's office saying, because they leave a message, you know how you can look and see what the message says, or you can even listen to the voicemail. That's how she knew that she had that appointment, that she missed it. But she says that she really knew about it because she drove to the doctor's and back. Well, this is what she does. She says, after she talks to Sandy, Shanann's mom, she gets in the car at 11:10 after her son comes there with the car. And immediately when she goes to start to drive, all of a sudden she leaves away. You could see on the neighbor's Ring camera that all the timestamps match up. Goes to leave away. Shanann's phone, what's her name? One of her friends goes to text her to say, hey, I just landed, and what the fuck was her name? It's that blonde chick. Nick's the husband. God, what was her name? Amanda Thayer. Amanda Thayer texts her. Just landed from Louisville because she was at her grandfather's funeral. And when she sent the text, the message that she gets back was that I'm driving and I'll get back to you when I stop driving. As soon as Nicole Atkinson saw that, she immediately, that's what made her shut off the phone. Because like that came in. And then during her interview, during her interview, Amanda Thayer shows the detectives and is telling them this. She's like, yeah, when I landed, and this what threw them all off, because it was like, well, when I landed and I texted Shanann, I mean, her thing sent back to me and it said that she's driving, and that when she's done driving, so that means that the phone's in a car moving, and that's right after that, boom, phone gets shut off. And it was like, and I'm over here like, holy shit. And so again, this is all the evidence to say, hey, and it was at the exact time of when Nicole Atkinson, after she left the house, and her little Life 360 app is taking her to the hospital, just make this loop act like she went there, and then she comes back. And then also the talks of, Nicole Atkinson, her, if you had truly have went over there and you didn't know about anything yet, and you go over there, you're knocking on the door, and your friend's not answering, and the car's there, and you're calling her, and it goes from being ringing, and then all of a sudden it's not, like the phone was shut off. She was told to go and walk the area to see, hey, are they down at the pool? Did they go for a walk in the wagon? Well, guess what Nicole Atkinson's iPhone shows with her Life 360? It will show you when you go walking around or going to ask the neighbors. It'll show you all, if you're driving all over, try to look for somebody in the neighborhood. So what do? I use my Life 360, and I do what you would have done if you're truly looking for somebody, and your Life 360 would show like you're basically driving in circles, and it's really funny. And I compared my Life 360 to hers because of what she said she went and did. None of it happened. Nicole Atkinson's Life 360 is as crisp and clean as you will ever see. And I'm like, so she didn't go looking for her friend. She calls Sandy, and Sandy calls the school, right? Before she ever calls Shanann. So think about this. If my mom was to call me, and my mom was to get a phone call from one of my best friends, and it's like, I can't get a hold of her. Okay, let me see if I can. What would my mom do? Hang up with that person and do what? Call me. Nope. Sandy makes no phone call to Shanann. Not ever once. And I said, the only reason that you would do that as a parent, instead of calling your kid and you just call the school, is if somebody told you, hey, I could not get a hold of Lana, so I went over there. Then I go in the house, the kids aren't there, Shanann's not there, the car is there, and Shanann's phone is here. Now your mom would never call your phone because she knows that you have the phone. And that's why Shanann's mom called the school to see, okay, well, let's see if the kids got dropped off at school. I don't know, maybe she's up. Did she go for a walk? Like she dropped off the kids and then she went for a walk. You get what I'm saying? That's what would normally happen. No parent is not going to call their kid's phone. If someone just called you and said, hey, I can't get a hold of, okay, well, let me call. She never called. Phone record show. No calls. Well, there's only one reason that you would ever do that. And it's if someone tells you that they have your phone. I have the phone. I'm here. Here's her phone. She's not here. The car is here. Kids aren't. And then the bed is stripped. Check the knives. What? Check the knives. Fuck, okay. We couldn't even get a check the knives in Idaho, though. Check the knives. Oh, yep, go ahead. Oh, yeah, hit the thumbs up. I should write a little book on that, on my journey with that. Anna, if she stayed, her car would have been there. Been where? Trust me, this was before anybody knew how to, like, hey, don't give away certain information. The shit I put together in the Chris Watts case will blow your fucking mind away. But it's because I had the information. I needed the discovery. I got ridiculous amounts of discovery. And then I just said, here you go, to the family. And then Ronnie was like, hey, no one's ever showed us anything like this before. Like, nothing. We can't even get anyone to call us back. I said, what do you mean? Yeah, the district attorney, nobody, like, we have questions. We just want to know some things. Can't get anything. I was like, that's ridiculous. Unbelievable. Right. Her car would have been at the Watts case. Whose car? She didn't leave her car at the Watts. When Nicole Atkinson went to go pick up Shanann to go to Arizona, the car literally picks up Shanann and they go and they leave. The car was not left at the Watts. The question is at the time, Nicholas, her son, was on the Life 360. Nicole, aka Nikki, and her son have the same name. So it's really easy to go back and change people's Life 360 in terms of if you just change the name of the person. I tried to explain this in the Karen Reed case because it mattered with the whole Allie McCabe's, data. But I never once thought that Nicole Atkinson's car was at the Watts. It was never left there. It would have been left at the airport, but nobody ever asked that question. But Nick, her son, had just gotten his driver's license that you can, be with a parent and drive type shit. And that was going to be my third question, which is, did Nick ever drive without a parent present when that all was happening? Because, and then, oh, yep. her daughter was out in, God, I literally cannot believe I'm talking about the Watts. You know what? Fuck this. I'm going to show you guys something. I'm going to show you something. I have this binder. Oh, the Watts. You guys suck. All of you are going down. All of you. All right, here, take a look. Windows. Let's see what we got. All right, that'll work. All right. All right, this was a binder I put together for the lawyers just to show the I made exhibits. So everybody in the meeting that I went to got one of these. I'm talking about the fucking Watts case. Can you believe it? All right, so screenshot text messages between Cassie, Shanann Watts, and NA. Omitted from timeline, Shanann Watts, Cassie, NA, 853 group text. Addie, screenshot, she never texted Shanann Watts on 813. Amanda Thayer, driving auto reply and white out of handwritten notes. I mean, you guys have no idea. This is intense here. Let me see if I can. Okay, then the doctor's office canceled 2 appointments on 8889. Primrose statement from for timeline, Sandy. Realtor Ann Meadows, text messages omitted and put in wrong order with DA narrative. Frank Rusick, his statements about how his wife found out about daughter missing. DA timeline, misinformation about the 810 text messages, Josh versus Jeremy. So I put all of this together. So the first thing was here is Exhibit N. Where are the actual text messages with the timestamps on 8:12 and 8:13? See how these are just like written like this? I said, that's not going to fly. Like, where's like some cell rights here? Okay. Now, this is also the first time that you find out that there was a couple of different things going on. There was a group text message, which was Cassie, NA, and Shanann Watts. Then there was the individual texting. Like, I have my 1v1 with you, and I have my 1v1 with you. Who the fuck is saying that? Who is saying that? No one's saying that. Come into my chat and say that I'm saying that. Fuck out of here. Okay, Exhibit O. Okay, so check this out. Things that people don't ever talk about. All right. This is why it would look really bad for some stuff. And I just don't think that, you just. I think I know why this ended in a plea deal. So when the FBI went to the CBI, he went to where Shanann had her doctor's appointments, okay? And when he went there, he did a follow-up, and this person said, hey, on 8/13 at 9:15 in the morning, Shanann Watts did not show up for her appointment. She also advised to me that the appointment was for the standard gender and genetic testing. Gender and genetic testing. Ready? Well, could there possibly be a gender reveal, right? And you know that you're having a boy if you didn't have the gender or genetics test, right? Well, because Shanann supposedly went and did some other tests that she paid for. Okay. But just showing you that. I was like, okay, that's really, really interesting. That, remember before they left to go to North Carolina, or I'm sorry, when they got back from North Carolina, she said, between getting back from North Carolina and going to Arizona, she's like, me and Chris have a doctor's appointment, and it's to find out what the gender is. And it's like, but she went to a different person to do a different way of finding out. I think it's like a 4D ultrasound, whatever. So, and I'm like, why would she go and pay a week before, some ridiculous money when you're going to have literally on the 13th do the gender testing? Right? I was like, that's just wild to me. Next. And I'm almost thinking like whatever. Next, it says that she told me that the appointment had been previously scheduled for 8/8 and 8/9. And she said that the previous appointments had been canceled. And then I said, oh, fuck all. Now we know. So then I said, wait a second. There is something royally wrong here. So check this out. You cancel your appointment on 8/8 and 8/9. If you go back and do if you go back to those days, though, Shanann went to the doctor's, though, on one of those days. Supposedly with Chris. Remember, he was late getting home because he was with NK, and they went to the doctor, and NA stayed at the house and was with the kids when they went to that appointment for like an hour and came back. And I'm over here like, what the fuck? Well, what doctor did she go for that? Because this doctor's over here like she canceled on 8/8 and 8/9. Yeah, see? So you're going to cancel with your regular doctor twice, right? And you kept changing it. So 8/8, okay, hey, I don't feel good, so I'm going to go 8/9. Now I'm going to go 8/13. But on 8/8 or 8/9, you had to have some type of an appointment somewhere to get this. We're having a boy, right? Where'd that happen? Next. Now this doctor advised me that Watts was also a patient of this other person, but had not been seen by him since October of 2017. So she didn't go and see that doctor for it. You know what I mean? So Chanel said that the previous appointments had been canceled and rescheduled by Watts herself. So she's the one that canceled those appointments, opposed to the appointment at 8/13 for Watts. She did not show or call. So she cancels. She did not show or call. Chanel advised that she could not provide any additional information because it would violate, And that's when I was like, yeah, so Nicole Atkinson's talking about that she got information out of anybody is not, just wild. You wouldn't. Okay. Christina flew to North Carolina to join family during the last week. Okay, here we go. This is next exhibit. Chris told Shanann that they were no longer compatible. Chris told her he didn't want the baby. Again, this is all, remember, Shanann's texting this stuff to people. Chris said that he was considering separating from Shanann. Shanann asked Chris to see a therapist, but he refused. Shanann was 100% against separation. Chris wouldn't talk to her. So during the above conversation, Amanda suggested to Shanann that she and Chris go away for the weekend of 8/17/2018. Now, this is really important. Amanda offered to watch the kids and the dog. So remember, they were just, she goes to North Carolina for 6 weeks. He comes for the last week. They don't ever see Chris's parents. Remember, the Nutgate happened, and immediately, boom, they're not over there with his family at all. And so then they come back from North Carolina, and then she's there for a couple days before she has to go to Arizona. Then after she would come back from Arizona, then it was like, now you and Chris, why don't you guys go away for the weekend? And Amanda Thayer's like, you guys just go somewhere and I'll watch the kids. Offered to watch the kids and the dog. Shanann texted back on 8/9. Okay, remember, this is the day that she canceled her doctor's appointment on 8/8 and 8/9. But she texted back on 8/9 at 1:15 p.m. and stated, Chris agreed to go away, which I'm in total shock. Sure, you don't mind Friday or Saturday. What day works for you? Find me those texts that Chris agreed to any of this. They're just not there. What do I believe was about to happen here? I think it's going to speak for itself here in a second. Right here. So sure, you don't mind. Friday or Saturday, what works for us? Amanda was at work, so she didn't respond. Shanann texted again at 6:18 p.m. If we left Friday, what time could you be here? After 6 question, because she works. Amanda said yes, and Shanann agreed. Now, this is why this is important. So, ready. Shanann gets her, Amanda Thayer, to say, yeah, I can come there after work Friday at 6. Perfect. On Monday, the reason that this is important, though, is because Shanann then would go on to ask another woman, hey, what time? Hey, what are you doing on Friday? Are you able to come to the house and watch the kids? And it was like at, what time can you be here? Like at 2, 4, like it was earlier. So she wanted somebody to come and before 6, she only asked Amanda Thayer, can you do 6? Amanda says yes. It's like, why didn't you ask Amanda to do 4 or 3? I mean, she said 6. She goes and asks somebody else right after this, can you do, without Amanda knowing or anything, can you come and watch the kids, and can you get here like, I forget if it was like 2 or 4. And I'm like, what is she doing? Why wouldn't you just ask Amanda? Well, hang tight. So on Monday, on 8/13, Amanda and Nick arrived back in Colorado from Kentucky at approximately 2:30 p.m. Amanda texts Shanann. Okay. Now, this would be the Monday that she was killed by Chris. They were asking, so when she lands and she turns on her phone, Amanda had a few messages from friends, okay? And in this written up document, they said 2:30. Well, I was able to go get the handwritten messages, and it was handwritten notes. It was a little bit different. So they were asking if Amanda heard from Shanann. Now, Amanda texted Shanann at 2:57 p.m. Hey, lady, we just got back. Let's chat about this weekend. Ready for this? You're going to be like, holy shit, Lana. So Amanda received a familiar auto reply from Shanann that she used whenever she was driving. Safety first. I'm driving with do not disturb. While driving, turned on. I'll see your message when I get there. When I get where I'm going, period. The last part of the auto reply had some extra wording Amanda had never seen before, but it just stated that I'm not receiving notifications if this is urgent, and that's just normal. Reply urgent, like iPhone updated that. So nothing's weird there. Amanda sent one more message to Shanann asking when Shanann was getting back to Colorado, but received no response. Now, this is a bomb. I went and found out what flight our girl Amanda Thayer was on, because it didn't make sense to me that Amanda would have these text messages that she would, see at 2:30. If you're looking for Shanann, you'd be, all the texting was earlier. Okay. So I tracked it down and found out that, yeah, she left out of Cincinnati. That's where she was in Louisville, but she flew out of the Northern Kentucky Cincinnati airport. Flew to Colorado, got the flight number, got the landing of it, got the time frame. And I said, this is interesting. I said, I want to see the written notes here. So I go and I pull the written notes of this interview. And we get to right here. Okay. Check this shit out. 8:13, Monday. This is the written notes for the typed up version. Okay. AT stands for Amanda Thayer. AT back in Colorado. And then do you see how it says 2:30 like that? I'm going to zoom in. See that? AT had a few messages from friends of Shanann Watts asking if AT heard from Shanann Watts something. See how something should be there? And it's not. AT texted Shanann Watts now do you see this big fucking gap here? I said, yeah. There's a one right there, and it looks like it was, what do you call it? What's the word? Oh, white it out. Okay. Look back at the two. See, why would and then look at how much room there is between those. Because guess what? I went to the Netflix original to prove this to everybody. If you watch the Netflix original, you will see that Chris arrives home and there's a timestamp, and that it is absolutely motherfucking impossible, like impossible, for this to have occurred at 2:57, that she would have gotten a reply that said, I'm in the car driving or whatever, because guess where the phone's at 2:57 p.m. Yep, you guessed it. Chris is there. NA is there. Her son is there. The cops are there. And the phone is right fucking there. Go watch the Netflix original. I also already knew that because we have the phone records, right? But it was just to say, here, don't tell me that this happened at this time. A one is missing. A one is missing. And it made perfect sense then. 12:30, 12:57. Okay. Then she got that auto reply, do not, while driving. She sent one more text, didn't get a response. Then what else? else is important here? Oh, yeah. Amanda Thayer in Kentucky while above occurring. Amanda Thayer and Nick in Kentucky, Monday, 8/13, 8/9 to 8/13. Got home around, see that right there? 2:50 again. God, just if you go and you look at the better version, which I think I have here, maybe it's in the type version. Okay, here. There's more. I'll go back to this. There was no flight that came in at that time anyways. Next. There's no way that that message could have been sent regardless because her phone's not moving. They fucked that all up. This is, okay, we are here, me and Sin, heading to the, okay. So check this out. This is a message from, we are here, me and Sin. This is a message from, I can't remember if it's Cassie or one of the other friends, but we are here, me and Sin, heading to the restaurant now. Shanann's on the left-hand side. She says, we are about 30 minutes behind, fell asleep. Now, if you go and you look at the phone records and you look at the texting that's going on, the movement of the phone, how many steps are being taken, we are about 30 minutes behind, fell asleep. Do you want to just get something later? They end up not even showing up to go and meet up with these people. Shanann is supposed to be meeting up. I mean, that's what she's there for. They don't even show up. I have no idea what they're doing. None. But it definitely was not because anybody was sleeping. She says, it's like, do you want to just get something later? No, we are starved, but we can eat after 2. LOL. Sounds good. And then see this right here. Are you coming? Like, where the fuck are you? No. I thought you said later. Sorry, I'm out of it. Are you okay? Oh, darn. I'm sorry. I meant we can go later too. LOL. Oh, LOL. Yeah. Just a long 11 days. This is right when she arrives in Arizona. For like, I don't know. LOL. Yeah. Just a long 11 days of lack of sleep and stress. Now. LOL. Yeah. Things any better? Yes, going in the right direction. Yes, things are better and they're going in the right direction. So this was my example to show you that in the Idaho4 case, when we're reading all these interviews, you guys, just because somebody says something doesn't mean they're lying. Okay? If I tell you something and you repeat what I tell you, and then somebody goes back and looks at all this stuff. Why did you tell the police that? She's a fucking liar. That's not what that girl went and did. Yeah, but that's what I told her that I was going to go do. So that's what she told the cops. She's not lying. I lied to her. Okay? But how it would look until you break that all down and get my phone. If I told you, hey, you know what? I'm just going to sleep. And I'll talk to you tomorrow in the morning. Hey, yep, I talked to her. She said she was going to sleep, blah, blah, blah. Then it would seem like you could possibly be covering for me. What do you mean she said she was going to sleep? Well, that's what she told me. And then you're like, the cop's looking at the phone, and like, I'm all out doing God knows what, and you're lying to the cop. And I'm like, here, look at my phone. This is what she said to me. Oh, okay, dude, she did tell you that. So she's lying to you. Why is she lying to you? Okay. That's what I think everybody needs to learn from when somebody is telling somebody, hey, this a story and it relies on, well, this is what this person told me. I would just want to know, well, how did they tell you? Let me see that. Okay. And then you're going to be able to say, okay, yeah, we got a lot of lying going on here. So why there was all these different stories that everybody was telling is because Shanann, for whatever reason, was telling people different things. And she had her reasons, because a lot of people would be like, I don't want to share information that my fucking husband's a cheating piece of shit. You know what I mean? Like, who wants to, yeah, everything's great, you know? But then I'm telling, you know, my one confidant, maybe, you know, fuck this bastard. Find everything we can on this girl. Dig. Let's go. That's what they did. And you're going to get to that interview when the one girl says, yeah, we started looking through, you know, everything and doing what sleuths do, you know, figuring out. They started looking at the phone records. They started, after the whole, he went out and however much money was spent buying a salmon. Buying a salmon. Get the fuck out of here and you're not welcome back. Bye, bitch. How about that? I highlighted you too. Don't you fucking talk about kids in people's chats? We don't allow trolling. Freedom of speech. A troll. Someone who attacks. Get the fuck out. How about that? You like that? Go be a queef hog somewhere else. And did you guys like to use those terms over there? Queef hog. Never heard that in my life. So, well, Shanann is not at the, what do you call it? Or she sends this while she's sitting doing, there's a lecture. And so she made this from one of the devices that you can use, which is, so she makes this while she's at the Arizona conference. This is the carpet that's from the ballroom outside of it. This is the outfit that she's wearing in a picture with Cassie and them. So she takes this picture there, makes a 15 weeks baby, you know, announcement, boy or girl. But the crazy part is that she was like, I'm not going to cancel the gender reveal. And it's like, what the hell's going on here? You know, she makes this. Created with Baby Pick app. Okay. Now, they asked Addie, hey, will you give us your text messages so we can see them with Chris? Addie says, yep, here you go. So check this out. On 8/13 at 12:31 Mountain Time. Mount me. Which she's on the East Coast. Addie was in Maryland. So that'd be like 2:31. Addie asked Chris if Shanann is okay and told him that everybody is worried. Ready for this part? Addie never called Shanann's phone, never, not once. Until like nothing in the morning or anything like that. No, never, not once. Then, so I don't know how everyone could be worried. Like, I mean, she told him it is not like her to not respond, and they have not heard back. Chris replied that she went to a friend's house with the kids. He said she would not tell him where, though, and said that he will update her once he got home. So now 15:46, that is 3:46. Addie asked Chris what was happening and expressed worry. Chris did not reply. He's with the cops. Look at the body cam. Then at 18:48, Addie asked Chris for any news. Chris replied that the cops searched his house up and down, and they were doing everything they can. She asked what would be happening, and Chris said he had no clue or what could be happening. Chris told Addie that he and Shanann talked that morning between 4 and 5. And when he left, she was still there. He told her that they checked his camera and the neighbor's camera. Addie asked about Cece's medication, and Chris replied that all the meds were still there. Addie expressed concern. Chris told Addie that Cece takes it every day, once a day. They have containers full of it downstairs. At 8:14, Addie texts Chris to say that she thinks people need to be out searching and asked if police mentioned search parties. Now, let's really think about this for a second. Can you imagine? I mean, nobody did any searching. There was no search. Like, Chris is in the house and like nobody went out searching. Nobody. 2 kids are missing, a pregnant woman, and there's nobody did anything. You guys remember back at that case? Next. Like, I think that's crazy. All right, so Addie's like, we need to have a search party, and asked if police mentioned search party. He replied there was no search party and that they told him not to just go out driving because he would not know where to look for. He told Addie that there was still a chance in his mind that she was with someone he did not know of. He said he really hoped that that was the case. He told her that the police have seen all the footage from cameras. He said he hoped they were all safe together. At 12:56, he texted and he was talking with the news crews that bombarded him all at once. And he said he wanted to get everything out there. He said that the dog swept the house for scent. Like, he was like updating her. Now, remember how the media even ever arrived is Nicole Atkinson called the media. Because Nicole Atkinson knew when the media was going to be there, because that's when like she arrived, and remember all that. So somebody knew somebody to get people out of there. Chris that next day talked to the FBI. He went to the office. He replied at 8:15 at 2018 at 12, just after 12, that he just got done with the FBI and they have the case now. That the FBI does. Now, what's really weird, if you guys remember this, the night of the 13th going into the 14th, the police call Chris, and they end up calling him. Hold on, I think I have it here. Oh, hold on though. It was about Nicole Kessinger and what phone he was using on the night of the 13th. Because the cops called, and I think it was all a ruse to say, oh, hey, what was your, what are the heights and all that crap. But when he did that, I'm able to prove based off of the phones, he's on the phone with Nicole Kessinger while talking to the police from the work phone. And he's on the phone, though, with Nicole Kessinger on the other phone at the same time. You guys know that? Yeah. The night of the 13th, when he's texting back and forth with Nicole, then they talk on the phone. When the cops tried to call and he didn't answer, Nicole was like, well, call them back. He is on the phone with the one device at the same time that the other device is on. And Nicole Kessinger never mentions that. And some people out there, when I fucking told people about that, they ran with it and like, see, fucking told you she was involved and blah, 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 And I'm just like, no, I'm just pointing out things. But now here, check this out. This is calling Primrose because I always thought it was weird. Now, the morning of the 13th, Exhibit 4. Why was Primrose called before Shanann Watts was called by her mother? She called 3 times. Why? Okay, now I'm going to explain why. Well, number one, because Nicole Atkinson called her and said, hey, Sandy, I just told you guys, I'm at the house. Nobody's here. The car's here. And I have Shanann's phone. It's here. But nobody else is here. And the bed is stripped. Okay. So this, make it bigger. This puppy. So on 8/15/2018, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation went to Primrose. And upon arrival at 12:20, I met with the owner. So Lang said that both Belle and Celeste had attended the Shanann. No, check this out. Shanann Watts had pulled them out for the summer because she was going to North Carolina for an extended trip. Now, I know how Primrose works. We use the Goddard School. It's the same fucking thing. Okay. If you pull a kid out, there is a long wait list. Okay. You are not allowed to just pull the kids out because you don't want to pay that month and then think that, okay, then I have a spot to put them right back in, in September. Like, you better have that all panned out because, or in order to keep your enrollment here, hey, I got a kid that's going to come in our spot for that month. And then, because they had 2 spots, not just 1, 2. And you have to pay at the beginning of the month, or you cannot have your kid, you cannot bring your kid to school there. There is none of this, like you can run up a bill or anything like that. That is not how those places operate at all. At all. So when I found out that she had taken the kids out for the summer, which this shit is expensive as fuck. Okay. What the price was back then was if your kid was going for a full week, Monday through Friday, it was, it would run you like $1,200 for the month. If you went, and that's what they did. And then you got a little break if you had like a second kid, but easy peasy, this is $2,000 a month. Like, easy. Like, that's me being kind. Back then in 2018. Now, so when I saw this, pulled them out for the summer because she was in a trip. Lang said that both girls were scheduled to start and return on 8/13/2018. I said, wow, that's an interesting start date. It's in the middle of the month. That's in the middle of the month. That is normally not how that shit works, but hey. Lang said that between 8 and 8:15, she received a call from one call from the girl's father, Chris Watts, stating that they would not be attending the school. Lang said that Chris then asked Meyer if the girls were at the school. What? Hey, they're not going to be attending school. We're going to be taking them out because of financial reasons, but are they there? Lang said that Meyer was freaked out by the phone call and later reported it to the police. That's not how that happened at all, but okay. Lang then brought in Carrie Wood, so they're doing this interview, the director of the school. Wood said that Shanann's mother called between 8 and 8:30. Bingo, dingo, right there. 8 or 8:30. So Chris calls, which we have his timestamp. Also, we have is Chris had to Google the phone number. Chris Googled Primrose, got the number, and then called. He didn't even have it in the phone. Okay. Which is fine. So he calls. And then literally between, they're saying 8 and 8:30 that Sandy calls. Why the fuck would Sandy be calling? That means that Nicole Atkinson had to have talked to Sandy before that phone call. Capiche? Capiche. Okay. So I'm like, okay, well, this is interesting, right? So Sandy calls, and the first person, so this is a different person. So Carrie Wood's like, hey, yeah. Well, Shanann's mother called me between, 8:30 hours and asked if the girls were in school. Wood said that this person, the assistant director, then spoke with Shanann's mother midday. And I'm like, what? Again, so Chris calls. Then Lang said that after Chris, called, then Lang brought in Carrie Wood, the director of the school. Wood said that Shanann's mother called between 8 and 8:30 and asked if the girls were in school. Wood said that then she asked this person, who's the assistant director, Alba, and then spoke with Shanann's mother midday. Wood and Alba, what time it was they spoke, and they said that call around 11:30 in the morning. Again, asking if the girls were dropped off. Ready? Then they spoke with Shanann's mother around 3 p.m. and asking if the girls had been dropped off at the school. Wood advised her that they hadn't been, and that the girls' grandmother told Wood that they were missing. I then spoke with Meyer by phone, speakerphone in the office. Meyer said that Chris called at about 8:15 on 8:13 and said that after he introduced himself, she told him that they were expecting to see the girls starting at the school, and he replied that he was calling to let them know that the girls weren't going to start. He said he wasn't really sure what was going on yet, but that they were going to be moving and putting the house up for sale, and they were not sure if they were going to stay in the area. Meyer responded with, "That's pretty crazy." Meyer said that Chris then said, "The girls aren't there, are they?" Meyer said she told Chris no, she hadn't seen them, but to let her check and see if they were clocked in. That's how it works. And they were not clocked in. There's a sign-in sheet. Chris said, okay, and to put them down as not coming in. And Meyer asked if he wanted to be placed on a waiting list in case something changes. See that there? A waiting list. So you understand that in the summertime, that's how it would have all happened too. There would have been a waiting list. Once you leave, you have to be put on a waiting list because this shit is insane to get in. And then once you're in, if you think that you're just going to, there's people waiting for spots. So here, it's like you're asking him about a waiting list, but in the summer, it was all fine. There's no fucking way. I know how this works. There's just not, they want their money. They're insane about their money. So then I was like, okay, reading along, and I said, well, what else is up here? Well, according to this Meyer woman who, seems like she's in the know, they also have cameras. So Chris replied that they might as well, but they weren't sure what was going on. So, put them on the wait list, but they weren't sure. Might as well just put us on the wait list. Meyer told him to keep them updated and that the teachers would be sad to not see the girls today. Chris thanked her and then hung up. Meyer said that Shanann's mother, she couldn't remember her name, called about an hour later and spoke with Alba. Meyer said that Shanann's mother called back around 11:30 and spoke with her. Meyer said that Shanann's mother said that she was Shanann's mom and that everything was fine. Do you hear me? Boom! I said, holy fucking shit. So I was like, why is she calling back saying everything is fine? Well, I'll tell you why. Because when Shanann's mom called originally, was it truly Shanann's mom or was it Nicole Atkinson calling to say, hey, I'll just call as her, or was it truly Sandy that called to say, hey, is, Shanann there? Either way you slice and dice it, at no point in time did Sandy call Shanann's phone. Why are you calling the school first? You understand that? Like, no mom is not going to call their kid. If you call me and say, like, I'm going to call my mom would call me if my friend called her and said, I can't get a hold of Lana. Okay, let me try her. Nope. Fuck, I'm not calling Lana. I'm just going to call the school. What? Never. No, that's the dumbest thing ever. No, let me call her. Let me try her. Unless you said something like, I'm at the house, the car's here, nobody's here, and I had her phone's right here. Then my mom wouldn't call me. And that's why it's important to find the timeline here, which is Chris called at between 8 and 8:30. And then for Sandy to call between 9 and 9:30 without calling her daughter. And then again at 11:30, well, guess what? Cassie, NA, and Sandy all get on three-way calls. Ready? Buckle up. So here, Shanann's mom calls back and says, hey, everything is fine. She's like, she's being honest. She's like, hey, she calls back at 11:30 and says, everything is fine. And not to tell anyone that she called. Well, why? Why in the world would that happen? This is in an FBI police report. So not only does, hey, this is Shanann's mom calling, everything is fine, and just don't tell anybody that I called. It'd be fine if you said everything is fine because Chris told you, like, she's at somebody. But I'm like, okay, what time did they talk? Ready for it? Yeah, no. So then after this woman says, well, after she told me that everything was fine, not to tell anybody, she said, don't tell anyone that I called. Again, and not to tell anyone that she called. She said, don't tell anyone that I called and excuse me for caring. Don't worry about anything. Meyer said that she told Shanann's mom that she was glad everything was okay and that she was glad that they were able to talk to Shanann, and Shanann's mother was hurried and hung up. What the fuck? Meyer said that Shanann's mother called back again and spoke with Wood around 2 or 3. And that Meyer said that Shanann's mother stated, excuse me for caring. And Meyer said that she assumed that she had spoken with Chris, who became upset that she had called the school. I asked Meyer if they told Chris that Shanann's mother had called, and she said no. The only time anyone at the school talked to Chris that day was when he called in the morning. And then this is when I said, bingo. You know what I mean? I asked Meyer about Chris's demeanor when he called, and she said he seemed normal, but she was surprised that the girls weren't coming back. Meyer said that she suspected that they weren't really moving, and that was just an excuse. Meyer said it was strange because they had just spoken with Shanann recently, and everyone was excited about the girls coming back to the school. Meyer said it was strange to suddenly get a call from Chris stating that the girls weren't coming back. Meyer said that she didn't notice anything strange in Chris's demeanor, but thought that it was strange that he asked if the girls were there. Oh, fuck yeah, that's strange. Hey, the kids aren't coming in today. Are the girls there? That's absolutely crazy. I asked Meyer if Chris was the one who typically called the school and she dealt with the school issues. And she said no. Again, crazy. Shanann did the majority of the pickups and drop-offs. And now that to me is really, really interesting. Because I had this as Shanann dropped the kids off and Chris picked them up. But Meyer said that Chris did come to the school, but Shanann was the primary communicator. I think she had to walk that back. I asked Meyer who would normally call the school if the girls were sick or something similar, and she replied that Shanann normally would. Wood then told me about her conversation with Shanann's mom at around 3 and said that she asked if Shanann had ever dropped the girls off, and Wood told her no. Shanann's mother said that they were missing. Lang said it was a surprise to find that the girls weren't going to be starting. He said that they had been attending the school since March of 2017. It was only August of 2018. Like, they weren't. That stuff happens all the time. Lang said that the school has never had any problems with the girls or Shanann or Chris. Lang said that the girls being gone for the summer, they haven't seen them recently to notice any recent changes. See how it says gone for the summer? Well, that was another big problem for me because it wasn't just when she went, like, that's all summer. That's June, July, August. Now, do you remember how it was supposed to be picture day or something on the 18th or on the 13th where you call off work or go in late and go with me to take the kids because it's like Bella's first day of kindergarten or whatever? None of that's true. It wasn't like, that's just not accurate. I left my business card. Awesome. Then. Oh. All right. This is Cassie Rosenberg's close friend of Shanann. So Agent Galbraith contacted Ann Meadows. This is really important. Ann Meadows is the realtor. Ann Meadows sent Shanann Watts right here, sent her a Facebook message, okay? And that her and Chris Watts were thinking about moving. And this blows up the narrative of Chris calling a realtor out of the blue on the 13th. You guys, the lies aren't okay. That's not true. Shanann contacted the realtor through Facebook, and this was a person that actually sold their home to them. And Shanann contacted Ann Meadows through Facebook. You guys know, like DMs or whatever. And that was the week prior to. Okay. So that's what happened. It's right here. And Ann Meadows says it. She said that, she wanted to get together with Ann to discuss after she returned. Shanann asked for the best sites to be looking for homes on, and Ann sent her the REC Colorado, sent Shanann a mobile app to search with. Ann then sent Shanann a follow-up message suggesting that they get pre-approved for a loan to begin with. Shanann did not reply, and Ann expected that she would once she returned to town. Now, on Monday, 8/13/2018 at 8:28 a.m., okay, after calling the school, Ann received a 3-minute phone call from Chris Watts. Ann was surprised and actually taken back when Chris called, as it was Shanann that Ann usually talked with about real estate. Ann was their agent when they bought the house that they were living in. She only talked to Chris maybe twice during that transaction. Chris asked Ann if Shanann had called her yet. She told Chris that she sent her a message in Messenger, and that Ann suggested that he and Chris get pre-approved for, that she and Chris get pre-approved for a loan. Now, Chris told Ann that no one knew yet, but he and Shanann were getting divorced and not getting along for over a year. Ann was shocked and told Chris that she was sorry. Like, dude, what? He told Ann that not even his family knows. As the day 8/13/2018 progressed, now this is a written report that's going to blow your mind up when you see these text messages and the order that they tried to say that this happened in, because the proof is in the pudding. And again, they fabricated the order and how this all went down. Again, I don't know why it has nothing. Fucking bastard killed everybody, man. But why do you have to lie about any of this shit? Doesn't make sense, right? Like, Jesus. Here, take a look. So, as the day progressed, Anne sent text messages to Chris and Shanann. They were in a three-way, which again helped me out with my timeline for the to be able to get these timeline transactions from the Cellbrite report about the house. Shanann was usually vocal on issues, and Shanann was not weighing in on the group texts. Anne justified that perhaps the divorce situation had Shanann not participating in the topic of the text. Anne discussed comps in the neighborhood and updates to the home by text in an effort to estimate value. Now think about this. I tried to get the handwritten notes for this, right? Because I said, there is no way that Anne could be totally shocked about this when Shanann reached out to her the week before to bring this up. She should have put two and two together like, now it makes sense why Shanann reached out to me. Capiche? Come on. And that's why I want to know, is this typed up version true and accurate? Because there is no way that a realtor who does this for a living gets a message from the wife last week talking about, yeah, we got to move and, being weird. And then the husband contacts and says, yeah, we're going to be getting divorced. We've been getting along. Makes sense why she fucking reached out, So to say like, I was just, Anne was shocked. No, there's no way that Anne was shocked, but whatever. Okay. Now, Anne saw now look at how this report's written. Anne saw on Facebook that Shanann was missing and realized that Shanann had not weighed in all day when she was texting Chris. Anne reached out to Chris and stated that she realized Shanann was missing and asked if he was okay. He assured Anne that he had reported to police and she could send prayers. Anne knew Chris and Shanann before they bought the house they lived in. They were both loving to each other and seemed really in love. Shanann was lovely, sweet, and ambitious. Chris was quiet and a good father. Anne knew nothing about the Watts' finances. Nothing. Where are we at here? Okay, yeah. Anne believed that Shanann was successful with Thrive and she worked hard. Okay. I thanked Anne for her time. Anne forwarded screenshots of her communications with Chris and Shanann Watts. Review of the screenshots forwarded to me by Ann Meadows. Chris Watts. Here you go. 3-minute call. So she's like, here, this is the day, he called me. This was the time, 8:28, and it lasted 3 minutes. Here it is. Okay. Then after this is a 3-minute call. So not that long. Facebook Messenger messages between Shanann Watts and Ann Meadows. Shanann reaches out to Ann to tell her that she and Chris would like to talk to her about selling the house. She told Ann that she was out of town until late Sunday. Ann asked Shanann where they wanted to move. Shanann told her Chris, was talking about Brighton or Fort Lupton, stating they cannot move too far south due to his job. Shanann said that they had just talked about it last night. Okay, now, this should be blowing everybody's mind because Shanann isn't telling any of her friends any of this. In fact, Cassie and her husband and their kids are supposed to be moving in with them. Hey, guess what, guys? We're moving. You guys, this is wild. When I was like, holy shit, like, what the fuck's going on, right? Because And then she finally tells them in Arizona, and this is when Cassie was like losing her shit. She's like, fuck him, fuck that. We're moving in and he's moving out. We'll help you pay for everything as well. We'll live in the all this stuff. Remember? He is sociopath and narcissist. He killed his family. I don't know. I don't know about the narcissist part, but he definitely killed his family, right? But can you imagine though? Like, so think about if you're the investigators in this case, right? And you're getting all these different stories, and people are just telling you different things. Wait till you get to this Linda and the Cindy woman. I was like, whoa. So here, okay. They now have a lot of it done. So what was it? Okay. She then said that they thought about it on and off, but the construction behind them was holding them back. They now have a lot of it done. Before Shanann paints the baby's room and more, she wanted to see where they are at and their options, and suggested Brighton and Erie. Shanann said that they do not want to downsize for the same price they are paying, though. On Friday at 10:25 a.m., she's in Arizona. Shanann asked Ann about Realtor.com, or Ann suggested this. So that was on Friday at 10:25 a.m. Again, she's in Arizona. On Saturday, 10:05 a.m., Ann messaged to suggest to Shanann talk to one of her lenders. Okay. Now, text between Ann Meadows and Chris. They typed this all out. Right? Monday, 12:27 p.m., Ann texts Chris to tell him she was working on his market analysis and asked about upgrades to the house. Chris replied that the basement is still unfurnished and there are no upgrades. Ann asked about a comparable model in their neighborhood, and Chris agrees to drive by it when he gets home. So when anybody wants to say that Chris was just, I don't know, doing something weird, and Chris said that this is what he did, okay, you guys, it's in the messages. When the DA says that he was lying about that, they're right here. They didn't lie about that. That's all I have to say about that. Like, the DAs, they will just tell you whatever and lie about whatever. And then even when it comes out that, oh, yeah, he kind of did do that, didn't he? And he really wasn't trying to like throw stuff in dumpsters and shit. He drove by a house to tell Ann, who he texts, wait till you see this, about this comparable. And so they knew this, but they just made it up. It's crazy. So Ann says that it is under contract and she will call the realtor to see what it sold for to get a number. Ann asked, is Shanann okay? She hasn't waited all day. Chris replied, she hasn't been around all day. It's very odd. Ann replied that it is really weird and asked if he was worried. She asked if Chris has checked with Shanann's friends or called to report her missing. That's how it went. Now, remember the beginning part? Like, Chris told Ann that he has done it all and the police are handling it now. So you see this right here? Now, let's actually take a look at this. Monday, 5:47 p.m. Chris thanked Ann. She asked if he drove by the comparable house. Thank you. At 5:47, she is missing a missing woman, and Ann is asking Chris, hey, did you drive by that house? This is fucking crazy. It wasn't Chris, it was Ann. After she finds out that she's missing, hey, by the way, I'm so sorry that Shanann's missing. Did you happen to drive by that house that's down the street, kid, so we get this comparable going? That would be the last thing on my mind, Miss Meadows. Damn. So, but let's just see if this is accurate. Ready? So then we look at this. He said that he just did, and that is the exact model. Ann was waiting to hear back from the agent, and then they could set a time to meet. Now, this is how they showed these screenshots. Okay. These are these group messages. Oh, you could tell a lot from this, though. I was like, okay, let's see. So the way that they tried to put these out, 3-car garage. I will drive by the 6508 address when I get home. Thanks, Chris. Not a lot of comps. I have called into that realtor to see what it's sold for. It's under contract. That was that one. So I had to put all these in order because they weren't in the correct order. To prove that, like, here, she's telling him to go drive by this house that's in the area. Not him, going and driving and trying to find a fucking dumpster to toss shit in. Like, it's absolutely crazy. Just lying. You're welcome. Okay, right here. Is Shanann okay? That she hasn't waited in all day. She hasn't been around all day. It's very odd. That's really weird. You must be worried. Have you checked with her friends or called and reported her missing? Now, is that at all normal? Hey, so-and-so hasn't waited all day. Have you checked in with her friends or reported her missing? What? Like, you guys, isn't that kind of wild? Because somebody hasn't weighed in text messages between 8:29 and noon. Have you checked in with friends? Have you reported her missing? You guys, I've never ever heard of a quicker reporting of a missing person in my entire existence than in this case. And it's like, normally it's like, hey, thank God the kids, because then that was the whole put on Amber Alert. I don't even know if they put out an Amber Alert. But normally adults can just walk away, go whatever, blah, blah. I've just never heard, and a friend saying, I've never been in a conversation with any of my friends or work people that I've had acquaintances with to them saying, I'm talking to them like, hey, have you heard from No, it's really odd. She hasn't been around all day. Oh, have you talked to her friends? Or in the same sentence, or have you reported her missing? That's crazy. None of that's normal. And then I've done it all. Police are handling it now. Send prayers, please. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Lots of prayers. Okay. Thank you so much, Anne. I can't read that one. Just did. Yep, that's the exact model. All right. I'm waiting to hear back. Okay, you're welcome. Okay, so how you would believe that this occurred, right, is in this order. Somebody would read this one up top, then they would move to the right like you're reading a book, right? And this is when I realized that this cannot be in the right order. It'd be like this one, then it was like this, then the next, And what I realized it was they switched the order. Let me go down further. There's, there you go. This whole thing with she hasn't, all this right here. See how it says you're welcome? See how it says over here, you're welcome? So thank you so much, Anne. And I was like, these fucking bastards. What they did is this is actually the last one, which makes it way more sense. Like, but who would ever put it in this order? Why are you putting these out of order? Well, to make it look way worse for somebody, right? And that's when I sat down with this, because I had all this stuff in like actual color. And I sat down with this and I'm like, wait a second. I was like, these are out of order. I was like, you're welcome. That's this. Thank you so much, Ann. And he responds, he goes to check that. Just did. Yep, that's the exact model. It's about going and checking on the house. All right, blah, blah. The whole you're welcome. So this should actually be after this. Like, thanks, Chris. All that. And then him saying, thank you so much, Ann. So it should be this, this, and then this. So it's like reading it backwards. And I was like, you sons of bitches. So again, if you go listen to the district attorney after the sentencing and him give a little speech about all this shit, he lies about it. Now, Exhibit 6, Frank said that Sandy tried to get a hold of her daughter but couldn't. And I was like, I have no idea why people are lying about this, but this just didn't happen. And again, it's not so much that people are lying. I think there was a disconnect because here I pulled Sandy's interview. And so the dad, when he was interviewed, he said that everything seemed normal and neither indicated of marital problems. They were just in South or North Carolina. Said that when they had heard that Chris he thought it was strange as he never left because he went to the game when she was in, he got a babysitter. He said that Shanann checked her finances on the phone and he spent over $60 on dinner that Saturday night. Now, ready for this? This is when I said, okay, well, Shanann didn't give that information to her family. Shanann hadn't talked to her family when she was in Arizona, and she didn't talk to them that Monday morning. So when they were interviewed, how did they know this? Again, so when you're giving an interview, this is hearsay. But it would confuse an investigator. That's everything in the Idaho4 case. All these kids all they're doing is repeating shit that they heard from whoever. And so here, her dad, when he's doing this, he didn't talk to her. She never told him this because she didn't have an opportunity to. That came from, and you're going to see here that, right here. So, said that he spoke to Chris on Sunday night, the dad, Frank, and that Bella was eating cold pizza and some candy, and that he said that he hadn't talked to Shanann, her alone when she is out of town. He leaves her alone when she's out of town. So see that right there? He hadn't talked to her. So then how do you know about all of this stuff, right? And it's because while she was in, remember, Arizona, it created such a big beef. It was like she looked up the menu and what do you mean he's spending $60 at this place? How could you order, if you got a couple beers and had salmon, and it's like, why would he buy? He knows that money's tight and he's buying friends beers. You know what I mean? That's when she was like, this doesn't fucking make any sense. So then when asked how he found out that Shanann and the girls are missing, he said that his wife, Sandra, tried to get a hold of Shanann and couldn't. Now, the only way that I believe that this is not a lie is because if Nicole Atkinson and Sandy and Cassie are all on three-way like they were when they called, I know when they called Chris, they were on a couple of those occasions, and that would be then, it wouldn't reflect in, that would be calling Chris though. Okay. There are no phone records that show that Sandy called Shanann that morning. And then Sandy called Chris. Chris didn't answer, but then he turns around and he calls right back. We're going to get into that. So he found out from his wife, who tried to get a hold of Shannon, couldn't. Tried to get a hold of Shannon, couldn't. Phone records are going to show opposite. So it's like, what do you mean? How, you didn't, though. So see what they're leaving out here. So he said that his wife can be pushy with her, and Shanann will not respond to her. So Sandra will ask him to contact Shanann for her. But she never did that this time. You see? Frank said that his wife called Chris and told him that Shanann wasn't answering her and he should call the hospitals. When I saw this, I said, holy shit. I was like, this is all a lie, you know? She never called Shanann. The phone records, here they are. They're right there. She never called. And I'm like, then that means what? Sandy was notified by who? Nicole Atkinson. And it was way before 11:10. And 11:10 is when she said that she arrived at the house. And so if this is the case, I mean, but all this stuff happens. Remember, Sandy called the school. What time? Before 9:30. What? How, what? You know what I mean? Like, think about all of this. And so if your friend gets home and you get home from a long road trip and you're not getting home until like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, right? Why did she think that, oh my God, I have not heard from Shanann and it's 6:30 and now it's 7:30 and now it's 8. What the fuck? Well, can a host sleep? I mean, that's pretty, think about, that's when I said, you know what? We got to back all the way up here. I said, no way. I said, this makes absolutely no sense. But I said, but it did make sense if you were like telling your friend, hey, do not say anything about this. Okay. Just go in there. Don't act like you know. I'll be over first thing in the morning. We're going to get all of his shit out. Okay. You know, us girls are going to be here for you. I'll be right. I mean, I'll be back over here in the morning, you know, that type of thing. And that's what I believe 1000% took place. And and then when I found that out that Chris latched the door, if he truly did that versus Nicole Atkinson just saying that, but because then I worked backwards. And then I was like, okay, she was already in the house because this doesn't make sense. If, for example, when you have Vivint and you have push notifications to your phone, we had it. And what it does is if your front door opens, it'll say, it'll like ding and like alert and tell you like front door open, like side door open, back door open, basement door open, garage door open, alarm set. It'll tell you stuff. And when you go to like use the keypad to punch in your code, it'll alert to your phone every time too to push notification to say that the password was entered on the 3rd level floor. It's very, very notifying. And you get push notifications to your cell phone, which would report then in a Cellbrite. And if you look at Shanann's and Chris's Cellbrite and you work backwards. So how it should be is if nobody was in that house after Chris leaves and he, goes to shut the garage shuts, right? And so you leave, and then all of a sudden your phone gets a notification and it's saying basement door open, not garage open. Okay. Basement door open. Basement door open for, warning, alert. And thinking to yourself, well, how did the basement door get open? And Chris told the guys, I don't know, maybe they were trying to figure out that whole thing with the basement door. Okay. But there was a push notification. So it wasn't just that it opened, it was an alarm notifying you that it was left open. And this was well after he left the house. Somebody would have to be inside the house. Next thing happened was after that, somebody used the keypad. Okay, nobody knows about this because nobody's dug into the knowledge sea of the data of Shanann and Chris's phones. I did that though. Then the next thing is it's not like you're putting in a code. You know how you could use your cell phone and you can, if you have that, you can use your cell phone. There's an app on your phone and you could literally lock it, close it, all this shit. Okay. So then the next thing that was on there was a notification that the key, what's it called? Here, I have it right here. The keypad was used. And I said, well, you have to be inside the house for that. It's not an app. It's who the fuck is in the house that's hitting. You have to put in the alarm code in order to have that shit stop dinging. That's the most annoying shit ever. There we go. That'll work. So I created this timeline. With all of the information from their phones, every single phone. Made a master timeline that you would have, like, that somebody would actually be able to testify to. All right. So, and I started back on the 26th of June. And these are the things that I thought were relevant, which were the fact that Shanann Watts had over 25,000 timeline transactions from June 26th until August 12th. Nicole Kessinger, for example, she had 25,000 timeline transactions. Just it took her a year to get that many. That was to show how much more active Shanann Watts was on her phone. A timeline transaction is when you make a command in your phone. If you open your phone up, shit like that. Go to call a number. So what I did is I showed, so the first timeline transaction that is recorded in the data that they provided, because they only went back to, it was June 26th. And it was timeline transaction on, and it says then over here. So SW Shanann Watts. Okay. The second timeline transaction that is recorded in the data discovery by the gang unit. Now I call them the gang unit because they cherry picked messages and they put out their own relevant timeline transactions of, like, I shouldn't say their timeline. And so I refer to them as the gang unit because the guy that did it, he was in charge of the gang unit in Green, Colorado. I think his last name was Ford. God, I can't believe I remember all this shit. Oh, fuck. All right, so Nutgate text messages to Chris Watts, July 9th. This is the game, Shanann Watts text to Chris on July 10th. So here we get, and so you see, I was trying to show you guys the timeline transactions, which was 129,150. And then by the time that you get to July 29th, it was already there's 145,331. That's what I was trying to show. Like, that's a shit ton. That means Shanann's constantly on her phone. Okay. Chris Watts text messaged Shanann Watts, and he said, I'm finishing the hike on July 29th. And that was to show where his timeline transactions began, which is important to discover who actually took the picture of the doll with the twister. That's how I was able to break this down, and how I was able to see whose phone actually took that picture. And it was based off of where it originated from. It originated from Shanann Watts' cell phone, and it was sent to Chris's. Then okay. At 7:26 a.m., Chris Watts, they try to say, finally returns Shanann Watts' text message. And I was like, say what? The gang unit? That's how they referred to it in their when they did their synopsis. This is what it looked like. I think this will help people. It was Greeley police, not Green. So I don't know if you guys remember seeing this police report that was written up back in the day. And it did all these timeline transactions that they thought were relevant. And it said that they put the accompanying 50-page document in chronological order. I'm able to show that it is not in chronological order, and it's spanning from May to August. Following each entry is information directing the reader to the location the specific entry was located within the Cellbrite report. And so the phones that were used to make this 50-page document, they used item 41, which was an Apple device. They did not do full file extractions either, which is absolutely ridiculous. You would. And let's see, this can include metadata. Yep. So he was just explaining what that is. And says, any observations or conclusions made during my review are noted in, and this is important, those are the italicized stuff. So, and it stands alone paragraphs or highlighted with curly brackets. Items highlighted within parentheses normally denote known information. Investigation continues. Please forward to the district attorney's office. End of report. See how it says investigation continues? They were still investigating this. This was not over. And so they took 3 devices that they did this from. They took Chris Watts' personal cell phone, Okay. They took Nicole Kessinger's personal cell phone, Chris Watts' work phone, and so his work phone, his personal phone, Shanann's personal phone, and Nicole Kessinger's personal phone. And so this is anytime that you see item 41, like this, when they say, let's see, they start here. So remember how they said this started on in May of 2018? I'm like, well, what the fuck is this? September 1st, 2017, Kessinger searched the internet for the name Shanann Watts. And I'm like, what? I said, where did this come from? Please show in the logical extraction. We need to physically see this, because remember, Nicole Kessinger, after she thought and found out that Chris, she was like disgusted with it, and she like basically destroyed her phone, and it fucked with stuff when she decided to delete everything. Okay. And so when you delete everything, yes, when you use a Cellbrite, you can still go get and retrieve deleted stuff, but you're going to also lose some of the stuff that was deleted. Like, you're never going to get it back, ever going to get it back. And everybody went nuts. Everybody went crazy because they're like, look at this. Nicole Kessinger is Googling Shanann in 2017 in September. I thought they just knew each other like only like 6 weeks ago, right? Well, this is absolute dog shit right here because of Nicole Kessinger deleting her shit. And a Cellbrite has been known to bring back stuff that is not accurate because of that. And yet there is no mention of this. Instead, this gang union, these idiots put this here knowing this is completely misleading. And even in your report, you're saying that you're starting in May of 2018. The first sentence out the gate of your report is absolutely a lie. You know, I'm just like, what are they doing? May 29th was supposed to be the first date in 2018. How is this right here? Absolutely wild. Next. So, they think it's relevant to note that they say May 29th, that's when Shanann said, oops, we did it again. And that's when they found out they're having another baby. So right here at the end where it says 41, that's the Cellbrite that gave them that. And the 41 is Shanann's. And it's the video. And all the files are listed. That means it was 7,896 out of 0, or 1 rather. So the next time she has a video that she makes, it'd be 7,897. That's going to be important down the road. Here. On June 14th, 2018, Watts created nearly 200 contacts in his work phone. These included coworkers, Shanann and Nikki Kessinger, mistress. Kessinger's phone numbers included this work and blank, boom. And I'm over here like, in the fourth sentence, plotting point, you were finding out and knowing that Nicole Kessinger has a work cell phone, and you didn't go and get it and you didn't do any type of an extraction on Nicole Kessinger's work cell phone. Where is that in this? These are the ones that were taken. Watts' personal phone. Watts' work phone. Shanann personal phone. Kessinger personal phone. That's it. Where's Kessinger's work phone? And don't you think that'd be really important? I think it's important. They should be thinking it's important. The fuck are they doing? So I was like, that's wild. Made a note of it. See how it says that came from number 40? That means that phone, Chris's work phone gave them that. And do you see how it's only timeline transaction 5,438? It's because there's hardly anything in his phone, in that phone physically. Also, is that phone an iPhone? I can't remember off the top of my head. Let me see. It is I can't remember. Was it? This device, yeah, it's an Apple phone. It's a 5S. Okay, that's right, because Shanann, how it says that it just updated like 200 contacts. Shanann, they shared the same iCloud. So like when you plug it in, or iTunes, whatever, when you plug it in and it's like you would have the same contacts that I had, things like that. And then when you keep plugging it, it's going to give you duplicates. So like you'll have like 4 of the same person because your phone is updating and you're just saying add and not like replace and shit like that. So that would also mean that Shanann would have all these contacts. So watch what happens here. So then June 17th, again, they don't even put like what day of the week it is. I do though. It's a Sunday. Watts told Tony Brown coworker, "Thanks again for covering this weekend. Last weekend with the kids meant a lot. I owe you one." I said, this is kind of important because did you ask Tony Brown if he covered for Chris that weekend? What seems like, what does that even mean? Did he really tell Shanann that he was working and he really didn't go to work and he was with Kessinger? There's like, what the fuck? Then June 19th, Watts told Tony, and this is all coming from his work phone. Watts told Tony Brown, "I have to check out today for a doctor appointment. If anything comes up later in the day, I will let you know." June 22nd. Remember, this is in italicized words, so it's just Shanann and Watts traveled to San Diego to attend a Thrive convention. Thrive. Fuck, man. Did I ever tell you guys I put on 3 black label patches just to see what that fucking shit was like? Like I did one and I was like, I put another one. I just did 3 one day. Ah! I was like, I gotta see these black labels, man. Like, fucking A. My one friend sold the shit. I go out there. I was in Florida like for a week and didn't even know she sold it. I was like trying to get like cereal in the morning, and I'm like looking through these cupboards to get to the cereal, and I'm like, "What is this?" She's like, "Oh my god." She's like, oh, "I forgot I had all that shit." Yeah, I sell Thrive. And I said, "You sell what?" I had no idea. I fucking was like, "Shut up." I was like, "Oh my god, where's your black label?" She's like, "How do you know about this?" I was like, "Don't worry about it. Let me see this black label." And just like I was doing, oh my god. I got so many funny videos that we made back in the day. Because my personal opinion about this case, and I'm allowed to have an opinion, is that this MLM bullshit and using social media to make it seem like life is great and you're using your kids as props, you're using your, everything. It's just a fucking lie, right? Oh my God, life's so great. Look at us. And look at we're going here. We're doing this. We're doing that. Blah, blah, blah. Like, you know, meanwhile, it's just the complete opposite, right? And I think it's just, it's a false sense of reality for your relationship, for whether it's a relationship with you and your kid or you and your sister, your husband, wife. It's a bunch of fucking shit. And you just end up buying all this product. It's bad. It's just, I think it fucks with relationships. And you start lying. That was the big thing for me, is that you start living a lie and you start lying, and it becomes second nature to lie to everybody. So in this case, I believe that this MLM bullshit also I think it just took on a beast of its own. just led to lying. A ton of lying. Lana, what did the black label patches do? I don't know. They give you energy. They, oh my God, they don't come off. Like, you will scrub that shit forever in the shower. I remember that. The adhesive on it was really weird. It takes away your appetite. I'm trying to remember, like, it affects my sleep. I mean, I did it like 2 days in a row. I felt like one didn't do shit. So I was like, give me another one. And then for fun, like, then I was being funny and I was like, fuck it, I'm going to put 3 on. But I don't know. I think it gives you more energy. So like if you were to start something, if it motivates you to go and do something, then you're going to be able to do something for a longer time, better focus and energy with it. So you're going to get like a better workout, I guess, if you're, it really worked for Chris. I mean, he went from being, yeah. But all these people that were selling it, they were never working out. They were just taking it. It was almost like they're taking it and then not working out. So, yeah, I don't think it was wild. It was absolutely wild. So I tell my friend, I was like, who's in your downline? Is Nicole Atkinson in your downline? Do you think she'd do an interview with me? And she's like, who the fuck is Nicole Atkinson? Who the fuck is Nicole Atkinson? Who the fuck is Nicole Atkinson? Yeah. Not supposed to use patches when you're pregnant. That's my understanding. I think they started having something that you could use when you're pregnant, but at the time, I don't think they did. And it was, like I said, guys, I was told that if you start taking that stuff and then you stop, all the weight that you lost, you gain back. I just never understood why people are taking it, but then they're not like working out or like doing any type of exercise. I don't know. So let's see. Okay. So on that same day, on June 19th here, Watts created an entry in the contact list of his personal phone titled APC Health, Safety, Environmental. The phone number entered was Kessinger's, though. See how this was? He created an entry like that. And this also goes to show anybody that thinks that they don't know what Dylan Mortensen entered as the number. No, they absolutely know the number and who it belongs to. It doesn't just tell you, oh, a phone entry number. No, it tells you everything. So this is to show you guys that as well. Look at that. And this means that it wasn't, so he hid the fact in his personal, he put it under APC Health, Safety, Environmental. And that was June, what was it? On the same day that they traveled. So Shanann and Chris were traveling to San Diego to attend that Thrive convention on that same day. So at 3:07 at 5:35. So that was heading out for that trip or after arriving there, whatever. In San Diego with the Rosenbergs, that's Cassie and Josh, with Shanann and Chris, they stayed at the Seaport Tower, Manchester Grand Hyatt. And that evening ate at a restaurant named Season 52. Awesome. Well, taking you down memory lane. Let's see what this says. Subsequent photographs taken over the next 2 days by this phone. It was just a bunch of pictures with phone number 41. June 26th. Watts told Troy McCoy, coworker, I landed last night around 2 a.m. I'm around all day if you need to ask me anything. Okay. So, okay, cool, buddy. Get some rest. Watts replied, LOL, you're crazy. Kids are out of control. That's a really weird response. Don't you think? That is absolutely doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, cool, buddy. Get some rest. Watts replied, "Oh, you're crazy. Like, kids are out of control." And then you have to like think about it. Oh, he's saying, "Oh, you're crazy to think that I can get any rest because my kids are out of control." And then I said, "Ding, ding, 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 ding." The kids were not at what do you call it? They weren't at God damn it, Primrose, right? So like when I told you that they took off the whole summer, like they took off the whole summer. And I'm telling you, once you give up a spot over there, you are not getting a spot back. You better be on like it's crazy. Wednesday, June 27th. Wednesday. Shanann and her daughters flew to North Carolina, where they stayed with family for 42 days. 42 days. Chris was present by July 30th. So I don't know how they got 42. But hey, maybe that's the math. I don't think it is. I don't know how they got 42 days. Chris was in North Carolina by it was a month. Okay. June 26th. 5:25 p.m. Shanann's phone, received a calendar alert with her flight information. So, what does this show? This shows that you are getting push notifications. If you want to be a criminal out there, you want to have no push notifications going on. Cancel all that shit. Because anytime that you're getting a notification, it's a push notification, it's coming up on your timeline. Everything tracks you. So now, this is they're doing their picking and choosing, remember. June 30th, Saturday. Watts searched the internet for information on tickets to the Speedway place, okay? July 4th, 8:56 a.m. Watts called Shanann and held a 19-minute conversation. No mention of NK in the home of Watts. Why not? She was supposedly in that house that day, right? We'll see if it comes up. Also, NK, July 3rd. What about those flowers? Where's that? So July 4th, was it 10:44? Watts watched the Independence Day fireworks with Nick and Amanda Thayer, friends in Thornton. He apparently stopped by their home afterwards. His phone connected to their router. Okay, do you see what you can find out, man? So, yeah. I said, there is no mention throughout this review of Chris Watts' phone ever connecting to any router of Nicole Kessinger. July 5th, 2018, Thursday. Shanann called Watts and held a 2.5-minute conversation. Don't know why they picked this one out, but I mean, do they not talk in the morning, you know? But anyways, July 5th. 18th, so then at 6:37 p.m. and 6:50. So Watts called Shanann and held a 13-minute conversation. She called him back moments later and held a nearly 7-minute conversation. July 6th, 7:48 a.m. Josh Rosenberg. Now, this is amazing. This is where I picked up on how Cassie operates. How Cassie operates is, and you will see this on the day of the murder, Cassie will have Josh text Chris whenever she needs information to report back to Shanann. Okay. This is a fact because you find it out the day of the murder. So when Josh is texting here, hey, how's bachelor life going? Watts replied he was exercising a lot, working extra weekend shifts. Right there, working extra weekend shifts. And the time was going by fast. That's how he responded. Then at 9:57, Shanann called Watts and held a 3-minute conversation. She called back shortly afterward and held a nearly 4-minute conversation. Okay. Friday, 3:51. Watts called Shanann and held an 11-minute conversation. Okay. Same day, Shanann called Watts and held a 3-minute conversation. Watts called Shanann and held a nearly 8-minute conversation. July 6th. 6:52 p.m. Friday. After Shanann told Watts to call Vivint, there you go, before I flip, Watts advised they are sending a sensor for the garage door. I tried moving it like they said, and it didn't work. And this is when I said, boom, daddy, you got it, Lana. You found it. Woo. Now, why did this happen? Because she was getting push notifications. Okay. And I was wondering, think about this. She leaves, Shanann leaves, and these guys are doing what's relevant here. And I'm like, where's any conversations between him and Nicole Kessinger? Like, why aren't you writing this down? Like, what's going on here? Like, why aren't you saying that any of that would be relevant? Shanann was getting notifications that the okay. If I'm at home and my husband's away for a week and he's paying attention to our alarm system to see that, what the fuck? Why hasn't our garage door opened in 3 days? Well, how do you know that? Well, because I get my alerts and here, the back door is opening, but the garage door is never opening. So how are you leaving? Or it's coming in reverse order. Like, so she's saying this. She's like, what the heck's going on? Like, and I think that she calls him out on this. Like, what the fuck? And how I know this is if you read this, Shanann told Watts, you better call Vivint before I flip. And he said, they are sending a sensor for the garage door. I tried moving it like they said, and it wouldn't work because he's now trying to explain what the fuck is going on. Okay. But here she's on it. She's like, what the hell? Why is our garage why isn't it notifying us? Because he's like, I'm here. He wasn't. He was spending the nights at what's her tits' place. Okay. So then guess what he had to do? You then have to either learn to be smarter than the push notifications. Okay, which would mean you have to it has to be going in the other order. There is no way in hell that your garage door should ever open before the inside door to your house opens. Okay, if you are leaving your house to go to work, it has to go the opposite way. You have to open the inside door first and then the garage. Otherwise, it'll seem like you're coming from outside in. That's how I figured out that Nicole Atkinson came from inside out. It took me, God, how long did I work on that? A long time to do all of this shit. But at the end of the day, it's all like the data doesn't lie. This stuff's happening. The phone is telling us things. Your alarms are going off, and they're going off in this order. Is your house possessed? No. Somebody's in there. Somebody's doing something. So Shanann was on to him. There's no doubt in my mind. Also, well, here, we'll go over here. Let's take a look. Check this out. So she flips out. Look at this timestamp. 6:52. So almost 7 on a Friday night. Okay. July 7th. Right after this, Kessinger called Watts and held a nearly 2-minute conversation. The first call between the two found in his phone. But what does her phone say? The first found in his phone, July 7th. She's been gone since when? Like the 17th, 18th or something? Let me sure it again. The 27th. You're going to sit here and tell me that from June 27th to July 6th, there's only been one call? No. Or if that's the case, you guys, who kills somebody over, like, look at this time, like, look at this, truly look at this. Like the motives that people are trying to say that he killed because of Nicole Kessinger, you guys, it just, it's interesting. I said, where is this phone call that he made? Where's it at? How is it? Like, I tried. Oh, what I meant by that is, okay. So when he says, they are sending a sensor for the garage door. I tried moving it like they said, and it didn't work. And I'm over here saying, why aren't you putting down and showing that he talked to Vivint that day? Because basically what I believe happened is that obviously he didn't talk and he's just telling her that. Okay. But you should be putting that, you should be noting that. Right. But they don't. 5 o'clock in the morning on Saturday. Shanann called Watts and held a 5-minute conversation. What the fuck are you calling at 5 a.m. for on a Saturday? Now, granted, it's 7 in North Carolina, but it's still 5 in Colorado. At 5:49 a.m., Shanann called Watts and held a 3-minute conversation. What the fuck? Like, that's kind of crazy, no? Like, go all through this thing up into this point. She wasn't calling at these hours. This was Saturday morning. Clearly something's up, right? I'm telling you. Then 7:19, Watts' phone connected with a router at a Rusty Bucket restaurant. Who is he there with? Well, Nicole Kessinger. I said these are out of order now. Okay, how I know this? I'll show you. Because 1919 hours, truly interesting here, is obviously after 1801 hours, right? But look at the timeline transaction. 5791. Timeline transaction 5792. I said, remember when she fucked with her phone and shit? It really fucked shit up. Anyways, Watts' phone logged coordinates at the Orchard Town. Now, this case is 2018. Imagine what they are capable of in 2022 with all, at the end of it, basically 2022, with everything the Idaho4 case. That's why fuck them. This is how you broke this all down for that case, and this is exactly how you would be breaking it down for the Idaho4 case. Is shit like this is going through all these devices. Especially when you're trying to pinpoint somebody when somebody was murdered. They go off of the victim shit. In the Idaho4 case, they never mention the victim's phone's movements in anything. We haven't heard to this day when any of those phones stop moving, start moving, stop moving, stop. How is that possible? We better. At 6, let's see. So 6:44, Watt's phone connected with a router at the Crushed Red restaurant. I confirmed one is located. Awesome. He's with Nicole Kessinger, by the way. July 8th, 2018, Watts offered an excuse for not calling Shanann the night before. Well, guess what? That is your opinion. But look at how that should never be wrote like that. I'm sorry, Bay or Boo. I fell asleep as soon as I got home. That heat killed me yesterday. I love you so much. Why wouldn't you just say that that's what he texted her and then do your italicized bullshit? Like, that's how you said you were going to mark the document, you know? To a jury, if they were to see this, that's bullshit. That's all. But yeah, he was banging Kessinger. He's lying. You might as well just throw that in there too. 5:15 a.m. Watts called Shanann and held a 6-minute conversation. Shanann called Watts and held a 22-minute conversation. That was later on the day at 4:40. The next day, July 9th, 5:18 a.m. Shanann called Watts and held a 10-minute conversation. Shanann called Watts and held a 14-minute conversation. Oh, didn't use phone all day. I want to show you that. So while at like work or whatever, see the timeline transactions over here. Ooh, where are we? So this is from phone 41, timeline transaction 5806. All day would go by until what time was that at? 4:11. See how it says 5807? Like he literally didn't touch that phone. Or who's 41 again? I think that's him, right? I used to have all these numbers memorized. Yeah, that's his personal phone. Okay. Watts made an unanswered call to Shanann. She called back immediately and held a nearly 9-minute conversation. Now, that's interesting to me because I always find that stuff interesting back in the day because some people wouldn't know how to have somebody, you can't like merge a call, but if I won't answer this and then I'll call that person back and I'll use 3-way. Okay? Because back then it was, if I had to call you in order to have a 3-way conversation. So I started paying attention to Shanann with the whole, he would call, don't answer it, and then call him back because you're on the phone with somebody. And this way they're on the phone then listening in on your conversation. And so I question if that was one of those times. So what the fuck are you talking about? Bye. You're so full of shit. Right? All my videos are time stamped. Everything. I did a video on the fucking car in April of 2023 and just showed on my live stream tonight that without the discovery, I knew exactly what the issues would be. And I was right. Watch the beginning of the live and see when I made my video. April of 2023. Peace. Idiots. Absolute fucking morons. fuck out of here. Not a plagiarist. Sorry, Shug Tits. Bye. It's 1:30 in the morning. It's 1:30 in the morning. Who has fucking time? As we are looking at how timeline transactions in Cellbrites worked back in 2018 and how much knowledge they should have in the Idaho4 case, and how could you possibly miss when you Cellbrite dumped and downloaded Dylan and Bethany's phones, and you would go to the knowledge sea and you would get into all of that material, which when you want to get into crazy shit, you're going to talk about phones being vertical, phones being horizontal, fucking pocket state. I mean, come on. But the summary that they provided the grand jury was, we're not going to mention any of this shit right here because, yeah, it's wild. Wild. Woo. Translucent is open spaces, open minds. We already know who the fuck translucent is. Guys, come on now. All right, let's look at this. Yeah, Idaho's crazy. Idaho's lost themselves. Idaho has lost themselves. They just do whatever they want. But there's, I mean, they've been doing, a lot of people have been doing whatever they wanted for a long time. And I think it's like, you know, social media has its ups and downs. You know, I think YouTube and other platforms where mainstream media is just not your only source to be able to get information out to a ton of people, that's helped so much as far as people just not blindly, hey, a cop said it, it must be true. Hey, a prosecutor said it, it must be true. Or that those people don't ever make mistakes. These people, no, they've been lying. The Innocence Project wouldn't exist, okay, if people, A, did the right thing, that were actually prosecutors and police officers when they found a mistake, or, you know, when you bring information to them, and the prosecutors and the police should be the first people to be like, holy shit, we need to get a joint motion going because we fucked up. Like, this, we have to correct this. Like, that's like how, like that should be happening. And it's just, you don't ever read that in the papers. You know, the prosecutors are always against it, fighting for an evidentiary hearing or a habeas. It's not like, hey, maybe we should take another look at this. Hey, maybe we should allow this so the people vote on it. Like, that's what chaps my ass, is that I think we should change the appellate way. I think that for appeals, the same way that you get convicted by a jury, I think that the appellate way should work the same way, is that the people should be bringing it back. You know, the people convicted you. The people should bring you back. How about that? Think about it. It makes way more sense logically. You know, a judge didn't say you were guilty. Okay, so look at this. We'll get to the good stuff here. You guys see how this was, right? Let's go to the day of where that's just crazy shit. Okay. Vivint. Here we go. All right. This is hilarious. I think it just started this page though. All right. This has everything to do with the alarm system. Okay. Watts logged into Facebook right here. First time we ever see this, right? July, what was it, 14th? So Kessinger called Watts and held nearly a 5-minute conversation at just before 10. Okay, then Watts a little bit after that logged into Facebook. July 14th. Same day, 10:56 a.m. to 11:38 a.m. Watts took photographs of assorted vehicles, all right, because they were at that place. 12:46 p.m. through 1:08 p.m. Shanann made 4 unanswered calls to Watts. Now, when has this ever happened like this? He logs onto Facebook. He logged onto Facebook. And so I started to think to myself, like, what if you log onto Facebook? Because I think she had his password. They had each other's passwords or whatever. So when it says that Watts logged onto Facebook, why would you ever do that? Did it notify you like somebody was trying to get in? What was up with that? So I marked that to keep that in the back of my mind. The reason I marked that to keep that in the back of my mind is because right after that, Shanann's calling 4 times and he doesn't answer. And why is she calling 4 times? Like this hasn't happened before. Okay. Watts called Shanann and held an 8-minute conversation. He called her back moments later and they had a 12-minute conversation. So this day, like, look at 7:24, Watts logged into Facebook. I don't know if they just started looking there. A lot of conversations here. 5:32, 7:24, 4:21. So he's talking to her all on the 13th. Then on the 14th is Saturday. And they start at almost 10 o'clock in the morning. And my question is, because they're missing timeline transactions, are they just not noting that Shanann and them talked? Are they trying to make it seem like they didn't? Because Shanann's about to blow it up here, where she's like, okay, well, Shanann made 4 unanswered calls. Then Watts answered her 5th call and held a 1.5-minute conversation. Watts searched the internet for 24 Carrot Bistro and the restaurant's menu. I confirmed this restaurant. Awesome. Then now, from 2:36 p.m., 3:27 p.m., Shanann continued to make unanswered calls to him. And I'm over here like, how many? And I know that why aren't you just saying 3? And how I know it's 3 is because 5895, 5896, 5897. It's 3 timeline transactions. So it was 3. Why aren't you just saying 3? Why are you saying Shanann continued to make unanswered calls to Watts? Like, it's just, how many times she called? 50. Then Kessinger called Watts and held a nearly 5-minute conversation. And now that's at 3:37. So he doesn't answer her calls in that 10-minute period. But then has a conversation with Kessinger. And normally don't talk to somebody on the phone when you're right next to them. So where was he? Where was Kessinger? Then Kessinger called Watts and held a 43-minute conversation. 43 minutes at 4:02. Then 4:26 to 5:23, 4 phone calls. During that call, that 43-minute phone call, and just afterwards, Shanann made 4 more unanswered calls to him. So he wasn't with Nicole Kessinger. He was just not answering. He wasn't clicking over. Like, think about this. Hey, hang on one second. Let me take this phone call. I'll call you right back. Or just hang on a second. But he just decided not to do any of that. Right? And you wouldn't be like, what the fuck is going on? Like, he's never doing this type of shit, right? Like, what are you doing? Now, unless he is saying, what are you doing? I am working. Why is she blowing him up when he's supposed to be working? You get it? Like, if he's supposed to be working, she's not making phone calls during the days, like on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. If he's working on the weekends, what I want to know is, does she have reason to believe that he's not working on the weekends because she has talked to somebody, right? And she's just kept it hush hush, like that. Hey, I know he's not working, right? But I'm going to gather all the intel that I can, play dumb, and not tell him yet that I know because I'm playing my cards right. But what I also realized is that, holy shit, there was a blow up in North Carolina, not with Nutgate, but Christopher Miller. Christopher Miller basically tells Shanann something very weird. And then ever since that moment, then Shanann started having then she just starts calling Chris Watts all the time. And you're going to see when I show you my relevant time that goes up to the cherry picked messages. And it's just to show that this is, they've had issues for a long time. I don't believe that it was Nicole Kessinger that was this trigger or something like that, like people want to say. I think that they just, and they needed to go back way further than this. Anybody would tell you that you'd want to go back so you can compare how they were, like March, April, beginning in January. There's too many variables going on here. She's going to North Carolina. He's at home. That's never happened before in their entire life. Why were they truly doing that? Why would Shanann, think about this too. Shanann fucking hates being in North Carolina. Why the hell would you go to North Carolina for 42 days? That just is so not Shanann. That's never come out what the real reason behind that is. 42 days, that's a long time. I'm surprised she didn't let the kids go to here, the kids will be with Chris's family for 2 weeks and then, her family for 2 weeks so that way they can spend time with the grandparents. And then we don't have to spend money at Primrose, but I can still be working back in Colorado and so can Chris. Or was this truly a separation period? Hey, we did some time apart. What the fuck? Go, But there's no messages about it. Okay, so she's blowing him up. Okay, he's not answering. Then Watts called Shanann and held a 10-minute conversation at 5:23. So he calls back. Then Watts spent nearly 2 hours online at 6:14 p.m. researching Dave Bunk Minerals, a mineral dealer located. And it's what the fuck is this? Translucent emerald colored mineral. Talk about translucent just coming up at the right time. Fucking wild. Translucent. There you are right there. Look at that. translucent. Oh, I'm over here saying there's got to be no alarm showing him coming and going because he, I believe, probably disabled it. Then she's on her phone because you can do stuff from the app on your phone, and she's probably like re-enabling it. Then he's over here like, what the fuck? This bitch is crazy. She's tracking me. Like, so then I was like, just how two married couples would be about something. But then you start realizing if you're Chris, right, that she's tracking all of this based on the app. Okay. And so she's paying attention to when literally she's judging you coming home based on that garage door going up and down and when it goes up and down and if it's in the correct order. You understand? And you want to sit here and tell me that you think I believe the police telling me that Shanann Watts is not smart enough she used to work for Verizon. People, she worked at the freaking cell phone store. Okay? She would know that she can go on her Verizon bill in real time in 2018 and literally check and see the number that you're texting, not what the text says, but the numbers that are texting you and you're texting, and the phone calls that are being made incoming and outgoing. Chris is using his personal phone. They're on the same bill. She has access to that. And I'm just like, she's doing this. She's paying attention to the Vivint push alerts. And then she's looking. Then you can just go on your app and when you have it, and you can go and physically, you don't even need your push alerts. Then you can just start stalking your app to see paying attention to the alerts. And so Chris would then have to go in, if he chose to, and make it so that the app isn't receiving those alerts. If you really want to try to do that. Okay. But she's doing this. She's paying attention to his movements by saying the garage door isn't going up when it's supposed to be going up. The doors aren't opening up in the order that they're supposed to be getting opened up. And I'm over here like reading all this. And I'm like, dude, she totally would have checked the cell phone bill, So here, Sunday, Watts called Shanann and held an 8-minute conversation. Shanann called Watts and held a nearly 5-minute conversation. This is July 15th, Vivint. Watts called Vivint, okay, and held a 20-minute conversation. He entered Vivint into his contacts following the call. Now, remember when I said where was all that the first time? Because he just told her that. He's like, oh, they're sending me something. Well, now this time he really needed them to send. Now he needs them to send something. Because why? Because Lana nails it. Because when she calls back, this is what I think happened. This is the only thing that would make any sense. Okay, check this out. So, Watts called Shanann and held a 10-minute conversation at 5:23, okay? Gets off the phone. Then starts searching the net for this fucking translucent mineral, all right? Then, at 7:16, Watts called Shanann and held an 8-minute conversation. Then, Shanann called Watts and held a nearly 5-minute conversation at, 11? So that was at 7:16. Then at 11:37, had a 5-minute conversation. So in the morning, they talk. Then 11:30, she calls back. Hey, why haven't you called Vivint yet? What are you talking about? Yes, I have. No, you haven't, Chris. I checked the call. I checked your phone records. You haven't made any calls since we've gotten off the phone. They get off the phone. What's the next call? Vivint called. He called Vivint because, ready for this? He would have no reason. Check this out. He knows that nothing is wrong in the house. He knows that he knows that he either unplugged something so it wouldn't alarm. but he knows what he did. He has no reason to call Vivint. He does not need anything. Okay. But because I said to myself, what the fuck? This doesn't make any sense. Why would he call? He didn't call them the last time, Why would he call this time? I was like, oh my God, because just like she then checked that and she's like, no, you haven't made one fucking phone call. Okay. You haven't called anyone. And so then he has to call because, guys, he has nothing to say to them. Hey, my wife is catching me cheating, or she's can you send me a sensor that I need? So now he has to I need a new sensor, because otherwise you would just say, yeah, I talked to them. Yeah, they mailed me a new one and just act like you have this. She would have had to say something. And she did. She did. Because all you do is just tell her that. Yes, I called. I took care of it. No, you didn't, because I checked the phone bill. Damn. Yep, you're right. And then he probably said, I used my work phone. Who knows what he said, but by God, he called Vivint. Then Watts took 3 images of his basement from different perspectives to capture the layout. And, and I'm like, what the hell? Like, he's taking pictures of the basement, capturing the basement. Okay. And I think it's for Cassie and Josh. So hang on. So he does that. Then Shanann calls Watts and held a 6-minute conversation. Watts took 3 more images of his basement from different perspectives. I believe he was documenting the work he spent cleaning and organizing the basement as evidenced in the photos. And then I was like, oh my God, that's right, all the totes. Because she was like, I have a honey to-do list and you need to do this shit. And I want to see some pictures. Okay. What have you done? Because you haven't done any of this. You're over here living this bachelor life, having steaks, hanging out. What are you doing? You better have that basement done. So and then you're going to send me pictures, goddammit. Lana, please give me a sign. Lana, we're alive. Woohoo. Next. He took more. Then the day's over. July 16th, Monday, 5:33 a.m. Shanann called Watts and held nearly a 5-minute conversation. Watts took 3 photographs from Anadarko corporate office, one of which was a sunflower near what appeared to be his work truck. He took pics because NK liked flowers, not looking for burial places. This would be the last time he took photographs of flowers. I suspect he took these for and shared them with Kessinger. She has... See, look at that. Look at that. Again, Watts resumed his internet search of Dave Bunk Minerals. Watts searched Google on topics like touch-up paint bottles, Toyota dealership Highway 85, and Toyota dealership Brighton. Kessinger owned a Toyota. Oh boy. Scandalous shit. Now. Woo! Shanann and Watts exchanged several calls, holding nearly 33 minutes in conversation from 3:46 to 4:24. So they had exchanged several calls. Hang up call. I mean, that's only, look how much time there is. 33 minutes was a call's dropping or something, because That's basically 346 to 424 is almost, I mean, it's just a little bit over 33 minutes. It's like 45. July 17th. Shanann called Watts and held a 5.5-minute conversation. 5 a.m. 5:22 a.m. 5:01 a.m. they left out that NK was called. Why'd you leave that out? So like what I'm going through here is because I have all of Nicole Kessinger's phone records. And so I was seeing what the guy wanted to leave out. Like, why wouldn't you put that in there? That at 5:01 a.m. you left out that, the NK part. Then at 10:12 to 11:46, Watts took several images of trees and grassland flowers in an open prairie just north of Rogan. Watts took a photograph of his new work boots, identical to those found in the Lexus during that search. $7:38 p.m. NK 3 minutes left out. Like, why are you leaving that out? Like, shouldn't you be documenting? Wouldn't you think that's important to be documenting when he's talking to his mistress? It's July 18th. Watts answered a call from Shanann and held a 4-minute conversation. Again, 5:30 a.m. NK left out. 5:50 a.m. left out. NK. How do I get that? From her phone records. Also, look at this. He used his work cell phone number to call her. Interesting. Watts called Shanann and held a nearly 4-minute conversation at 5:34. So at 5:26, then got off the phone, then used his regular number at 5:30, called Nicole Kessinger. Then at 5:34, called Shanann. Then at 5:50, called Nicole Kessinger. 9:46 a.m., July 18th, from the calculator app. For the first time, Watts transferred assorted images of Nicole Kessinger, some semi-nude, into the secret calculator application. Certain images were taken by Watts as evidenced by his reflection in a mirror in the background. Now, these images are from his phone, which is 41, and images 13. See right here, 13, 14. And so I lost it on this dude. I said, what are you talking about? What are images 1 through 12 that got transferred into the calculator app? Like, why would there be these huge gaps? Like, this doesn't make any sense. And especially then I said, wait a second. He's transferring images. And so what that actually tells me is these are images from his phone that he took. And he's restoring them. Like, see how it says for the first time Watts transferred assorted images? He didn't take them while in that app. He transferred assorted images. That would tell me that they were created just regularly using your phone to take a picture. And then after that, being in your camera roll, that you're dragging it and placing it then in that secret calculator app, okay? Based on the word transfer. So then I said, well, wow, he went through his phone, all of his pictures, and he drug over picture 13 for, like, this would be way back. Go to your first picture that you ever took on your phone. 13, 14, 32. I'm like, and then that huge jump here, like 2430 right there. 2432. What happened to 2431? 2440, 244. You know, when you look at all of it this way, so I said, someone needs to answer that and explain that better, because it's, and this is image 32. And that's when I said, okay, now this completely doesn't make any sense. Because this image, you would think would have unless it was taken, in my opinion, from actually the calculator app, when you get into that dark browser, basically, and what you can do. I want to know why this would be image 32. Why that's what the label would be. And then check this out. Additional images of interest found in this application with no associated dates. So we have no idea the dates of these are listed below. Many are duplicate of others soon to be discussed in this review. These photographs include images of Kessinger in various stages of undress, their trip to the Great Sand Dunes, and other assorted pictures. I wonder if Jim's in any of those. This doesn't make any sense to me. The numbers. And they don't. There's an issue with all of that. Watts searched Google for Shore Haven, North Myrtle Beach. My search found a long list of companies offering vacation rentals in this area. That was at 7:26. Okay. Well, I asked the family how this whole thing worked out with where they stayed, when they went to she was at her parents' and they decided the week that he was going to be in town that they were then going to go to Myrtle and they would have to have like a condo or whatever. So I got more information to all of that. And that's a very interesting story. Not mentioned by the police here though, because they don't think that it's important. 3:21 p.m., 24 minutes to NK, 3:44 p.m., 14 minutes to NK, 4:34 p.m., 1 minute to NK, 4:40, 11 minutes to NK. Why wouldn't you be putting that in there? I think that that's important. 9:40 p.m., 2 minutes to NK left out. All of that was left out on that day. July 19th, 2018. Thursday, 5:34 a.m. Watts called Shanann and had nearly a 10-minute conversation on his way to work. 10:41, Watts called an unidentified contact, no name, no number, and held a 7-minute conversation. How is that possible? No name, no number, but we talked for 7 minutes. I said something's wrong with that. 8:35, Watts logged into Facebook, and I think this is when he shut it down. Watts logged into Snapchat. First time you ever see the word Snapchat. Again, that's at 1:59 a.m. 1:59 a.m. The other thing is interesting is that basically this phone gets put down at 8:35 and no more commands happen with that phone until 1:59 because look at the timeline transactions 6118 and then 6119. Pretty wild. July 20th, so at 5:04 p.m., Watts searched Google for the best beer in Colorado. That is such a weird search. To the point of like best beer in Colorado. What the fuck are you talking about? He needs, dude, this guy he would ask Google, how should I feel about something? Hey Siri, how should I feel today? It's raining. This fucking guy is just not, I don't know. Very bizarre. Very fucking bizarre. 5:09, Watts asked Christina Meacham, do you want me to talk solely about the experience with burn or say I've been on Thrive for over 2 years, lost 65 pounds, and then got into the burn experience? And Christina would reply, the experience with burn, the difference it made, and what you have felt. Call starts at 8:30 p.m. Watts searched Google for a CVS pharmacy, DC Oaks Brewery House and Eatery, ticket office, what the fuck? And 24-hour fitness locations. Oh, fucking ass. Look at this asshole. 6:12 p.m. Watts transferred assorted images of Kessinger, some semi-nude, into his secret calculator application. They included the images below. Again, how do you 28 and then 2451, 2463, 2497? That image was 2463. July 21st, 2008, Saturday. Watts and Kessinger went to Vandermeer and the Rooftop Tavern in Morris. Remember when he was interviewed and it was like, how did you keep all of this under wraps? And Shanann that, no, like, aren't you guys, you're using your debit card? Don't you guys have the same account? And he's like, I had a bunch of gift cards. Okay. Because he would get them from Anadarko. And even if he didn't get them from Anadarko, but which I ended up getting my hands on. And so I actually have all of his Anadarko gift cards. And did some research on how that all works and how much, if any, of the gift cards, if there was anything left, because this is the thing that never made sense. He's doing that the whole entire time, right? And then just on the night that he gets a babysitter, okay, and there was another night, he decides that I'm not going to use any gift cards and I'm just going to like pay. Yeah. Like, why? Yes. Chase is 100% innocent as fuck. Way more than one person committed that crime, because you need more than one person to commit the McStay murders. There is no way in hell you could do that with one person because of the car situation. And they were not murdered in that home. So I don't know how somebody is able to take on 4 people, have 2 vehicles, travel them together, and yeah, no. Yeah, sorry. It's insane. And, Chase's daughter is awesome. I've reached out to her. And she's been like fighting for him. And again, one of those situations where I love the one guy that was his defense team, but the other guy's a complete idiot. And I just think that they did a horrible job for him. He had horrible experts, and but I do think he has a pretty decent shot at getting some potential reversals. I don't think he killed the family at all. It's super sad. That was actually that and the Maura Murray case was those are my 2 first like missing persons that I really like went in on. The kid case is really hard for me. It's really sad. Super sad. What else did I think was off with this? Okay. Shanann called Watts and held a 20-minute conversation. 10:34 on Saturday. Watts transferred images of Kessinger into a secret calculator. Great. Not found in Watts's phone. He sent a message to Shanann. Headed out to the track. Boo. I will text you when I get there. See, that's 42. And they're saying not found in Watts's phone. So they're saying he deleted it. But see, Cellbrite would have picked it up. But not found in Watts's phone. So this is found in Shanann's. He sent a message to her. Headed out to the track, boo. I will text you when I get back. I will text you when I get there. I bet you. I mean, did you look? They're basically saying that he deleted that after he sent it, but usually Cellbrite picks up on that. But again, they don't catch all deletions. With no mention of this in his previous messages to Shanann, Watts likely provided a concocted ruse regarding his plans to visit the Speedway via an earlier phone call. What that? And I put a question mark there because that's the first time that they're ever trying to make it seem like that any of this cherry picking, like, makes any sense and their reasoning for anything. So here, with no mention of this in his previous messages to Shanann. Like, what? I said something about all of that's weird. Because remember, you can't find this in Chris's phone. But it's in Shanann's phone. So I was like, something's weird with that. 6/18, 8:39. Using his phone, Watts filmed assorted clips of dragsters. Throughout this time frame, Watts searched Google on topics like top fuel dragster burnout and top fuel dragster goes airborne. July 22nd, Sunday. Watts called Shanann and held a 12-minute conversation. Shanann called him back afterwards and held an additional 14-minute conversation. 9 a.m., Watts searched Google for a Home Depot near me. Broomfield. Oh, for fuck's sake. Near me? He was in Broomfield? You guys, that is like... very sad. Very crazy, the Marbury case. Man, her dad breaks my heart, man. Ugh. Breaks my heart. Her dad and all those videos, man. I think more is alive. I know all about it. I followed it. Did I do like any episodes on it? I don't know if I've done any episodes on it, but I can tell you that he was 1000% framed, so they didn't have to not pay him like $29 million. That town is whack. That's whew. I mean, it's just so. And then Brandon Dassey, he should be like, what they did to that kid. It's just gross, man. How does anybody watch that shit? How does anybody watch that though, and say like, yeah, there's nothing wrong. There's everything wrong with taking advantage of somebody that is not mentally all there. Like, damn. Fuck. Let's see. Okay, down here. It's Watts search Google for Spanish dancing near me. You guys, red wine made in Argentina and the Cheesecake Factory. What a great night. That's a Sunday at 1:48. Okay. You guys, he had to blow some cheddar. 3:25 p.m. Shanann called Watts and held an 18-minute phone conversation. She called back afterwards and held an additional 21. Monday, 5:40 a.m. Shanann called Watts and held a 2-minute conversation. 8:25 a.m. Watts transferred an image of Kessinger into the secret calculator app. 5:02 p.m. Watts called Nicole. Oh, NA. Oh, this is great. It was saved, though, under that. Shanann's friend, briefly. So Watts called NA, Shanann's friend, briefly. It's like, why? Like, nobody cares to find out why he called, right? Well, I know why he called. Again, that was 5:02 p.m. Monday. You want to know how I found out what happened here with this? Oh God, yeah, this is good. This nobody has this. Okay, so when I was out in Colorado, I was talking to Ronnie about some stuff because I wanted to know some things, and I asked him about the birthday party and them not going. It was really sad. He's like, I never got in the middle of any, like, it was just, I'm not into that, girly type, like, oh, it's just, there's no drama. Like he was trying to explain, and I was like, yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Like, I get it. And he's like, you know how bad to live with that the rest of your life? Like, because he's like, I didn't go to the birthday party. And he's like, it was, she didn't want us there. And that was the first time I said, you know what? Fuck this. He's like, I've never said that ever. I was on my way. I was already in the car. I'm like, oh my God. And so I said, why I mentioned this is because they told me that they had mailed the birthday gifts to the house, that they would be there when they got back. And I said, really? I said, did they get there? I said, when did you mail those? And so I came and checked all this stuff. And I said, what was that date again? Because I always thought this was beyond weird, is that Chris is going to be there in like a week. Why aren't you just waiting to have Cece's birthday when Chris is there and y'all are going to have the birthday? Like, why would you ever have Cece's birthday party with everybody? Like, I get like, hey, it's her birthday on the day, like, but why wouldn't you have the party when he would be there, And so when I was looking up these dates, this right here was interesting because I believe that had something to do with hey, were you at the house? Hey, did you pick something up? Because from my reporting, Shanann had that those gifts intercepted because the kids never got the gifts. Well, the one kid, the birthday party, I think it was Cece's. And I said, what the fuck? Who intercepted this shit? What do you mean? They were like, I have no idea, but this was never passed on. And I'm like, that is wild. That is wild. So anyways, Watts searched Google for clean eating restaurants near me and near Erie. Watts also searched again. He just keeps searching the same shit. There it is. Lazy Dog. Okay. Lazy Dog. Lazy Dog. I did a couple live broadcasts out of Lazy Dog. July 24th, 2018, Tuesday, 5:54 a.m. Watts called Shanann and held a 5-minute conversation. Watts transferred a nude image of Kessinger into a secret calculator. Kessinger searched Google for. Kessinger searched Google for. Man I'm having affair with says he will leave his wife. And then I said, oh, hell to the no. This is a web search. This is a web history search. 3724. I said something's wrong with this. This is the first and only web history search the way that it's written like this. I said, I want to see this. Man I'm having affair with says he will leave his wife. Well, are you planning on going after Nicole Kessinger? Because why would she think that she's having an affair if he's told her, I'm getting divorced? Like, we're basically divorced. We're separate, whatever. I wouldn't think that I was having an affair then. I don't know. And I definitely wouldn't be writing that shit in Google. And are these people, who the fuck even writes that? He writes about weird shit, and then she's like, man I'm having an affair with says he will leave wife. Says he will leave his wife. Is that a question? Like, who would type that in? That's why I'm like, that doesn't even make any sense. Like, what? Shanann called Watts and held a nearly 10-minute conversation. Then Tuesday, between 16:06 and 16:45 hours, Sandy, mom, or Shannon's mom, called Watts 12 different times, connecting on occasion. How do you know if they're connecting or not? You mean like, so whatever, right? And held roughly 30 minutes of conversations. What? Dude. And I said, I think Shanann had her mom's phone or something, because why would Sandy Rusick call 12 times? 12 times. And then I'm like, wait, 434, 444. I was like, wait, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44. I was like, this isn't even enough timeline transactions. To call 12 times, you would need 12 timeline transactions. And this is 11, so suck a fucking fatty, okay? I don't believe any of this. Like, I dig through all this shit. I was like, they just embellish shit. They make shit up. I don't know why is Sandy's phone be calling Watts. I mean, this is, and to be hearing things in interviews where the family is saying that we didn't suspect anything to be wrong. What? I don't know how anybody would say that. What did you think? If I spent 42 days away from home for no apparent reason, I think my family would be like, what the fuck are you doing? Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. So Shanann asked Watts if he was alive. So think about this. This looks like this would have been after, so 4:06 to 4:45, right? I'm like, this is a Tuesday. A Tuesday. Right? I'm like, why is Shanann asking on a Tuesday if he is alive? Shanann asked Watts if he was alive. Watts replied, tire light came on when I was leaving. King Supers last night. Got the tires aired back up. Spent a lot of time looking for anything in it. Nothing at all. Because he got flat tires. Are you like alive? And I'm just like thinking, but so that's what made me believe that she was using her mom's phone, because there's no call from her. And those 12 calls, maybe her phone just died. Who knows? Shanann responded, you could have answered or texted back. And that's what I think is crazy, is that if she's saying all that, right, you could text back. Where is there any, like, from these guys that are like the gang unit, right? Like, hey, we do this for a living. Why wouldn't she be showing that Shanann is literally blowing him up texting, right? Because she's saying, why aren't you returning my text messages? And it's like, where are those text messages? You could have answered or texted back. He was, according to these guys, he was on the phone. You're calling him 12 times after work at 4:06 to 4:45, and called Watts 12 different times, connecting on occasion, and roughly 30 minutes of conversation. I mean, what the fuck? Then at 5:30, Shanann asked Watts if he was alive. Watts replied, this doesn't make any sense. This is the same day, within an hour of each other. Like, what? And then she's over here like, you could have texted or answered, thought something happened, but you don't care about others' feelings. Or you think you're with, or think you're with another girl, or worse, no consideration of others. And I said, 5:30 p.m. on Tuesday, she writes this dramatic text message. Like, where did this come from, right? Because the only reason I say it's dramatic is because there was just 33 minutes of phone conversation. Right? Like, what? I just was on a call with you or your mom. Come on, guys. Like, but here she says, I were to think you're with another girl. What? But then she tells her friends that she would never, like, oh my God, Chris doesn't have any game. And I'm like, dude, she totally knows, but I don't know. Then Watts searched Google after 5:30. Then this is out of order. Watts searched Google for Victoria's Secret. While she is freaking out, he is Googling Victoria's Secret. Notice how there are no mentions about Chris Watts replying to this right here. Like, where's the text back, right? Let's see. Nothing. He does not respond to that. Okay. Shanann told Watts, I realized I realized this trip, what's missing in our relationship. It's only one-way emotions and feelings. I can't come back like this. I need you to meet me halfway. If you meet me halfway, you don't consider others at all, nor think about others' feelings. Watts replied that he was sorry and he loves her. Shanann responded, I try to give you space. But while you are working and living the bachelor life, I'm carrying our third and fighting with our 2 kids daily and trying to work and make money. It's not hard texting, love you and miss you. If you don't mean it, then I get it. But we need to talk. I kept looking at my phone all night and no response from you. Like, seriously? And I'm like thinking, what night? Because why aren't these dudes writing that to say that she texted him and was like blowing him up? Like, seriously, Chris? We didn't just start dating yesterday. We've been together 8 years and have 2.5 kids together. She said 2.5. You guys, I'm sorry, but when I saw 2.5 kids, I'm like, oh my God. She said 2.5 kids. We have a half a child. Chris, get the fuck together, man. You're always doing some stupid ass shit. Your stupid ass crooked dick. And then you guys remember that gay guy with the big dick sucking lips? Like, and he called into the tip line and was like, I've been pounding Chris Watts. Chris Watts has been pounding me. We've been having sex. And he fucking, you guys remember that shit? I was like, this is God's. He was interviewed by the police. He was interviewed by the FBI. Went in there. And I think, do you guys know it's a crime to lie to the FBI? Whatever came of Trent Bolt. Ridiculous. I said, what nights is she referring to? Tuesday at 8:10. Shanann called Watts and held a 17-minute conversation. July 25th, 2018, Wednesday, 5:36 a.m. Watts made an unanswered call to Shanann. 2 minutes later, Shanann called him back and had a nearly 11-minute conversation. He calls her almost every morning. 8:41 a.m. to 12:07 p.m. Wednesday, July 25th. Watts searched Google on the following topics: When to say I love you. What the fuck? When to say I love you for the first time in a relationship. Hey Siri. Hey Google. Is this real life? This is crazy. You guys, you've never heard about Trent Bolt and the gay guy and the gay lover? Oh my God, you guys. Trent Bolt. God, I'll go to his. Now that's an interview. This bastard. You guys, what is this idiot Googling? When to tell somebody I love you? This is insanity, right? I'm like, this is wild. When to say I love you? When to say I love you for the first time in your relationship? When do you feel when someone, what do you feel when someone tells you they love you? Oh my God. How does it feel when someone says I love you? Are you serious? How does it feel when someone says I love you? This can't be real life. How has nobody like ever like talked about his Google searches? I mean, he really Googled that? 4:30. He's saying he loves Shanann. When do I say I love you? Shanann called Watts and held a 23-minute conversation. During that conversation, Kessinger called Watts and left a voicemail. Following an eerily disconcerting childlike giggle, she told Watts, I miss your face. I was just going to say hi. Call me back. Bye. It was very concerning, I guess. Like, what? I cannot believe that they thought that that was concerning. That she was just like laughing and, I know I was just with you, but I miss your face. I was just going to say hi. Call me back. Bye. Like, what? Really weird. Really weird. The cops think that's weird. Immediately after sending his call with Shanann, Watts called Kessinger back. Oh, immediately after ending his call, he's like, I gotta call her. .6:31. Watts searched Google for sand dunes weather. Kessinger called Watts and held a 14-minute conversation. Bless him. Thursday, June 26, 2018, 5:30 a.m. Kessinger called Watts and held a 3-minute conversation. Watts made an unanswered call to Shanann. She returned his call. See this whole like not answering and then calling back? I'm telling you, man, something's up with that. Shanann called Watts and held a 6-minute conversation at 11:30. 11:50, Watts searched Google for GIT. Watts called an 800 number and held a 4-minute conversation. I called the number and confirmed it connects with Chase Bank. Okay, now this is wild. I was like, why is he calling Chase Bank, right? As he is often to do, as he is, I don't know what the hell that all says, but Watts access myprepaidcenter.com. I visited this website, which services universal prepaid Visa cards. The site promotes a 5% cash back incentive when you use that. What does that have anything to do with anything, man? 4:40 p.m. Thursday. Shanann called Watts and held an 18-minute conversation. Simultaneous to that call, Watts transferred while on the phone. He was transferring nudes of Kessinger into a secret calculator app. This fucking bastard. .18-minute conversation. Transferring nudes. Oh God, Vivint. Immediately afterwards, Watts called Vivint after getting off the phone with Shanann. Watts called Vivint briefly. At 7:16, Watts called Vivint a second time and held a 25-minute conversation. I'm telling you, she was on him. You still haven't fixed that shit. You better fix that before you leave to come here. Watts called Shanann an additional time, holding a near 5-minute conversation. And this became the death of everything right here. Watts searched Google for lazy dog in Erie. Lazy dog in Erie. 8 p.m. Watts visited myprepaidcenter.com. July 27, 2018, Friday. Shanann called Watts and held an 11-minute conversation. I said no phone call. 4:44. I was like, something's up, because that's his work phone. Shanann called Watts and held on. Why are you calling his work phone? Very bizarre there. Next. Watts searched Google for prices on wine bottle openers. That is fucking nuts. How much should I be paying for wine bottle opener? Hey Siri, what the fuck? Saturday. Watts and Kessinger spent the night at the Great Sand Dunes. So he brought wine and was like, let's get on. Watts called this number briefly. I confirmed the number list to the Valley View Hot Springs at the Orient Land Trust in the San Luis Valley. Their website boasts camping and lodging just north of the Great Sand Dunes National Park. That's what he called briefly. 11:34. Watts searched the internet for Rio Grande National Forest, all this crap, located 7 miles south of Great Sand Dunes. He made a brief call to the campground moments later. Watts took this photograph. Metadata confirms the image was taken at Zapata Falls campground. In addition, he shot a brief video of the same scene. The song playing in the background is Forever Girl. Okay, right here. Thank you. Now I can finally show people what the hell this is all about. There you go. By John Langsam, Shazam. I said Shazam. The lyrics tend toward, I was like, Shazam. I said, Shazam it is. Shazam. If you know, you know. If you don't, sorry. But this is just Shazam. Hello. Get a wine open bottle. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships. I appreciate it. Box wine, only way to go. Yeah, it is. Forever Girl. Play it. Um, 1:44 a.m. Saturday. Shanann made an unanswered call to Watts. He made 2 attempts to call her back. Roughly 10 minutes later, she didn't answer. And I just feel like, I don't know. She's always just wanting to call him. And, you know, if he calls back. Anyways, Watts took assorted photographs of the landscape at the Great Sand Dunes. Okay, all those images. And then among these is a video of Kessinger speaking into the camera that we've all seen. Thank you so much for coming out here with me, Christopher. I am having a wonderful time. You mean a lot to me, and I'm glad you're having a blast. How she says, thanks for coming out here with me. Like, was she going to go regardless? I'm just curious. July 29th, 2018, Sunday, 9:22 a.m. to 10:43 a.m. Watts continued taking photographs of the landscape near the Great Sand Dunes. Watts told Shanann, finish the hike, packing up and heading home. Finished the hike, packing up and heading home. 10:55 a.m. Watts transferred images of Kessinger to include a full nude selfie. Can you fucking believe this? She is just posing for a full nude selfie in the middle of the sand dunes, rolling around the sand. Nicole Kessinger, sand bare ass. Okay, that is the worst. Is a sandy crack. Okay, we had a co-ed volleyball team, and we were called the Sandy Cracks. Don't fuck with us. Again, she is all sandy, full nude selfie, and he is transferring it to the Seer Calculator app. Shanann made 4 unanswered calls to Watts. Watts called Shanann and held a brief 2-minute conversation. Like, what was he doing? Oh, they're in the car riding together back, right? He's like, girl, I had to come in and act like I was going to take a whiz. What's up? Oh, see, that sucks, right? What do we have here? Okay. Throughout the day, coworkers exchanged group text messages regarding scheduling for the following workday. Watts was uncharacteristically unresponsive. Well, then where are all these group texts that were happening up? Like, this is the first we're ever hearing about one. You see how, like, this is why that doesn't mean shit to me, because you didn't show me, like, where these group texts were. Anyways, at 18:20 hours, Watts finally replied, copy, sorry, been out of the house all day. Troy McCoy. Now remember, they thought that Troy McCoy was involved. Troy McCoy asked Watts if he was taking the following day off. Watts eventually responded, I'm working tomorrow. 5:30. Shanann made 2 more unanswered calls to him. And see, this is just what doesn't make sense. And the only thing that makes sense is that he was still with her. Meaning, Sugar Tits Kessinger. At 5:49, having not heard from Watts, Shanann asked, I'm assuming you're safe considering it's been 3.5 hours. Shanann made 2 more unanswered calls to Watts. Watts called Shanann and held a brief 2-minute conversation at 2:25. 2:25, okay? Then they don't talk until, at 5:49. Or I'm sorry, 5:30. She calls him twice. He doesn't answer. Then at 5:49, she says, I'm assuming you're safe considering it's been 3.5 hours. Watts replied, there was a car fire and the Renaissance Festival traffic in Colorado Springs just got our car headed home. Who did he tell her he was going there with? Because why don't they show any of Shanann's text messages during that time period to say, Chris went with friends from work to go camping? You know what I mean? Like, where are those? Why aren't you showing what Shanann's thinking about that? Like, Chris has never done this in our entire marriage. Okay, he's never. And then maybe the friends would be like, well, I don't know. Have you guys ever been away? Like, I mean, what do you want me to do? Shanann, stare at the fucking wall? No, like, you don't get it, guys. He, like, never hangs out. Like, I'm always with him. He never I just want to know if those conversations were being had, because I think that they would have, because that would be normal to me, because I'd be like, what is he doing? He never does this. Never does this stuff. And then when I'm trying to get in touch with him, when he's supposed to be with his boys, I can never get in touch with him. And then he says he's sleeping at home, and I know he's not, because that garage door is not going up and down. Yeah, just got our car. R is referring to, I think, hers and his, not like That's how I think that's happening. But I would just be curious if her text messages with family, friend, somebody to say what the fuck, but they don't think that's pertinent. It's very pertinent. Watts answered Shanann's call and held a 14-minute phone conversation. Then 1939 hours. Immediately afterwards, Shanann told Watts in a text, "Sorry you're so tired, but I haven't talked to you in 48 hours. And I had a hard weekend. Glad I have you to talk to." Continuing the sarcasm, she added, "If you care." I haven't talked to you for 48 hours, motherfucker. Jeez, boy. Watts replied, "I'm sorry you had a hard weekend, boo. I will make it up to you. I promise. I'm sorry I'm out of it tonight." She says, "It would have been nice for my husband to show some to show interest in how the girls and I are, and the baby. I'm done with begging for you to talk. See you Tuesday." She added, "You're out of it from playing." Like, you're out of it from playing. Like working. Like not working. Then Watts visited my prepaid center as he is so out of it. After, in an out of it state, he decides, "I'm going to get on myprepaidcenter.com. Monday, July 30th, 5:39 a.m. Watts called Shan and held a nearly 6-minute conversation. I am shocked that he did not try to get out of going to North Carolina, if you truly think about it. I am shocked that he didn't say, "Hey, they really need me here at work. I got to stay." And, 8 a.m. Shan sent Watts an insurance identification card issued by USSA policy for their 2016 Lexus. The effective dates are August 15th, 2018 through February 15th, 2019. Shanann sent Watts 3 images of swelling to the right ankle of one of their daughters. Her face was not captured. Watts commented, "It looks like her ankle is dislocated in that one picture." Shanann agreed and said, "She may need special shoes." What the fuck? What? You guys, when I was going through this, I said, "What the fuck?" Like, legit, that's what I said. I said, "What the fuck?" Dude. I agree. I don't understand why I don't understand how people think they can kill anybody and get away with it, right? But how the fuck do you kill your own kids, man? The fuck? How does it even happen? How do you ever hurt a little baby? Like, yeah. You guys, I have no idea. Like, if somebody would be saying, like, "Oh my god, look at the swelled ankle," like, "Oh my god, I think she dislocated," and I'm agreeing with you, and then I say, I was laughing at that. That's funny. Like, that's a funny thing. Like, because my response, if I was like just Chris there, or even if I was Shanann after I said that and he didn't say anything, I'd be like, "Do you have anything to say about that? I think our kids should wear special shoes." Like, that doesn't seem off to you? Like, you know what I mean? Just to see if he's like paying attention. This is crazy. There was no response. So Shanann called Watts and held a 19-minute conversation at 4:17. But look at that, 9:18 a.m. Monday. What do you mean there's no more response to that? There's no more calling? 4:17? Like, nothing. Like, that's wild. 4:44. Kessinger called Watts and left a voicemail intermixed with her creepy giggles. Like, dude, for a fucking cop to write creepy giggles. That's wild. Then why didn't you arrest her creepy ass? Fucking the gang unit, her creepy giggles. Can't believe that they subjective as fuck. Wants to call her back. Hee, can you call me back? I'm calling. Oh my god, you guys. Vivian again. Watts called Vivian and held a 10-minute conversation. It's wild. Shanann asked Watts what they said. Although his call with Vivian ended nearly 30 minutes earlier. Watts responded he was still on the phone, resetting settings. And sensitivity should be good now. I will monitor it. Told you. And that's why they call me. Right there. Money shot. What did they say, Chris? Well, I really wasn't on the phone with them still, so I just said, yeah. Let's see. I'll be monitoring it. Watts called and said, oh, well, what'd they say, Chris? Although his call with Vivian ended nearly 30 minutes ago, Watts responded, he was still on the phone. Resetting settings and sensitivity. Should be good now. I'll monitor it. It is the garage. It's the garage sensor. There's nothing wrong with the sensor, guys. Come on now. I love how people try to say that Nicole Kessinger or Nicole Atkinson, when she got up on her own car on top of the hood, you guys, nobody would ever do that. Like, I'm not trying to pick on anybody, but there's no way that you are going to put a big woman on a car that you like and want to maintain in good condition. You're just not going to get on top of it and stand on the hood of the car and look into the garage and say, that's how I found that the car was in there. Absolutely absurd. The guy next door, Nate, he has a camera. It catches everything. His entire camera does not pick up at any point Nicole Atkinson's vehicle backing up and then one of them getting on top of the car and looking through the garage. That is not on any camera, okay? It's because it didn't happen. Absurd. Whatever. Watts searched Google for songs by a reggae band named Through the Roots. Watts then searched lyrics to their song, Down to Earth. Researching the song revealed lyrics that included, when I'm around you, I can feel peace. If I'm ever cold, I can count on you to heat me up with your presence. And at the lowest level, you can make me feel like I'm sky high. Other lyrics are quoted by Watts in a card he wrote to Kessinger on this date. So he's leaving, you know. Let's see. Weld County, make yourself known. At 6:37 p.m., Watts searched Google for a country singer named and his songs Love You Like That. Researching the song revealed lyrics like, when I'm with you, I can see down the road, girl. Not just the gravel one we're traveling on. And I'm betting that it's going to be a wild ride. But I promise that my dick's going to slide inside. I'm going to be there by your side. I think we got another memory in the making. Have you guys ever heard that song? No? Okay. Watts searched Google for love letters. Bizarre. Watts sent a message to Shan letting Dieter out and going to bed, boo. Love you. Shannon called him minutes later and they spoke briefly. This is when I said, he finally got smart. He finally got smart. And he let the dog, he said he was letting the dog out, right? He's never done that before. I'm letting the dog out. Well, they let the dog out the back door, which the back sliding door, when you open it, it makes, back sliding door open and it alerts your phone. But finally got smart and realized I have to go out the back door. Okay. And I'm going to open the door, let it stay open for a period of time, and then close it. But I'm not going to go back in the house. I'm going to close it, and I'm going to park my Lexus, not in the garage anymore. Okay. And I'm going to park it down the street. And this way, the garage door doesn't open. And I'm home. And then when I come back home, I'm going to stay parked on the street, walk to the house, and open up the back door because I'm letting the dog out again. That is what only took him 6 weeks, 7 weeks to figure that out. That's why I laugh at people when, he knows that the neighbor has a camera. Okay. He didn't just park in the driveway. He knows he has a Ring camera, right? And if anybody out there thinks that this man did anything premeditated, y'all crazy. Because he knew all of this. So he figured out a way to hide the cheating, right? And so then even the neighbor was like, oh yeah, I think he parked down the street or something. Yeah. But how she was catching him, and this is how I know that she was watching him. And if you're watching that app, you're watching all of the stuff. You're watching the money, you're watching the phone records, you're watching it all. And Kessinger was texting and Kessinger was calling, and he was calling Kessinger. And all she would have to do is see that number come up, and then she would have Googled the number or, research. She knows what. Dude, do you know what Shanann knew before ever Chris came in the picture, right? Go and know what Shanann was doing and who she was dating and what she was doing. She worked at a cell phone place. She's not a moron. She's not a moron at all. She's very street smart, Shanann. So she knew. And I believe that she was going to confront Nicole Kessinger at Friday at work, at their workplace, and make a big old scene. That's why she wanted a homegirl to watch the kids at 6, but then that's why she needed to go out and get another person to watch earlier, because she was going to be leaving, because he doesn't get home until later anyways. Why would you? So she was going to be going out to his work, and literally I think she wanted to make a scene. I think that was part of the plan. It was to catch him in the act with stuff. Personally, I think that she was going to set up so that she's going to get a shit ton of child support. I think she was going to set herself up that I'm taking the house, fuck you. You're not going to get the kids. You're not going to get this. I know what you're doing. I have, and that I'm going to take everything. You're not go fuck yourself. And then I think that she could have potentially dropped this baby is not yours, right? And I'll tell you where that proof comes in. Well, I can't prove it, but it's pretty mind-blowing proof. So Okay, so Watts sent a message to Shanann. Okay, outlining there. Okay. Okay, he said, love you, boo. Shanann called him and said they talked. Okay, on Tuesday, July 31st. Watts flew to North Carolina. Now, Watts took a photograph of parking signs at Denver and sent messages, presumably to Shanann. How do you mean this? Everybody should like wonder. What do you mean, presumably to Shanann? That doesn't make any sense. You do not know who she sent or who he sent these messages to? Like, that doesn't sit right. You would. 4:08 a.m. Watts began transferring a mass of assorted images of Kessinger and their trip to the Great Sand Dunes into the secret calculator app. All those images, homegirl rolling around in the sand. In addition, Watts transferred 2 videos from the trip. And the one was so damn sexy, right? Sure. Then Watts at 4:46 a.m. told Shanann on the plane, love you, boo. Shanann called him immediately and held a 2-minute conversation. 4:50. Immediately afterwards, Shanann told Watts, you never, ever listen to me. She asked, how much a day? Watts sent her the photograph of the parking signs and advised 16. Shanann asked, which lot? And Watts said, the East Economy lot. Shanann replied, 130 we can't spend at the beach. Shanann asked Watts to text her when he lands in Atlanta. Watts agreed. 4:52 a.m. Watts deleted Kessinger's APC health, safety, environmental contact from his phone. Now, does this sound like a guy that wants to hide it? Yes, right. So is this a guy that's like, I don't know. So he's trying to keep it a secret, right? And I'm just shocked that he doesn't think that, like, dude, what the fuck? Whatever. Like, Shanann gave Watts instructions on how to schedule a ride from both Lyft and Uber. I was like, well, that's interesting, because if you care about money, then why aren't you picking him up from the airport? Watts received a calendar alert flight. So see all these push notifications? During the data extraction, Agent 4 programmed the phone to provide timestamps using UTC or Mountain Standard. So I will continue to use those timestamps because now they're going to be in North Carolina. But so those timestamps, and refrain from adjusting for Eastern Standard Time. This applies to timestamps found in, so everything is in Mountain Time. So like I said, so that means it's 7:57 a.m. in Colorado, this next one, but it's 9:57, plus 2 hours. It's 9:57 in North Carolina. So Watts told Shanann that he had landed in Atlanta. Watts advised his connecting flights departed at 10:45. 8:45 plus 2 hours, so you're at 10:48. Watts received a calendar alert. There you go. 10:18. Watts told Shanann that he just landed. Shanann asked him to let her know when you are coming down escalator so I can record the girls. Watts replied, okay, boo. 9:49. Shanann asked Watts, can you set alarm for 5 and wake me, please? Vacation. Get the fuck out of here, 5. What are you high? No, I can't do that. I'm gonna be on my live till 5. Watts replied, yep, I got it. Love you. Shanann reciprocated. August 1st, 6:51 p.m. Watts took assorted photographs of his children on the carnival rides at the Pavilion Park in Myrtle Beach. This is just awful. This is like, what the hell? How does this happen? A video and a photograph were taken of children playing on trampolines at the Pavilion Park. Watts transferred this image into a secret calculator app. I'm certain, listen to this, I am certain Watts communicated far more with Kessinger than is reflected in his phone data. And I said to myself, how the fuck I'm certain. Fucking certain? Bitch, prove that shit. What do you mean you're certain? Perhaps facilitated through the secret calculator application, it became apparent he was receiving assorted nude images of Kessinger that she was taking by herself and sending to Watts, which he then stashed in that application to prevent Shanann from ever seeing them. Remember when I told you guys video images like one versus why they start at like 2,000 and whatever or 5,000 whatever? I figured that out a long time ago. I said, oh, that's right, because the images that she was taking, right, and being sent from her to him, that's a totally different way of being, it's going to be a totally different port. And he's using his camera roll, what's going to make your camera roll ticker go up. But this guy couldn't figure that out, but he was certain they were communicating so far more than what this shit shows. And I'm like, you have the data there, you know. They'd have to probably get another expert in there, probably. Watts transferred images of Kessinger into a secret calculator application. Then Watts transferred images of Kessinger into so look at the only thing he's talking about. Thursday, Friday, then Saturday. So nothing was in the phones other than like it's truly bizarre. You know how couples will sometimes, if they're around other people, they'll text fight, you know? August 4th, Saturday. For over 2 hours, Kessinger searched Google for wedding dresses. And then I said, the fuck out of here. I said, web history 3526 to 3324. I said, if you go and you look that up, back to the last one where it said web history, it's going the opposite way. Like it's not in chronological order. It's going in the opposite order. It's it's in reverse. It's reverse. I said, so yeah, something's wrong with that. 3:36 hours. In a lengthy message, Shanann told Watts. Again, 3:36 a.m. Saturday. That means it's 5:36 a.m. In a lengthy message, Shanann told Watts. Okay, you wrote this in a message, remember? Truth came out last night. I didn't create no dagger between you and your dad. That was done by your mom and your dad. And I won't change a thing. My daughter's life. I was always told anybody that uses my daughter versus our daughter, you would get pounded in a courtroom. So my daughter's life is way more important. And you better believe I wanted to say a whole lot more than I did, but I was being the bigger person and protecting Bella. That was Nutgate. This is the big Nutgate. I didn't tell your dad not to come to party. I didn't tell him not to text or call your daughter on her birthday. I didn't tell him to start acting like he only has 2 grandkids instead of 4. I didn't block your family on Facebook. He did. I asked him about this. And then he shared with me his phone. He was so open and honest, and he's like, here you go, take a look. Myself and your kids have nothing to say to them. They do. They owe your kids their life. What the fuck? Your parents' home isn't a safe zone. Your mom isn't safe. You can let them tell you what you want, but I didn't tell anyone to stop loving your kids or stop acting like it. He did that, not me. And now this was the first time ever, like, he is Ronnie is the most. You can believe I created this dagger, but I didn't do that. I stood up for our kids. There you go. I advocated and protected our children. I don't ever want to hear, I'm sorry I killed your kid because I was stupid. You guys, is this not, like, when you read this and then seeing what then would happen in, like, I don't know how many days from this point, but like, this was so eerie to read back in the day. I'm like, oh my God. The kids would be dead in 10, like, what was it, 8 days? Ooh. I'm sorry I killed your kids because I was stupid. That would kill me. These kids are my world, and I have to protect them from the evil of the world. I shouldn't have to protect them from evil family. What? This is just awful things to say. Our kids deserve the same love and attention the other kids get, nothing less. I'm not accepting I'm sorry from your mom because she doesn't mean it, and she knew what she was doing. I made it very clear not to eat it around Celeste because she doesn't understand. Way before that happened, she's evil and willing to risk your daughter's life just to get under my skin. You and your dad are no different if you are okay with her behavior. There's nothing wrong with me, and I'm not crazy. I just love my kids way too much. From the day I left you, never said I missed you before I said it. Something's changed when I left. You may be happier alone, and that's fine. You can be alone. This pregnancy, you have failed to acknowledge it or to acknowledge how I'm feeling. The first trimester is the scariest and most dangerous, yet we can lose this baby at any point till delivery. I'm not going to be treated this way for having the balls to protect our family and kids. I should get a gold fucking medal for handling it the way I did, because I had a lot of choice words I wanted to say to her and your dad for his stupidity. Ronnie wasn't even there. He wasn't even there. Dude, Ronnie, he's at work. I don't understand how, no one stands up to your mom and your dad for that. What? He's just as guilty by not doing anything. I have nothing to do with him. Wait, I have nothing to do with him. Stop sharing memories of his grandkids. What? What does that have to do with me? They are fucking with our kids' feelings. And that I'm not okay with. I am just shocked that none of this would have ever come out in a text like this, or guess what? It did. All of this came out. All of this came out when this happened. How did the cops not write all of these blow-ups that were happening? The Nutgate didn't happen right now. Nutgate happened weeks earlier. And the cops don't write anything about Nutgate. Like, it's not pertinent. Dude, I personally believe that Chris snapped like he did because for the first time ever, his dad's never, ever said, dude, fuck this. I can't handle it anymore. Like, Shanann went on Facebook and wrote a bunch of really horrible stuff, and he saw it and he was like, I didn't want to see it anymore. So I just, you know how you can just like block somebody from seeing it. That's what he did. And she had wrote this Facebook post that was really, really not nice at all, right as he was leaving. And that's why he didn't go to the birthday party. He didn't say anything. He's like, it hurts. It hurt too much to see it. It would always pop up. Like, I don't have friends on there or anything like that. So it's just, that's always your constant thing that's popping up. And, And I personally believe that the straw that broke the camel's back had nothing to do with Nicole Kessinger. Nothing at all. I think it had everything to do with there was a lot of probably choice words said that night that was directed towards his family and himself. And I think that's never happened. His dad's never been talked about like this ever. Shanann and the mom and the sister, like they've always had their thing, but never ever was Chris's dad in that. And that's what I think his if you want to say, and it, I wasn't going to tell Ronnie that, but that's how I felt. After doing all my research, I said this was the X factor. This had never happened before. The whole with Ronnie, with Chris's dad. Like, because the way that, you know how guys will look at it like, oh, those are just girls and they're just in their little whatever. They're venting, they're being drama, and guys don't get like that. And yeah. So sad. All of this is just wild. But for the cops to act like all the other stuff that was like, this was not. Shanann was supposed to be staying with both sides of the family for, half the week here, half the week at their house and stuff like that. So to hear the family say, I didn't think anything was wrong in North Carolina. I mean, that's absurd. Absolutely absurd. That is not, how could they say that? Like, yeah, Shanann stopped going to the Watts' house because Shanann thought that she was accusing Cindy of trying to kill the kids with nuts. And because nuts were out on the table, or not on the table, but up. I mean, it's the most ridiculous shit. Sorry, but it is. But like somebody should have flown back with them. That's how I looked at it, is why did anybody let them go? And that's what Ryan told me. He's like, that's what we wanted to do. He's like, Lana, God is my witness. He said, Chris, somebody needs to go back with you. This is like, look at these words. Okay. Can you imagine a parent being talked to like this by like your daughter-in-law? Everything right here is everything that she said to them. Like, I think that would kind of mind blow me. I'd be like, wait, what? You think I'm trying to kill my grandkids? I would think that you're delusional and that there's something wrong with you, right? For thinking that. But from the day I left, you never said I missed you. I said that, okay. No one says up to me, okay. I said that, okay. What was this? They're fucking with our kids' feelings, and that's not okay with me. I am their mother, and I will protect them. I have enough to worry about with the world out there. I'm not going to worry about family. I will just remove it. I will just remove it. And I'm like, oh my God. So I'll just remove it. Like, this is, and then at 5:13, Shanann added, I also don't control what you do. If you want to go hang out with, that's what started all this. He's like, I want to see my family. And because they were all supposed to be hanging out at Myrtle Beach that week. And his family wasn't allowed to come and like meet up with them. He could go by himself to see his grandmother and stop at the house, on the last day on their way back to like fly out. So she said, if you want to go hang out with your parents today, by all means do so, but without us. Don't put it on me why you can't go. You are your own person. These are all text messages just waiting to be read. Like, whenever I guess he woke up. But so this was 7:26. Watts replied to Shanann for the first time. These kids mean the world to me and always will. Yes, my mom truly screwed up in a huge way, more than a huge way. I don't know what I would have done if something happened to Cece. These kiddos are the light of my life, and seeing their sweet, incredible smiles and playfulness makes me smile every day. I'm sorry for the way I've been acting. It's just been in my head, and I haven't been right at all. And so for the cops not to mention the fact that there was a huge big blow up. Shanann accused Chris's parents of trying to kill the kids back weeks ago. And this was all in text. This was all over the phone. And the cops make no mention of it because they don't think it's pertinent. I think it's really pertinent. Anyways, that's where his distance was, and he didn't want to deal with it. But to see somebody write this, like, the kids are my world, Cece, you know, if anything happened to them, like, to see this, it's like heartbreaking. It's like, how the fuck did this happen? Like, and then I've always said, I was like, you know, parents are supposed to protect their kids, you know, and I just, Shanann responded with 2 messages to Watts. Yes, that I created this dagger between you and your dad. See, it's about him. That's the first time it's ever happened. And that wasn't me. That was them. I protected our daughters from their stupidity. They created that, and you belong with them thinking otherwise. I didn't tell your dad to remove himself from the kids' life. I did and do not deserve to be treated the way you have. I defended our daughter. I think Shanann was she picked a fight, and I don't know. I think it just set things off, and as like, you know, and I don't know what made the guy snap. 7:48 a.m. Watch reply to Shanann. Yes, you protected our daughter, and I thank you for that 1,000,000 times 1,000,000. I don't think they are innocent in any of this. They do want to be in the kids' life, and I'm not sure they even know how to right now. They should have swallowed whatever they needed to and came to Cece's birthday party and called her, and shouldn't have blocked all social media contact with them. I don't care what they do with us, just as long as they love and respect the kids. I'm not used to not having a relationship with my dad. Right there, that's it. Period. That's your trigger. I should have just called him before it got to this point where it got in my head. I didn't, and that's my fault. So think about this if you're Shanann. Now, because of this Nutgate stuff that started way back in the beginning of when you left and were there, you're over here thinking, this has nothing to do with about a girl. This has to do about the fact that I fucking blew up at your parents. I told your parents that that they're fucking stupid. You're not going to be around our kids. Fuck you, all this shit, right? You're stupid. You try to kill our kids. We're not staying over here. And then they don't come to the birthday party. They block me on social media. and Chris is fucking another girl. What? Like, that was just like, this would totally fuck with Chris's head, like, about with the dad, with his dad. Like, you want me to not talk to my dad? I get it. You and the girls and my mom and sister, you guys have always done this type of shit. But my dad, how did my dad get drawn into this? My dad, I don't even know what Chris is even talking about. Ronnie wasn't there. It's wild. It's truly wild. (803) Why, Shanann? Why should you beg them to be in their life? They picked up phone and apologized for starters. They show up to her birthday, especially since we were an hour away. They did this. They make the effort. You blame me for this so-called dagger between you and him. Fuck that. You are just like them. Believe what he tells you and move back home where you weren't appreciated. When I met you, no one ever protected you from your mom, and someone should have before me. I'm done being the bad guy in all of this, especially when I had more balls to stand up for you a long time ago with them. My bad for thinking you deserve better. Not my kids are in the pick and I'm done. I think it's now my kids are in the pick and I'm done. Like, I could fucking deal with them, but because of you, but I'll never fucking compromise anything that comes to my kids for a fake relationship with them, basically. And this is just so dramatic and just not necessary. Continuing the conversation, Shanann told Watts, while it's on my mind, whoa, if I'm in the wrong, that's one thing. But I am not here, and you not standing up for us and the girls is not cool. You just make it so they feel they did no wrong and brush it under the rug. I will never trust your parents alone with our kids ever. This is the week we started dating 8 years ago. They ruin everything special. I won't forgive you or them for that. I'm tired of it. I'm the one that takes care of you, not them. You making me feel like complete shit these last several weeks, especially this week, and I'm not okay with it. And I won't change my ways when it comes to our kids, and I'll always defend you. Always. Shanann added, I'm not asking you to choose who to be with. I shouldn't have to ask you to choose right from wrong. You are not happy, then you know where to go. Worst summer ever. Kessinger searched Google for Watts and Shanann's Facebook accounts. And this is when I said, oh my goodness. Web history, see 3255. See how it's going? It should be going up and it's going down. So something's up with that. Video and photographs were taken of the girls back on the trampolines. Now, the pavilion park. Sunday. Shanann asked Watts, are you wanting to go see just Mama tomorrow or family too? Watts replied, I was hoping both. If not, that's okay too. I want to see Mama in the morning. That's his grandma. If possible, you wanted the girls to see her too, right? Shanann responded, if both, then that's fine. But alone. If just Mama, we will go. They saw her twice and they can go again, but I'm standing strong with your family. You can use the truck and see both, but I just need to know. I'm not going to be the reason you don't see them. So if you do, you just go. So Shanann said, if you're going to see Grandma, we will come and we will all just go see Grandma together, and that's fine. But if you're going to see both, then it's just going to be you. Watts replied, I know that they would love to see Mama one more time. I bet Mama would love to see them too, since she remembers them. I don't want to leave anyone without a car here, though. Should I have someone pick me up at nursing home so the girls can see Mama? In 2 messages, Stan replied, I'm not going to be where there's a chance we will run into your family. I'm not kidding, Christopher. I'm having a bad experience these last few days with my pregnancy, and I'm spotting. I'm not dealing with it. Have your parents pick you up when kids go down tonight, then and do what you need to do. Watts concluded, I want kids to see Mama. I will make sure there is 0 chance anyone will see them. Shanann sent Watts a screenshot of a quote. Husband stands up for your wife and protects her from attacks that come from the people close to you. Dude, I can't read that. I need to have a voice. 2 hours later, Shan wrote, I don't know how you fell out of love with me in 5.5 weeks, or if this has been going on for a long time, but you don't plan another baby if you're not in love. Kids don't deserve a broken family. So, like, divorce is not an option. Kids do not deserve a broken family. I left you. You couldn't take your hands off me. You show up, and I have to practically ask for a kiss in airport. 10:34 p.m. Shanann added, being away from you, it's not the help I missed because I handled that. It was exhausting, but with school, that's not hard. I miss the smell of you. You touching me when I'm cooking, you touching me in bed, you touching me, period. I miss holding you and snuggling with you. I missed eating with you, watching TV with you. I missed staring at you. I missed making love with you. I missed everything about you. I couldn't wait to touch you, hold you, kiss you, make love to you, smell you, laugh with you. I couldn't wait to celebrate 8 years with you. If you are done, don't love me, don't want to work this out, not happy anymore, and only staying because of kids, I need you to tell me. Shanann asked Watts, would you stay with me if we didn't have kids? What the fuck? Oh, thank you so much. I haven't opened up this case in, God, 5 years. BK was never a regular at Stadium Way Starbucks. I opened all through the time he lived there, and I knew all my regulars. Lance didn't see you on the witness list. Oh. Justifying? Who the fuck is justifying killing somebody? Are you out of your fucking mind? Do you want to know one of the most talked about cases still to this day? I should play some of my recordings. But this is one of the most talked about cases because it's truly the most like, how the fuck did this happen type of thing. And the reason it's the most talked about as a what the fuck happened type of thing is because of the ridiculous narrative that if you actually just look at everything and see how it truly unfolded, it was people, it was Nicole Kassinger. Nope. That's a good one. That's a good one. Well, I never understood if you were spotting, I would not be canceling my 8-8 and 8-9 appointment. You know, I always questioned that. And, you know, I always questioned Chris just being fine with canceling the, an appointment. And then I was like, did he even know about it? You know, because she makes no mention to him like the next, she never talks about that Monday doctor's appointment, because of the canceling. It was really interesting. But spotting could be a potential miscarriage too, but where are we at? Would you stay with me if we didn't have kids? Shannon asked Watts. I just don't get it. You don't fall out of love in 5 weeks. Minutes later, she pondered, how can you sleep? Our marriage is crumbling in front of us and you can sleep. And that's when she took a picture of him. And it's like, it's 11:09 at night. And they were at the beach all day. He's running around with the kids all day. I mean, I get it, I guess. But she says, our marriage is crumbling. And this is what's wild. When people are asking her, how are things going? She's like, moving in the right direction. I'm like, what the fuck is she talking about? But that just goes back to this whole case thing about, sometimes there's certain people that you're just not comfortable with. Everything's great. You know what I mean? Because I'm not telling that person that. Like, I don't trust them like that, or I don't want them to know that. That happens every day. That's why it's important that a cop does their job in terms of, okay, she's telling everybody something different and a few people the same thing, August 6, 2018. Watts search Google for the distance from the moon to Earth. You've got to be kidding me. That is at 6:13 in the morning. Proving messages have been deleted from Watts' phone, Shanann noted in several messages, quote unquote, your only response last night was, I don't want to lose the kids. I don't want to lose the kids. You guys, do you remember these messages? I mean, your only response last night was, I don't want to lose the kids. You used me to just have a boy. How does she know that she has a boy right now? Like, none of this makes any sense. How does she know that she has a boy? Nobody has said that it's impossible for her to know if she has a boy or a girl right now. You used me to just have a boy. Only reason you wanted another kid, ? I can't handle this and you are okay with it. Why didn't you just tell me you were done? Why get me pregnant? And so this is where, if the cops are hiding messages, because you have to go back towards that mark, like, that video, like, oops, we did it again. And, you're doing this, like, I'm going to set up the camera and here's Chris walking in. What was going on at that time? Because what do you mean? Why would if this just happened 5.5 weeks, like over the past 5.5 weeks, then this is not even a comment that you can possibly make logically. Why didn't you just tell me you were done? Why get me pregnant? Unless you were having conversations back then, which I believe that they did have. And I believe that there were talks about things like, and they thought that having another kid would make it better. Watts replied, I'm not just staying because of the kids. They are my light, and that will not change. I didn't fall out of love in 5 weeks. That's impossible. I don't want to erase 8 years just like that. I'm not sure what's in my head. So basically he was saying, like, we needed to can we just take a break? If we can just take a break, I don't want to just erase 8 years. We just need to calm down and I don't know I'm not sure what's in my head. I don't know if it's my parents, the third pregnancy, if I'm just scared or what. I didn't use you. Or if I just want to fuck Nicole Kessinger. In Shanann's phone, the conversation continued. Because what they're saying is that the other part isn't in Chris's phone. And so I thought about this. And I'm like, so this would be, but the other stuff wouldn't be? Like, he would take a chance of Kessinger seeing this reply? You know what I mean? Like, but that doesn't make any sense. You would wipe all this shit, especially you'd want to wipe your own replies, because you can never like, hey, this is what this person texted me. So I question the deletions there. I question if they're really deleted or if they didn't find them or what, because that doesn't make sense. You would be more all about deleting what you would write versus what someone's writing you. So Watts replied, okay, I just said that. Shanann replied with, that's what you said last night. You can't even say why you're married to me. Because he has to Google everything. He doesn't know. He's so, I don't even know. That's a stab in the heart. You didn't say you didn't want to lose us. You said you didn't want to lose the kids. Watts responded, I don't want to lose anyone. Shanann responded, this has been the worst week of my life. We were supposed to be celebrating love and family, but instead, hate and whatever you call it. Hate. I'm not willing to watch something dangerous happen to one of our kids with your family for you to wake up. What the fuck? That has nothing to do. I'm just totally lost with that comment. They will give you sorry excuses today. I don't know what to say. I don't want to come. Shanann continued, you don't see you or how you're treating me. 8 years of love and you are treating me horribly. I fell deeper in love with you this summer. They weren't even together this summer. You fell out. That's not love. Love falls deeper in love when apart, not out. You don't love me, or you have a horrible way of showing it. You haven't fought for me this week. It's only the kids. And you guys, you know how hard it is to like read this stuff and like think to yourself, like, how the fuck did he kill the kids? Especially when he then gave that weird ass account, like when they went to Wisconsin. When have you ever heard of a case where you get some guy to take a plea deal, right? And he just pleads to everything, says he did everything. And then think to yourself, well, in 2 months, we're going to go to Wisconsin and we're going to send the FBI and, you know, the same two people and go and talk to Chris in street clothes. And, hey, and get him to tell us the story. Why the fuck do you care? What are you doing? And then the story is nothing that is like, I mean, what? It is the most fucked up story you've ever heard in your life. Talking about killing your kid twice. That Bella didn't die the first time, and then no, wait, that didn't really happen. I put him in the car and they were alive and I drove them out there. Oh my fucking God. Like, that's insanity. Like, ugh, I just want to barf. That's sick. It's gross. And you're just like, how the fuck? This is what's going on a week before that. It's just, you would, if you're in the criminal justice, in the criminology world, this would be something that you'd be like, what the fuck is going on? How did this happen? And if you're a parent, you'd be like, what the fuck? how did this happen? And remember, the original version of this is why it was like, whew. Right, Tam? I mean, like, if you think about it, it's just, especially like we're talking about, I mean, every single video, he's doing everything for his kids, right? I mean, I don't know. I've heard of people snapping and okay, boop. But how does that turn into I am now going to kill my kids? I don't know. It makes, I don't know. Makes me want to barf. Meanwhile, 1328 right here. I don't know if this is all like at 6:30, how if it was like bang bang bang, but Watts transferred an image of Kessinger into a secret calculator application. Don't you think it's weird that Shanann wasn't like, let me see your phone? You know, if you thought something. Watts told Shanann that his parents did not want to drive him to her location. Shanann asked if Watts wanted her to come pick him up, and Watts replied, "It's up to you." He's cool bringing me back first thing in the morning early. His dad. To this, Shanann replied, "We fucking leave tomorrow. I need help, motherfucker. What are you talking about?" Shanann told Watts she was on her way to pick him up, apparently after some cajoling. Watts advised his father has agreed to drive him to her location presently. Like, what? We fucking leave tomorrow. What the fuck are you talking about? You're going to come here in the morning. Okay, now this is so weird. Watts took photos of various images inside his parents' home, verified through metadata coordinates. So GPS that shit. That's where they live, right? Mm-hmm. And here's one of them, like, you know, when he was growing up. And it's like, is he going to send that to Nicole Kessinger? Shanann told Watts, "I was trying to get you to fucking hug me. Make me feel safe. This is much deeper than lack of conversation. Make me feel like everything is going to be okay." Watts replied, "It will be okay. This will all get fixed." Shanann, "No, I don't need words, damn it. You just told me you don't want this baby." Watts replied, "I am scared, okay? You wanted the truth and I told you how I felt." Oh, God. You hold me after that conversation. You hold me. If you want this to fucking last, you make me feel safe after that bomb. Don't you get it? How have you been with me for 8 years and not realize that this kid Googles how I should say I love you? Like, I don't get what you don't get. That's what I don't get. How many times do I have to ask you to hold me? You hate me that much? I don't hate you. I will fix this. It will be better. Shanann noted, "You didn't answer me," and added, "I'm begging you to hold me and you still can't." Watts replied, "I don't know where my head is at. I will fix it though." So what is he doing? They're just texting and she's saying, "Hold me," and he's just, where is he physically? Like, in a different room? Like, I don't get it. Shanann wrote, "This isn't the only thing. This doesn't get your head all screwed up. Something changed in the last 5 weeks. Something you won't say." Well, I have no idea. Shanann continued, all of these asking for you to talk to me, you falling asleep at 7 or 8. Don't tell me it's me. It's not communication. You're not telling me something. Added to this message were assorted screenshots from Shanann's phone of previous text messages with Watts in which he offered excuses for not calling her. Most have been featured in this review. None were found in Watts's phone. Now that's more like it when you would be deleting your own comments. So she sent him a bunch of screenshots. But then the cops couldn't find, even if he would have deleted this shit, none of it's there. You can find deleted shit in this is, and then I don't know if I don't think they did a full file extraction. I think they just did like a logical one. August 7th, Tuesday. Shanann told Addie Maloney, friend, at 5:17 in the morning. Which is, 7:17 there, but Shanann told Chris told me last night he's scared to death about this third baby and he's happy with just Bella and Celeste and doesn't want another baby. And he confronted Shanann, or what? Telling her Watts is just scared and everything will be fine once the baby is born. Shanann replied, he has changed. I don't know who he is. God, I bet you her friends are like, what the fuck reading this? I'd be like, oh my God, I'm gonna barf. Like, whoa. Addie asked what she means, and Shanann replied, he hasn't touched me all week, kissed me, talked to me except for when I'm trying to figure out what is wrong. He's been distant since I left. Later in their conversation, Shanann told Addie, I told him last night I don't feel safe with him after what he said about the baby. And if he loves me, he would hold me and tell me it will be okay. Give me something. And he did nothing but go to bed. I told him last night I don't feel safe with him after what he said about the baby. Fuck. Shanann told Watts, something else is wrong that you're not saying. Because lack of communication doesn't cause you to not be present or touch me or love me. Besides, the lack of communication hasn't been with me in 6 weeks. This fucking sucks. I really don't want to leave here. Watts received a calendar alert flight. Watts' work phone reconnected with a Netgear 27 router, likely the router in their home. Wednesday, Watts returned to work on a Wednesday. They get back on Tuesday. Now, this is when stuff just gets wild. All right. So Sarah Nudd, friend, asked Shanann at 7:24 in the morning if they were doing any better. And I'm like, where are those messages? Shanann replied, no, it's so bad and I don't know what to do. He told me he doesn't want this baby and he's happy with just Bella and Celeste. He thought he wanted another one. I'm so sick to my stomach. Tried to have sex with him last night just to see if that would help him. And he rejected me. Shanann said she hasn't cried this hard ever. Shanann added, he said he feels there's lack of communication and it's not from me. I sent him 12 texts over the month begging him to talk to me. The cops didn't include any of those. He fell asleep at 7 or 8 p.m. Shanann told Sarah, I tried talking to him after rejection last night and me crying for an hour alone on the couch. He slept. I kicked his sorry ass out of bed and I refused to sleep on the couch anymore this week. You know what's crazy is when you look at Nicole Kessinger's cell records, he was talking to her the whole time they were in North Carolina. The whole time. And not once. Why aren't the cops mentioning that? Don't you think that's pertinent? They don't fucking say it one time. Told him this morning to not come home today if he can't tell me the damn truth on what the hell is wrong. Okay, I'm going to bed after this. Shanann continued, we are supposed to go to ultrasound tonight, and he doesn't want the baby. Now, this is what's weird, is the ultrasound, remember the whole, she canceled on 8/8 and 8/9, and then pushed the appointment with the ultrasound and all that stuff to 8/13. But here, watch this. We are supposed to go to ultrasound tonight, and he doesn't want the baby. He'd abort if I said it was okay. Shanann told Sarah, he said he's not having an affair. Sarah asked if Shanann is certain of this, and Shanann replied, honestly, no. But what else would make him do a complete 360? We couldn't get enough of each other before I left. I don't know if she means honestly no, like, I don't know. Josh Rosenberg asked Watts, so again, if he was excited for the ultrasound. This is where Josh comes in because Cassie sends him. Today's the day, right? Watts replied, he just returned to work and added, yep, today's the day. I'm excited. Watts confirmed the ultrasound was at 7. Okay. Now Watts made an unspecified modification to Shanann's contact information in his work phone. What the fuck are you talking about? There is nothing. What do you mean? You know what unspecified? Was it like a silent thing? Don't alert? I mean, that's really weird. They would know. Cassie just searched Google on topics related to marrying your mistress. Look at 2997. See, guys, this is going down. It's going backwards. This is so out of order. Marrying your mistress. When has a girl ever called the guy that they're dating their mistress? Never. Ever. Makes no sense. 9:54. Or I'm sorry, that's not 9:54. Oh, they moved back. Oh no, it's still that time. Okay, yeah, so that'd be 9. Shanann told NA and Cassie, in quotes, he said we are not compatible anymore. He refused to hug me, said he thought another baby would fix his feelings. I don't know. Said he refused couples counseling. I said, where are these texts? Like between, the cops should be saying nowhere in the text messages can we find them talking about couples counseling. Okay, that's or there's truly that text. Shanann elaborated. He said he had a lot of time to reflect his feelings. Shanann added, he said he's going to work it out, but she doesn't know how when he won't agree to counseling. Her friends offered support and suggestions to work this out. Okay. Josh begged Watts, bro, I'm waiting so patiently, LOL. Don't leave me hanging. Watts replied, LOL, envelope is sealed until next week. See, so nobody knows, right? Envelope is sealed until next week. Josh asked if they were going to hold a reveal, and Watts said yes. So Chris Watts is saying that the reveal is on. Now, literally, just 20 minutes later, Shanann told NA and Cassie, I will fight for full custody. What the fuck? Shanann said Watts told her he does not want to divorce right away. He's over here talking about a baby reveal is on, and she's over here saying, I will fight for full custody. And I'm like, and I'm like, what? Shanann told the women, I can't afford 3 kids alone in Colorado. Shanann said their current home loan is on Chris's name. Her friends rallied around Shanann. Shanann searched Google on topics like emotional focused therapy, couples therapy. I said, why Google this after Chris Watts supposedly said no? Like, it doesn't make any sense. August 9th, Thursday. This is where the cops fuck up. Watts took the day off from work and Shanann left for Arizona. No, she did not. She does not leave until Friday. And he most definitely went to work. But the cops needed to change this and make it seem like that. And I'm going to tell you why. Because, ready, something is going on with these cell phones. 2:54 a.m. on August 9th, Shanann told Addie that Watts refuses to hold her and has told Shanann it is because he's not there. He can't. Shanann told Addie, I canceled gender reveal. What the fuck? Nikki is going to tell me today. I need happy news right now. I said to him, how is this a few months? We were so intimate and what I thought in love when I left. He said he had a lot of time to think. Addie asked if Shanann has gone through Watts' phone, asking if he was having an affair. Shanann replied, I did. Go through his phone. He denied. I did go through it. He denied. No. So she's like, I did. He denied. No, I didn't look. He's deleting messages from his dad. I'm sure he's not that stupid. What the fuck? Addie noted none of this makes sense. It's not Chris. Frequently throughout the day, Shanann searched the internet for couples counselors. She also accepted a prayer chain focused on their relationship. Now, 6:09, Shanann, I'm like, why? Do you understand that where Addie lives? So at 2:54 a.m. On Mountain Time is 4:54 a.m. Eastern Standard. And here, Addie's just kicking it right back in the morning, right. Who the fuck? Shanann's up at 3 a.m. And we are supposed to believe that she did not go through that cell phone? I just don't believe it. She knew everything about that Vivint. Where is this? Okay. 6 a.m. Shanann asked Watts, texting this. Are they right by, next to each other? Do you want to find out together with me tonight on baby's gender? His reply is not found in his phone. But Shanann soon commented on his answer and loved yes. So it was she hearted a yes. Have you guys ever heard of when somebody uses a phone that they're not supposed to be using? Okay, if Shanann just took Watts' phone, wrote that back, and then deleted it, so that he didn't see any of that shit. I'm just curious if any of these were deleted, because this is wild shit. So again, it says his reply is not found in his phone, but Shanann soon commented on his answer. 9:20. A log entry appears for the secret calculator in Watts' phone. I said, what type of log entry? Because that's the first time that you ever see a log entry like that. That's the wording of it. I said, a log entry. I said, normally it's transferring pictures and shit. A log entry. That seems like someone's trying to get in. They were trying to log in and they can't get in because they don't know the password. Shanann shared an ultrasound image of her unborn son with Sarah. At 10:06 a.m. It doesn't make any sense. Where did she get this ultrasound picture from? I'm not even fucking playing. She canceled her appointment on 8/8 and 8/9, but she and then rescheduled it for 8:13. But she goes, where did she go to have this appointment? It doesn't make any sense. Okay. This is how I proved it. Ready? Take a look. Shanann's phone. Shanann shared an ultrasound image of her unborn son with Sarah. Timeline, that's the timeline transaction. But you have to go to this picture right here that she took with her own phone, and she sent it to Sarah. So it was image 7834. Ready? This scary, spooky, really ridiculous photo, right? This image was taken by Watts's phone, which he sent to Shanann. She replied, "Don't know what to think about this." I said, "What the fuck?" Now, none of this can make any sense, right? Because Watts should be at work, right? Yes. But remember how they said in the beginning, how they're like, oh, well, Watts didn't go to work that day? This is why they were trying to cover for the fact that Shanann had his phone. Watts took the day off of work, and Shanann left for Arizona. No. Watts definitely went to work, and Shanann wasn't in Arizona yet. But he needs to say that for this, because here it's like, why? But then I said image 783. I said, uh-oh. Look at this. 78, see, 34? See, 36? It was taken from Shanann's phone. It's a lie. And then right here, this photo. This. Shanann sent a photograph to Sarah. The images of this letter she wrote to Watts. So she wrote this, and that she was going to be leaving it. So she took a picture of it, and then she was going to be leaving it for him. So when she left, NA came over to her house, by the way, and brought baby boy clothes, but doesn't tell Chris. And says, oh, we won't tell him. Wait till you see this. This is just so... Oh, wait, let's go back to that. Wait, hold on. Okay. Which he sent to Shanann. So he just sends this. So this picture gets taken, and then it's these fucking cops say that Chris took Chris's phone. It says this image was taken by Watts's phone. Doesn't say by Watts, by Chris Watts. This image was taken by Watts's phone, they're trying to say, which he sent to Shanann. They shouldn't be saying it like that. They should be saying which the user sent it to Shanann's phone. She then replied, okay, that's how crazy this is. Don't know what to think about this. What the fuck? This was taken from, if it was taken from his phone, it would have had a different number as the IMG number. No doubt about it. Also, she uploaded this to Facebook. And guess how soon she uploaded this? Ready for it? She uploaded that to Facebook. You would have had to. There's just no time. She had to be the person that took the picture, because it was uploaded to Facebook. So think about this. If Chris sends you that, all right? So you would have had to seen the photo and then immediately downloaded it, then immediately jumped onto Facebook, and then immediately posted it and said it made a blurb, and then hit send. And you have to do all of it. It's something ridiculous, like it's 30 seconds. And I said, that's fucking impossible. What are the odds that if somebody is to send you something that you even see it right away? Okay. And then immediately you download the photo, then you go to your Facebook page, and then you upload the picture, and you say, you know, she had a caption for it. You can go check out. Does she even still have that page? But I was like, this is all absolutely, nobody wants to talk about this case and how just wild this is, that this is the type of stuff that's going on. And then everybody would be killed. And so Shanann told Sarah that Watts has agreed to go away next weekend, just us. So she writes this to the Sarah girl. Shanann said a friend has agreed to watch the kids. Remember, Amanda Thayer? She asks her supposedly. I was like, dude, the timing of this. I was like, why isn't there a timestamp? Everything that he's been posting is a timestamp. And then you get to this part. Why aren't you putting a timestamp on this? Because guess what? That's why I said, when is this text of them talking about this? And I was able to then get her phone and sort it all out and say, like, no. Shanann hadn't even asked, what's her name yet? She didn't ask anybody yet. 1:44 p.m., Shanann asked Watts, why did you cancel your Facebook account? He did not respond. What? Why did you cancel your... And then I said to myself, when do you think that she would have realized this, right? When she went to go upload the photo. Okay, think about this. Ding, ding. When she went to go upload the photo of the kid on the couch, of that picture on the couch, she went to go tag Chris, and he was untaggable because he didn't have his Facebook account anymore. He deleted it. Or he at least, took it down for the, that temporary hold, whatever. Um, 307. Shanann asked Watts, can you be there Monday to drop Bella off with me to her first day of kindergarten? Watts replied, I can make that happen. So he knew about Bella's first day of kindergarten, huh? It's funny because the school didn't know that it was the first day of kindergarten. Like, you have to register for kindergarten. It's not just like, it's a very specific class at Primrose. Again, just all very bizarre because it's just not what was going on. He's just over here like, I can make that. And then you should remember, though, ready for all this? Chris Watts, according to the cops, Chris Watts, 1,000% we know is at work. Okay? Work. His phone, though, is at home. So does that mean that Shanann is talking to herself with Chris's cell phone? Shanann asked Watts, can you be there Monday to drop Bella off with me to her first day of kindergarten? Watts replied, I can make that happen. Shanann received a confirmation from Amazon that a book titled Hold Me Tight, 7 Conversations for a Lifetime of Love will be delivered on August 10th, 2018. Watts told Troy McCoy, now, they're trying to say that this was so from his work phone. Watts told Troy McCoy that he was taking tomorrow off and added, I will meet up with you for the fire stick sometime tomorrow if that's cool. And that was at 7:37 p.m. though. When he would have been already like back home from work. The reason that the cops thought that Chris took the day off of work on Thursday is because his cell phone was home. He didn't have it. That's insane. And that was going to come out. Y'all understand this yet? Some whack shit, but it's the truth. So he didn't have his phone that day. That's why the cops thought that he took the day off on Thursday, but he really didn't. His phone was just there. He's at work. He has his work phone. I think she was probably like, oh, I'm going to go through his phone after, Addie saying whatever. She's probably like, give me your phone. I'm going to see if anybody fucking calls it, or you're going to, like, I'm going to go through it. Or she took it while he was sleeping and acted like it was missing. Who knows? But if that phone didn't leave that house that day, right? He left to go to work. Anyways. Yeah, this is all the work I put into when you guys are saying this is crazy. It's crazy, but it's the data. That phone was at that house. And so that means she was talking to herself about Bella, about the going to kindergarten that day and stuff like that. Okay, let me move this. Let's see what it is. Remember, she tells on Thursday she told Sarah, "Oh, Chris agreed to go away with me." Remember that? It's like, where the fuck is that conversation in there? They don't have any money to go away. Like, none of that's there. It's bizarre. It's just not. It's like, this is what I was trying to say, is that there was this stuff was brewing, like making moves. Okay. Oh. 8:17. Shanann told Addie that she was talking with Watts presently, apparently texting simultaneously. What? Apparently texting simultaneously. It does, like, that's why this cop is confused. Addie asked what the gender of their child is, and Shanann replied, "If I tell you, you can't tell anyone." He, Watts, wants to announce it Monday, August 13th, 2018. Shanann added, "She is trying to be accommodating. He's talking and kind of being Chris, but he's very distant still." 8:45. Watts logged into Instagram. And I'm like, I don't know who did that. Watts searched Google for prices on. What? I said, he needs a car if they split, If he's planning on killing her, I can just take the Lexus. He's looking for another car. I mean, it's very, very, there's no premeditation of murder here. It's just not what there is. This is bizarre. Shanann told NA, that's Utah, and Cassie, Chris wants to move to Brighton. Shanann announced their son will be named Nico Lee Watts. Nicole. Nico Lee. You can't make this up. Nico Lee Watts. She hasn't even told him that they're having a boy. Shanann cautioned that they were not going to tell anyone the name until Monday and to keep this a secret. Now, this is when Ronnie was like, "Lana, you out of the blue." Shanann sends me a text, doesn't say anything, and just sends me a text with a picture of the ultrasound and said, I was like, one word or something like that. I have it somewhere, but it was just wild. Didn't say anything. She was like not wanting to talk to him, said fuck all them, and then just he's like, Ronnie said to me, he's like, and then she just sent me the ultrasound picture with nothing out, like nothing. It was like there was no caption. After like, not seeing us, nothing. And I'm just like, wow. Okay. Well, then Shan told the women that the conversation she had with Watts this evening has been the best talk yet. I said, what talk? Where are these texts? Phone records, phone call records. And the reason I'm saying this is because he's supposedly in the basement. Wait till you see what the cops put together here is all fallacy. It's just like it's a fucking fairy. It's just none of this is true. Sarah, here she comes, asked. So then 10:27 at night. Hey, how'd the conversation with Watts go? Shan replied, oh my gosh, so much better. We talked. He told me he loved me back. Still cold, but not as cold. He even kissed me before going to sleep in basement, which is second kiss since picking him up from airport. $10.27. This is me. What in the actual fuck? Shanann added, I want to tell you gender, but you have to keep secret. I swear I think she's half like Oriental. I want to tell you gender, but you have to keep secret. He wants to wait till I'm back to tell everyone. They're using that to try to say that she hasn't left there, but watch, you're about to see this. So Monday, she says, he agreed to counseling. What the fuck? See, this is a lie. He didn't agree to counseling. He agreed to read the book I ordered coming tomorrow and write me a letter expressing. I'm like, expressing what? Shan said, we are going away next weekend, just us. And I'm like, oh my God, she totally forgot that she had texted Sarah already that they were going away. Look at this. I'm like, okay, now this is just beyond bizarre. She says to Sarah back here at the beginning of the day, she shared an ultrasound image with Sarah, and then where did she say this? Don't know what to think about that. She said it here then. Right here. Shanann told Sarah that Watts has agreed to go away next weekend, just us, just like that. Just like that. She told Sarah this. Shanann said that a friend has agreed to watch the kids. Well, here we are at the end of the night. Oh. She's over here talking to Sarah and saying, Shanann said, we are going away next weekend, just us. Like, she forgot who she's telling what to. I have no idea what she's doing. But, like, this was just going to be whack. Like, Sarah's probably like, what? You already told me that. 11 p.m. Watts transferred images of Kessinger, some semi-nude selfies, into his secret calculator application. Right here. August 10th now. This is Friday. And now it says, Watts took the day off from work and Shanann left for Arizona. Exactly. That's the day it happened. But why those cops thought that it happened on the 9th is because Watts's personal cell phone doesn't leave the house. It's and that's why, I mean, when they were looking at the location data with it and that picture that was taken, it was being sent from the work. It was like, wait, so then he's home. No, she had his phone. It's whack, but it's true. Look at his work records. He went to work that day. His cell phone did not. He took his work cell phone, and she's at home talking back and forth on his device and then deleting stuff so that he doesn't see it. And yeah, so at 6:20, missing from Watts's phone, but found in Shanann's. She told Watts, "Good morning, honey. Sorry to make you wake up early twice. I didn't want alarm going off. We are checked in and everything is already a madhouse here today. Enjoy the girls. Don't forget Kingsley 10 to 11. I told Bella I was leaving for work with Nikki and assured her that I was always coming home." What the fuck? You can, I mean, nobody cares to remember any of these messages. They usually don't eat right away lately. Give them lots of kisses for me. Thank you for everything last night. He slept in the basement. I miss and love you so much. I am still in shock. We are having a little boy. I am so excited and happy. What? I really thought it was another girl. Thank you for letting me hold you this morning. It felt good. Your letter is on the counter. Have a great time with kiddos. They truly missed you. Love you, baby. Send me pics. And I was just like, what the fuck is all of this? Yeah, it's there you go. Okay, then look at this. I said, so first of all, they say that this was missing from Watts's phone, but found in Shanann's. So she told Watts, and I'm like, okay, well, what's the response? Well, 6:43, Shanann told Watts, I don't know why I feel really weak standing. I'm drinking a Gatorade and had a biscuit, getting ready to take off. What time kids wake up? Watts speculated her weakness was from a lack of sleep. Well, yeah, she's up texting all of the friends until like 4 or 5 in the morning every day. Watts told her that Bella just woke up and Celeste was still sleeping. Shanann received a calendar alert regarding her flight, and that was at 7. 7:51. Jeremy Lindstrom, apparently knowing the Watts were having a boy, how? Congratulated him. What the fuck? This guy, the cop was like, apparently knowing the Watts was, how do you little man is a lucky boy. Watts thanked Jeremy and asked what time the birthday party was on Sunday. Wouldn't Watts be like, what the fuck are you talking about? He's just like, right? 8:03. Not found in Watts' phone. Shanann and Watts exchanged happy anniversary messages. 8:44. Shanann told Watts she just landed in Arizona. Response: Watts asked Jeremy, do you think McKenna is available to watch the girls for a few hours tomorrow night? I won a raffle at work for a Rockies game. What the fuck? It's with people I don't know from this is crazy. Because, Shanann's going to be calling all these motherfuckers. It's with people I don't know. But I haven't been to a game in a while where the kids aren't involved and only last an inning. LOL. Oh, fuck. I don't know these motherfucking people, but I just want to give them a game. That's not what you want. Jeremy said, of course, and asked which house. Watts replied, I would say my house because the girls would fall asleep easier and all it would be watching the monitor. When asked what time, Watts said 5:30. Game starts at 6:15. Fuck, I'd have been like, get your asses here at 4, man. I gotta go pregame. Get your ass here. 11:57 a.m. Shanann sent Watts a web address for a realtor. Ann Meadows. 3 minutes later, Watts visited the website. Watts asked McCoy what time he wanted to meet, quote unquote, for that fire stick. And everybody was like, this is such code language. What time you want to meet for that fire stick? By 15:05 hours, Watts told McCoy he had arrived at their meeting location. Well, you have him GPS. Where was he at? Keep it a secret. Come on now. Interesting, huh? Shanann received confirmation from Amazon that the book she ordered was delivered. Minutes later, she suggested Watts check the mail. For her part, Shanann was upbeat and optimistic this day for the first time in weeks. This is evidenced in her conversations with others via messages. In the weeks preceding, Shanann was heartbroken, confused, and emotionally distraught. At present, however, Shanann felt they turned a corner. That Watts was finally communicating with her and was willing to work towards fixing whatever was wrong. Now, this is just absolutely asinine. Shanann shared this news with many, and her friends sent happy and supportive responses. As for Watts, the book and the Amazon shipping box it arrived in was found in the garbage trash can during the search of the home. Well, I've always wondered, was it ever even opened, or did he just literally throw it away? I just want to know if it was opened. I do want to know if it was opened or if it was in the Amazon package thrown away. That's a big, big deal for me. It's a big deal. Because if Shanann comes home from the trip, right, and sees that fucking book laying out or that Amazon book, and she's like, fuck this. Okay. Don't know. Now, Ronnie Watts asked if Watts deleted his Facebook account. Watts replied, yes, sir. Liberated myself. Liberated myself. Oh my God. What the fuck, right? Yes, sir. Liberated myself. 2:33 p.m. Ronnie asked Watts, if she's Shanann gone, you think we could FaceTime with the girls tonight? Or do you think that's a good idea? Don't want to get anything started. Watts replied that he feared Bella would tell Shanann. Ronnie responded, that's what I'm afraid of. If she finds out, she would probably have a fit. Don't want to make things worse. Watts agreed. I just think that that's so sick. Like, that Bella would be like, so that would mean that Shanann would have told Bella, like, now you tell me if Daddy has you FaceTiming with Grandpa. What? That's like brainwashing your child. You can't do that. And then here's Watts. Chris is over here thinking, he's over here thinking though that that's what happened. Because Ronnie's like, hey, if she's gone, you think we could FaceTime with the girls tonight? Or do you think that's a good idea? And then, but remember, he has to go to his little baseball game, right? So he's like, fuck, Dad, not tonight. Like, damn. I'm going to go see Nicole Kessinger. So I just think that's just so disturbing to me. Shanann asked Matt Johnson if he was still planning to stop by her home and repair the air conditioning. Johnson said he hopes to and will coordinate with Watts. Shanann and Watts then exchanged messages regarding this expected repair. He said, repair the air conditioning. Watts searched the internet for shows at the Comedy Works. Watts searched Google for Blue. What is this? Shanann called Watts and held a 10-minute conversation. Again, this is, you guys, she is in Arizona, supposed to be with those girls, going out to dinner, and she's over here saying that she fell asleep and yada yada. No, she's over here twiddling around, texting with Matt, the AC guy. Okay, like I don't even know if he's an AC guy. But she's supposed to be going to these dinners, and she didn't, and saying that she's sleeping. I don't know. Then the next thing you see is right here. They have a conversation at 9:20 for 10 minutes. Okay, 10 minutes. Then Shanann searched the internet via Groupon for deals on hotels in Aspen. I forgot about this. I called these people. She sent Watts the link, and minutes later, Watts visited the same website. Now, remember, the DA told the entire world that Chris Watts was planning a trip to Aspen with his mistress. The fuck he was. This is not. Shanann searched unless they were about to have a threesome, Shanann searched the internet for Groupon for deals on hotels in Aspen. She sent Watts the link, and minutes later, Watts visited the same website. It was featuring hotels. And go look up how expensive that place is. Shanann asked Watts, if you're up to it, can you put Bella's seat back in the Lexus? She's been begging for it. Watts said he will knock it out. And I'm like, the seat? I'm like, that's her, the seat back in the Lexus. Like, what has she been driving in the car? And if she's not in her car seat, like, why is it not in there? I'm like, this is all just bizarre. Bizarre. This is what she's thinking about and doing what she's at. Like, it's 9:53. Watts transferred the video of Kessinger thanking him for their trip to the Great Sand Dunes into a secret calculator app. Watts's phone connected with the home's wireless network. That's the first time they talk about that, like, to bring it up about phones connecting and whatnot. August 11th. So here's Saturday. At 7 a.m., Shanann sent a message to Watts. Good morning, baby. Are the girls up? Watts replied, good morning. They are watching cartoons in bed. Shanann described the thunderstorms the night before in Arizona. Minutes later, Shanann asked Watts, do you want the NFL package for the fall? They have no dimes to rub together, but they're going to get the NFL ticket. Do you want the NFL package for next fall? She next searched DirecTV for more information about the sports package. Watts replied he wanted to see if the Fire Stick, a streaming flash drive, can save them from spending the money. And Shanann said, okay, baby. Like, again, the ticket. Like, you guys know how expensive the ticket is? Oh, shit. Jeremy, at 7 o'clock, asked Watts if he would rather go with me to the Broncos. Watts lied and said he would like to, but since it's related to my job, they will ask questions if I don't go. Now, the question I've always wanted to know is if Jeremy was put up to that for any reason whatsoever. and when Jeremy has ever asked him to ever go to a Broncos game. Anyways, at 9:45 a.m. on Saturday morning, although not found in Watts' phone, Shanann asked him, "Have you talked to Bella about if we have a baby, if we have a boy?" Watts said, "Not yet," and added, "She said when the baby comes out, she'll pretend it's a girl." Shanann indicated she was laughing and said, "Oh my God, I love her." See, look at how normal this shit is. Well, Watts searched Google for trails and hot springs near Aspen. Watts told Shanann, "Jen, McKenna, and Kylie coming to watch the girls for a few hours while I go to that Rockies game." Shanann asked him to ensure they don't feed Celeste anything she can't eat. She also asked Watts, "Will you lock my office?" Watts replied, "Definitely." My office, not the office. My office, motherfucker. Get the hell out of my office. Watts searched Google for Toyota dealership. Again, all about these Toyota dealerships. 9:30 in the morning, in anticipation for her evening with Watts, Kessinger spent 45 minutes searching Google on topics like how to prepare for anal sex. Shut the fuck up. I can't breathe. How to prepare for anal sex and the anal sex guide. Stop. Nobody believes this. This progressed to searching. This progressed to searches at Pornhub for interracial porn and threesomes with double penetration. Oh God, I'm sorry. I can't. Oh my God. If that didn't wake you up at 5 a.m. 45 minutes, that's a long time, Nicole. Good girl. Spent 45 minutes. This is what you call a marathon, man. This is a marathon. If Nicole Kessinger can look up porn for 45 minutes, I can do a live for 8 hours. Oh, shit. I was not expecting that. 9:30 in the morning. She's like, just waking up. Oh. Look at what the cop says, though. In anticipation, Nicole Kessinger didn't say any of that, so I don't understand why he's just not saying. Kessinger spent 45 minutes. He has to write in anticipation for her evening with Watts. Kessinger spent 45 minutes searching Google on topics like how to prepare for anal sex and the anal sex guide. This progressed to searches for interracial porn videos. I told you in threesomes with girlfriend. Look out. This was by no means the only time she sought out pornographic videos. How is that pertinent? How is that pertinent to this investigation, though? Of all the things you want to talk about, man. Give me a break. Shanann asked what time Watts was leaving for the game. He replied between 4:30 and 5. Meanwhile, he asked his babysitters to be there at 5:30. He must have talked to Jeremy and said, "Hey, let's bump it up." Watts called a local Papa John's pizza store, okay, to order everybody pizza. $5.59. Literally, the girls just got over. Shanann asked McKenna, "Hey, love, this is Shanann. How are the girls?" McKenna replied, "They are doing great. Cece ate 3 slices of pizza." Shanann thanked McKenna for watching the girls and asked if she needs anything, just ask. In contrast, Watts never checked in with McKenna to see how the girls were doing or whether McKenna needed anything. Well, that's because Shanann told Chris that she did it. But in a text, where's that? I mean, it's in their phones. Watts searched Google for a lazy dog on 120th Avenue, and this is where the wheels fell off. Watts searched Google for restaurants near 120th Avenue to include Rusty Bucket. Well, he went with Lazy Dog. At 7:20, Shanann asked McKenna if the girls went to bed yet. McKenna replied, "They are still awake. They are just watching TV, and they said they don't want to go to bed yet." Shanann advised, "I'd put them to bed by 8. Chris showed you what to do? Question mark. Make sure they go potty before they go to bed, and Celeste gets diaper." McKenna ensured this would all occur. 9:12. 8:12 for Shanann, I think, with the time change for Arizona. Shanann searched Google for the score of the Rockies game, as well as what time Rockies game gets over. No. Cheating mode activated. 10 p.m. Watts told Jeremy that he would be home in 20 minutes. "10:04. Having concluded her evening with Watts, Kessinger searched the internet on topics like Chris Watts, Shanann Watts, Ronnie Watts, and 2825 Saratoga Trail. That's their address. Why Ronnie Watts? That's very interesting. Again, out of order though. The web. Like, he just drops her off, and then immediately she starts Google searching his name, her name, Ronnie. I mean, bizarre. I've never done that. Have any of you guys ever been dropped off after going on a date with your mistress and immediately just started Googling all her family members? You usually do that like way early on. Like, I don't know, maybe like before you ever go on the date and then continue to date. Well, let's see what else we got here. Shanann called Watts and held a 3-minute conversation. Then Shanann searched at 10:19 Google and the internet for Lazy Dog menu, Lazy Dog restaurant and bar. Find a location. How she came to learn so quickly of Watts's dinner expense is not reflected in the phone, but I suspect an alert from their bank or credit company. Look at this, man. But I suspect. Oh, you do? No, because she would have got a push notification that would have went to the phone. What else? Huh? How she came to learn so quickly of Watts's dinner expense is not reflected in the phone. And then I started wondering, when the fuck did, and if ever, did Nicole Kessinger get a phone call from Shanann Watts? Not sure. Okay. So at 10:28, Watts called Shanann and held a 3-minute conversation. Immediately afterwards, she sent Watts a message. "Oh, save your receipt so we can write it off." So that's a pretty smart ass comment right there. Save your receipt so we can write it off because she wants to know what was on that receipt. All he said that he bought was his meal and then like a couple beers for him and some beers for the guys. But what's crazy here, it doesn't make any sense, is that he is so long gone from that restaurant. Who the fuck? I mean, I don't know. Maybe you guys take out, hey, save your seats so we can write it off. Sure. And that's it. Then then the cops think that there's nothing else that's important. Then on Sunday. And that's where we're going to end. I haven't talked about the Watts case in forever, and we'll just leave it at that. This live is one of the best. Oh my God, I'm exhausted, guys. Thank you so much for coming in and being here. Thank you, everybody that super chatted throughout the evening. Appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you, everyone that commented throughout the evening. Thank you, everyone that donated memberships to other people so that they could feel the green love. Thank you for helping us reach our goal. Now I get to go check out the World Cup matchups. See if we can score ourselves some Cristiano Ronaldo tickets. Can only imagine how much those are going to go for. Have a good night. We'll see you on the next one. Loved everybody's company. Be kind.